Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific, usually. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. That's streamlabs.com/whatever. The link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. To read a message is $100 and up. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us, there's a bit of a moderation delay now, and weigh in on the conversation. Consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers the TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all other triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We are also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's really the pressing issue of our time. 10,000 labiaplasties a year in the United States. Total tragedy. If you can't catch the full shows, we got the Clips channel. Link is in the description. We have a Discord. That's discord.gg/whatever. We post behind the scenes, hate mail, a bunch of other stuff. I'm assuming that's not good to go? Okay, go ahead. Pull it up. All right, guys, we have behind the scenes, we've got the wall of whatever, we've got the whatever bingo card, yep, there it is, and then we're also World of Warcraft, pull that up. I don't know, I'm still on the fence. If we do, we're playing Horde, we're rolling on the PvP realm. Fengu's Ferocity, they just announced the realm list today. Andrew's going to be playing, he's going to be playing a mage, we're going to play Horde. I'm still on the fence with it, I don't know, with my schedule, maybe I'll join like later in December, we'll see, but we're going to try to make it happen. So if you want, it's discord.gg/whatever. We have a World of Warcraft tab. Send in your application. And then what else? Yeah, that's it. Okay, the disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever channel. With that said, without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Callie. I'm 26. I'm a fire performer, and I'm also a mom and a personal trainer. And I'm from Southern California.
Okay, all right.
What's a fire performer?
I perform with fire props for events like parties. I've done it for like album release parties for musicians. It really just depends.
I still feel like I don't actually know what a fire performer is.
Do you know fire breathing? Like people who breathe fire? Yeah, you do that, right?
Yeah, I do that in different props. There's so many, so yeah.
Like in the circus? Like the guys in the circus who blow fire? Oh, okay.
That's how we met, actually, in the circus.
Yeah.
That's how I got
the human circus, podcast.
Okay. As opposed to the...
Animal circus.
Oh, yeah. They don't combine. They're not combined?
Yeah, I think
it was a joke.
I thought it was... Oh, okay. Huh. So, and you also describe yourself as a professional hot girl shapeshifter. What does that mean?
I mean, I make a living off being a fire performer. People give me money because I'm entertaining and they want to look at me and watch me do fire. So I'm a professional hot girl.
Shapeshifter. What's a shapeshifter?
I mean, I wear wigs sometimes. Just depending on the vibe. So I feel like, women are shapeshifters.
How so?
Like we could change our looks whenever we want for funsies.
For funsies?
Yeah.
Like, do you mean trans stuff or like shapeshifting? I feel like they...
No.
Oh.
I just mean like in general.
That would be shapeshifting. That's a good name for...
Transgender person?
Huh? Because you're like...
I prefer Decepticon.
Decepticon.
That's a good one.
Okay, all right. And then also, what are your pronouns? You put your pronouns in your IG, so what are your pronouns?
She, her.
What do you feel, really quick, and we'll get to the rest of the intros. Do you know AOC?
I don't know what that means.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's a Democratic senator?
She's a representative
She's
from
in
New
the
York.
House of Reps, yeah. You don't... know who that?
I don't follow politics.
Oh, she's a Democrat, and she recently took her pronouns out of her Twitter X bio, and they were all angry. People were very upset on that side.
I mean, I'm definitely a cis woman. I'm a woman, born a woman, in a woman's body.
Okay.
For the
I have
record.
pronouns too. My pronouns are we, us.
Dope. Okay, what about you?
Hi, I'm Bridget Machado. I'm 20 years old. I'm from Southern California. I'm a full-time student, and I go to Coastline Community College studying public health science.
Okay. Going back to you really quick. Any schooling?
High school.
College?
No.
Okay. All right. What about you?
Hello, my name is Emilia Davis, and I'm 23 years old. I consider myself an entrepreneur. I'm also a model, a jeweler, and currently I'm studying to become an RN. I'm a certified MA as well.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, right now I'm just living in LA. I moved there from Orange County, and I'm originally from Mexico.
What's the nature of your entrepreneurship?
The nature is basically I do everything. It comes to like owning my own business as a jeweler and
Okay.
in the entertainment industry as a model, and yeah, anything I can do, I'll do.
When you say you're a jeweler, I am passingly familiar with the craft of jewelry making. I have a friend of mine who did it for many years. Do you actually make jewelry, or
Yes.
do you just sell it?
So we source natural gems and diamonds to jewelry stores that are already established. So they go ahead and use my gemstones that are GIA certified. And as well as a personal jeweler, if you want something custom, like a Cuban link or like a chain with certain
Well, I guess I'm asking,
details.
do you personally like?
Oh no, my
forge
business
rings
partner.
and things?
My business partner is the
I
one
see.
who makes the jewelry, but I'm the one who is the owner of the business.
I see. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
All right. And school?
Oh yes, I go to Saddleback and I'm studying to become an RN.
Got it.
Hopefully I can transfer UCI after that.
You don't have your bachelor's yet?
Not yet, but
Okay.
I will.
Got it. All right. What about you?
Hello, everyone. My name is Gina Prada. I'm a certified personal trainer, and I'm 21.
All right. Welcome. School? Any school?
Yeah, I went to International Sports Science Association.
And you got your
training? Yeah.
bachelor's or what?
No, I just got certified for training, so I'm currently going to go back into school probably for nursing, but I'm still weighing out my options because I don't really know like if I want to go into nursing, so I'm still getting all my income from just training right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What about you?
My name is Emily. I'm 22 years old from Orange County. I'm a bud tender, but also a singer-songwriter, and I just graduated from Long Beach State with a bachelor's in psychology.
In psychology. Okay. All right. And do you know what you want to do with that, or?
Yeah, so I'm planning to get my master's or certifications to pursue psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy.
So like, what is it? Ketamine or whatever? That thing?
Psilocybin,
Okay.
MDMA, yeah, all the above.
All right. And you're a singer?
Singer-songwriter, yeah, so I'm all about healing, whether it's through music or like spirituality or through
Are you a soprano?
herbal medicine. I am.
Let's hear something.
Hear what?
Hang on.
song?
Can you add the words for me before you sing? Can you add the word journey somewhere in whatever you sing?
Journey.
Like healing journey. Yeah.
You want me to freestyle right now?
Yeah.
I was expecting song requests. Do you know a
No.
song with the word journey in it?
Journey. Yeah, you sang Journey. You know the band Journey?
Don't stop believing. That song, right?
Yeah.
That's the only journey I know.
Love
Oh,
Steve
okay.
Perry.
Yeah. I won't sing none of my music right now, but if you want to check that
Well,
out,
do you
it's
write
MLE.
any of your own music?
I write all my own music.
Okay, let's hear something.
Okay. Always acting like this the last time, but you always change my mind just one last time. Go through it all again. Don't want this shit to end. On and
All
off
right.
relationships.
There you have it.
Slay, baby girl.
I'm healed.
What about you?
Oh, hi. My name is Catalina. I'm 28 years old. I am from Los Angeles, California, currently of a month. I own 3 different companies. I own a event company called Divergent Events. I own a photography company, so I do photography, and I'm a porn producer.
When you say divergent, so you own an event company that's called Divergent Events. In which way are your events divergent?
So I like to think that my event's completely different than a lot of events. So I'm basically a third party that gets I would say in a venue for the girls to work with photographers in a safe space where they don't feel like they're taken advantage of and they can grow in their field of work. Because as being a model and actress, I've definitely been taken advantage of.
And is this, you primarily work with people in the adult industry or?
Not at this moment, but I have created a couple pornos, like produced them, like.
And you're in them, correct?
No, I'm not in them.
But you're a pornographer.
I'm direct the films.
Oh, but you're not.
No.
But you have an OnlyFans, correct?
I don't even use it. I just put it up there just for the views. I post what I have on Instagram on there. It's not like nothing really provocative.
But you have distributed nude photographs of yourself on the internet. Is that correct?
I guess so. Yeah.
Okay.
I used to be a porn star.
Okay. Oh, you used to be a porn star.
Yeah. About 5 years ago.
So you were working in the like traditional porn industry.
Yeah, I've been in every industry you can think of. I'm in main films. I'm in
the goat milk industry.
Milk? Wait, I'm so confused. What does that mean?
You said you've been in like every single industry, so I don't know, just like
entertainment industry. Sorry.
Oh, entertainment.
So except for the music industry, I don't have like I don't think I have music talent going on there. So just the mainstream movie industry.
So when you were doing the adult content like 5 years ago or whatever, what was the, I guess, nature of the productions you were in? Was it solo content, BG content?
Like, yeah, BG, like Pervy City, Naughty America, like simple.
Have you like orgy stuff?
No, nothing crazy.
Threesomes?
I only did like maybe like 6 films, maybe.
6 total, okay.
So I never really got it, and then I switched over into the mainstream industry.
So how many BG scenes did you do?
They mostly put me in like deep throating stuff, like not BG. Blowjobs.
That would still be BG.
Isn't that when a guy puts his penis in a woman?
Well, boy, girl, BG, boy, girl.
Okay, yeah. No, you're right.
Unless there's like...
No, I'm straight shit. I'm not about the,
Yeah. So you did a couple BG scenes with men?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What about you?
I'm Tanya. I'm 38, and I'm from New York, and I am a teacher, ESL teacher.
English as a second language. All right. Cool. School? Any school?
Yeah, bachelor's degree in business.
All right. And then any schooling for you?
No, I'm pretty successful without all that.
Okay, you didn't go to college at all? Okay.
No, actually, I have a couple semesters in. I never really went back.
All right. Debra, what about you?
Hi, good to be back, Ryan.
Welcome back.
Hey, I'm Debra Leah. I'm from New York City. I'm 24 years old, and I have a bachelor's degree in government and politics, and my full-time occupation is political commentary on the news.
All right. Welcome. And you were on one of our most viewed podcasts, the Gorlock episode. That was like a year and a half ago, so welcome back.
Thank you. Hopefully less surprises this time. We didn't find that out until maybe 3 or 4 hours into the show.
What happened? Somebody put like a
I was asking. No, that was different. I also got zinned on this show last time. I blame you.
Why blame me? Wasn't it?
It was Chase, but you yelled at me for choking.
Oh,
you're like, Debra, shut up. Why are you screaming? I'm like, help. Call the police.
Yeah, you, anyways, whatever. So, okay.
We have clear cups this time, so I'm watching you.
Clear cups.
And you. No one around me.
Well, Chase, I don't know, must have put his, spit out his thing, and then you took a sip of...
It's happened to me before.
And it went
you
into
stole
my
his
mouth.
cup.
No, he spit it into my cup.
You stole his cup.
Thinking it was
his
spit cup. Yeah, blame the woman. Blame the woman.
That's my job.
What did he
A nicotine patch that people keep in their mouth and suck on.
And it was like chew.
Wait, was it
not
actually
chew.
Zin, or was it like a full-blown tobacco?
It was a chew.
Well, you're
up
lucky it
Zin.
wasn't chew. That would have been
I thought
nastier.
someone spit in my
I
cup
would
at
choke
first.
too.
Like, guys, there's something thick. Oh no! And
sorry.
it was a really traumatic experience. I'm impressed I'm even back here today.
Dramatic. You haven't lived until you've been at a party and you've been drunk and you reached over and grabbed somebody's chew spit cup by accident and took a swig. Like, what do you mean?
Ooh.
It's,
or a can full of
for the
cigarettes.
immune
That's almost
system.
happened to me. Someone put cigarette in their can and my Coke, and I almost drank out of it until I felt the butt on my lip. I was like, oh my God, this is not it. And
Watch your cups, everybody. We need the cup protectors from now on.
all right. So anyways, Andrew, what about you?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of The Crucible. It's a popular entertainment channel on YouTube. I'm a political analyst, political satirist. I enjoy doing conversations, debates of all types, and I'm glad to have this conversation with you girls today.
All right. So going around the table once more, what is everybody's current relationship status? So are you single, talking stage, situationship, married, whatever it is? If you're single, how long have you been single, and what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
I'm in the process of getting divorced. That was my longest relationship, 5 years. Yeah, single.
So how long have you guys been separated?
4 months.
All right. Have you dated since then?
I've talked to a couple people, but I mean, nothing really profound. Feel like I'm more interested in getting divorced before I'm ready to go into another relationship.
Was it an open marriage?
We were polyamorous, so under that blanket.
Who wanted the polyamorous aspect of the relationship, and did it start that way?
So I was the one that petitioned for polyamory. It didn't start that way, but prior to that, my previous 2 relationships were polyamorous relationships. When we got together, it was shortly after I had been sexually assaulted by a man, so I wasn't in a position to be with really more than one person, but with a lot of therapy and help, I remembered who I was, and also I'm queer as fuck, so.
Wait, queer as fuck?
As fuck, yeah.
Fuck, okay. What's the difference between queer and then queer as fuck?
I would say
You're very queer.
I lean more towards being queer than, like, towards men.
What's the difference between polyamorous and an open relationship?
I mean, they're essentially the same thing. An open relationship is, you know, you have other romantic and sexual partners. Polyamorous is you actually are having other relationships. So it's like a defined relationship, like boyfriend, girlfriend, partner, and you love them. So it's more than just like sexual.
Were you sleeping with other men as well as women, though?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So during the course of your marriage, you were sleeping with other people. Your boyfriend, husband. He was also sleeping with other people. Okay. But you asked to open it up. Was there any pushback initially, or?
I mean, initially, yes, because he was asking, you know, kind of like, how did this come about? And, you know, when I explained, like, well, this is who I was, he said, well, I thought that when we got together, it was just going to be us. But ultimately, like, he wanted it too, and he wanted to experience different people. So I was all for it.
Well, I'm just curious. So if he wanted it, then how come you were the one who brought it up?
Well, I mean, everything is just a conversation, right? A conversation for discussion. So if something's not happening and it's like, well, what would this be like? Or, you know, like, I'm sure you ask your partner a million questions in a day, like, what do you think about this? So, yeah. Also, because I am queer, I mean, I wanted to be with women, and he isn't.
Yeah, but you were also with other men, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so, I mean, that's usually a sticking point for men. Generally speaking, I think on the polyamorous front, I've talked to some men who, if their girl or wife or whatever is exclusively with other women, they seem to not mind that nearly as much as if they're with other men. That seems to be the, like, big sticking point, right? So I was just curious.
I mean, I think it's fair if you're, you know, in an open relationship or polyamorous, if you should be allowed to pursue 100% of people that you find attractive, you know, and then obviously if someone agrees, you know, to parameters and boundaries in that, that's fine as long as it's ethical. We just agreed that it was fine, so.
I just have one more brief question. I'll turn it back over to Brian. Just wondering your take. What is the purpose of getting married if you want to be in a polyamorous relationship?
I mean, we had a daughter. We have a daughter. You know, I wanted a family, but I also wanted to continue to be with women. And I have a lot of love to give.
Well, wait, and men, right? I don't know, like, it seems like there's such a pivot here. It's just like, I just want to be with other women. It's like, but no.
Well,
also
I should say
other men, right?
Yeah, I guess I should say other people.
Yeah, other people. Okay,
yeah.
That makes more sense. So, yeah, I'm not like if the purpose was family, right? The idea here is you wanted to have a family. I don't see why you couldn't do that same exact thing that you were doing absent the marriage.
I mean, I've just never been in a long-term monogamous relationship personally. So, I mean, no shame to people that want to do that. I think whatever floats your boat, whatever makes you happy. We just agreed that, that was the relationship structure of our marriage and it was ethical and we were okay with it. So,
yeah, no, I understand all that. I'm just curious as to what the actual purpose of the marriage part is. Like, so you could do all of that absent marriage, right? Like, you could still have the daughter, you can still have the guy, you can still have you can do all that. Minus, so I don't actually understand the purpose of the marriage aspect.
I mean, we wanted to be married, so
I think
we
he
got
just
married.
means the license part of it, like having a business with your partner. Basically, when you get married, it's like a business or a license. You're signing away.
Yeah, I mean,
well, he proposed to you, right?
Yeah.
So, like, you weren't pushing for marriage. He just proposed out of the...
No, I mean, we talked about it. We talked about, wanting to get married, and, having children and these things. So I think also for me, I see now in retrospect, I feel like I was just following a relationship escalator. Society says this is what a relationship is. You meet someone and you guys fall in love and then you get engaged and then you get the house and then you get the dogs and then you get the baby and then you're married,
Were you poly before you got married with this guy?
Yes.
Couple questions here. Okay, so let's do a bit of a timeline. You guys were married for how long?
3 years.
And together for 5?
Yes.
Total. Okay, so you met him. It started out monogamous. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. How soon into the relationship did you want to open it up?
I would say after a year.
After 1 year. So this is prior to you guys being married?
Correct.
Okay. And, because you said this is who I've always been. Had you not disclosed to him during the, that you were poly?
No, I mean, I disclosed it. I mean, you just asked if there was any pushback, and I expressed, there was just, I guess, some confusion on his end.
Why did you accept monogamy to begin with? I mean, that's what happened, right?
I mean, it wasn't me accepting it. I think, you just see someone, you like them, you guys continue seeing each other. I'm not really sure what's so crazy about that. It's not like...
Well, how long was it exclusive for? You said a year? Mm-hmm. But you're polyamorous. Why did you...
I explained I was sexually assaulted by a man prior to meeting him, so I had to go to a lot of therapy for that.
Oh, he was like a stable, safe place for you?
I loved him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I understand that, but...
Yeah, I mean, he helped me through that.
There was like this prior event that happened, which obviously is horrible, right? Sorry that happened to you, but were you looking at this guy as kind of a rock, right? Or something that was very stable because you seem to tie these two events together?
Well, no, you guys keep asking me specifically, why did you decide after a year? So I explained I had to go to therapy. I had to work on myself. I had to become confident again, find my voice, do all these things, and then, remembered who I was.
Do you think that the therapy assisted in your decision to move to a polyamorous relationship in your marriage?
No, my therapy didn't decide that.
No, not decided. Did it assist? Because you said you were using the therapy to find yourself and get back into who you are, this kind of thing. So did the therapy actually assist you into the self-discovery aspect that you are indeed polyamorous?
Yes.
Okay, I see.
But you had been in polyamorous relationships before, right?
Yes.
Okay. But we just have audio. People listening, just audio. So if you just shake your head, so you can, you just got to say yes, no, whatever. All right. So what about you?
I've only been in one relationship, and it's been for 5 years. We're still going very strong.
All right. Is it your only relationship or?
Yes.
Okay. Relationship 5 years. All right. What about you?
Well, I just broke up with my ex-boyfriend. I was with him since I was 17 years old. We were together consistently for 4 years. I broke up with him. I turned 21 because he was very toxic, very controlling. And so I took a year off, and he flew out a girl from Oregon and started living with her. And then he started trying to talk to me again to get back together while the girl was still living at his house. And I had no idea. I thought we're going to get back together. And so anyways, they ended up breaking up, and I ended up coming back to his house and living with him and starting over again. And then I just broke up with him recently again at 23.
How long was the break?
The break was a year.
1 year. Okay.
1 year.
Who wanted the break?
I wanted the break. He kind of cut my hair. When I was sleeping. And so.
What?
Yeah.
No, we need more details on that. That's not something you just, what do you mean he cut your hair?
Yeah, so what happened, he had very bad mental health issues and very controlling, because nobody just freaking cuts somebody's hair.
No.
And I've been nothing but good to him. He was my first relationship since I was 17 years old. And before that, my parents never let me date. So I was just perfectly pure, innocent, and I wanted a serious relationship. And so I was the third girl that he had moved in with. He was 20 years old at the time, and I was 17, 2 months before I turned 18, so not that weird. And also older guys too. So yeah, everything was good. And fast forward, during the break, when he was living with the girl, I was trying to move on because my man's with somebody else, moving on. So I downloaded Hinge, started talking to guys, flirting on Snapchat, sending cute pictures and stuff like that, And so I didn't think about deleting any of my old previous guys I was talking to and so one day we went out to the bar while we're still trying to talk and get back together. We didn't fight or anything. It was amazing. We went back home. He invited friends over, and I just got completely blacked out drunk because I felt safe with him. It was my safe place since I was 17 years old. So I go upstairs. I passed out. My hair was so long at the time, and he somehow got into my phone when I was sleeping. And he was on drugs, blow or whatever, and drinking alcohol. And so he was blacked out, and he got into my phone and saw all my previous messages that I was talking to when he was dating that girl. And somehow he got really jealous and enraged that I was doing that when he was, it makes no sense. It's as I'm saying, mental illness. And so he decided to cut my hair when I was passed out, blacked out drunk.
How much did he cut?
He gave me a little mullet. I have a picture on my phone. He cut the top layer.
He gave you a mullet?
Kind of like a mullet. He let me my long hair down, and the top layer of my hair just jagged it up.
That's awesome.
And
yes.
I did nothing. I did nothing to this man. I've been nothing but loyal to this man. Bought him a phone, clothes, helped him. I was his mechanic monkey because he old cars.
Mechanic.
It's always the charity cases.
I was literally.
It's always the charity cases.
No, but his dad owns Urban Construction Company, and his dad has 2 yachts, a plane. He's born and raised in Laguna Niguel, rich boy. Wow. Can I add his name? Because yours need to be careful with this guy. Okay, never mind. I won't get into that. But anyways, I just been through the ringer. I've been through the ringer with this man. He was the love of my life, the first man I've ever loved. And
hang on one second. So, yeah. You say you're nothing but loyal, but you dumped the guy, right?
Yeah, because he was controlling and holding me back and wouldn't let me be who I knew I needed to be in my life.
Well, but that doesn't sound like nothing but loyal.
Wait, me or him?
Bro, Andrew, hold on.
Are you really defending somebody who cut somebody's hair off in her sleep?
He cut her hair off.
But this was before he cut the hair, though. So.
Wait, well, I'm confused now.
The second time.
Yeah, the second time we broke up, and we got back together the second time.
I get it. What I'm saying though is that before this happened.
Yes.
Before all this happened, you said, "Well, I'm nothing but loyal. This and that." It's well,
I stand by that.
Hang on. That. It's not. If you dumped him, that's not nothing but loyal. Right?
Yeah, I can't be with a man who cut my hair. I don't want to brag to my kids oh yeah, your dad back in our 20s cut my hair.
But didn't you dump him before he cut your hair?
Yes, because he was controlling and toxic, and I was trying to give him another chance. I believe in second chances. So.
Okay, but hang on. Let's back up.
I'll go.
I don't understand how you can say though. Well, I can't be with someone who cut my hair. It's what you dumped him before he cut your hair. I don't know.
Wait, Andrew, I gotta let me just.
Yes, I did.
This is very rare for me to. Andrew, are you saying that if you break up with somebody, ergo, you are not loyal? Like, there's
Yeah,
no,
seriously.
I'm just trying to understand the position.
To date someone forever, to be loyal to them?
Well, hang on. Well, I don't understand. What does loyalty mean?
Not
You cheat
cheating
on people, you're
Don't
loyal
fuck-
to them,
don't-
you have their
don't,
back.
like,
chill out. Just calm
like,
down.
lay around with other
literally
people.
only hear one person at a time. I can only hear
Okay.
one person at a time. Go ahead.
For me, being loyal is you and your partner are team deal. You're not bringing any third person. You're loyal to each other, love each other, and respect each other. And you're not looking for other people's to sleep around with. Is that not loyalty, girls?
Yeah, it's true.
Okay, so that's
So
like
you say, okay, so he
not
was
talking to
cheating
other
on
people, like not
you? Wait,
flirting.
he was
with
cheating
people.
on you before you dumped him?
No, he wasn't. I've never gotten cheated on.
I still don't understand. Like, if the idea here is
He was controlling, abusive. He was mentally and physically and verbally.
Hang on. I get all that.
So
right? I understand. But what was he doing which was abusive? What's abuse? What does that mean?
Mentally, like tearing me down, verbally abusing me, and physically, like
What's an example of that?
dumb whore for no reason, like, and telling me I'm like not gonna amount to anything in life, and just like, just trying to tear me down as a person, saying he's the best thing I can get when it's not true. And
I want to know why you went back.
Because he was my first love.
But the way he's treating you is no
I know, but a lot
excuse for
of people, girls get beat up black and blue and still
So don't
stay
go
with their
back.
man.
Don't go back.
It was my mistakes. I'm not going back the third time.
You learned.
I'm learning. I
It's
learned.
not, no, that
Maybe it took
nobody should be treated that way.
me him cutting my hair that I had to learn the hard way.
I think
But-
there's something like domestic violence survivors go back 7 or 8
Yes,
times
it is.
before they either
Yes.
leave or get killed by their person. So
But hopefully
I
you learn
think
after
it's
that, like,
I think
the
it's
first
good that you got out now and
Yeah,
your hair
'cause-
looks great and hopefully it
Thank
just keeps
you.
growing.
Yeah, no, it was very traumatic for me because I did love the guy. And I was planning on marrying him, and we were talking about forever. And to settle with somebody and be with somebody forever, like you have to be okay with everything. Like you don't want to find anybody else. You're just okay with that person, and that's how I felt with him. But then after the 6 years, and everything he's been doing to me, I was like, I can't be with somebody like that.
You should put Nair in his shampoo and make him prematurely bald.
Oh, that's a good idea. I should have. But yeah.
Probably shouldn't do that.
But now
either,
I'm single, and like I said, I wasted 6 years of my life. Not wasted, it was experience, and now I'm trying to like gain those 6 years back and just focus on myself.
Yeah,
if somebody
if-
comes along that meets all my requirements, because I'm very picky,
If he was
very selective, then yeah.
When's
why
the
not?
last time you talked to him?
Last time I talked to him was like we blocked each other on everything.
Okay, you've been single for how long?
Actually, I was broken with like recently, so like September when I left his house for good.
So
And I
2
moved to
months
LA?
ago. 2
Yeah.
months ago.
I moved to LA.
When's the last time you talked to him?
During that time
You haven't talked to him for 2 months. Okay. Last time you saw him in person 2 months ago too.
was at his house when
And so the total length of the relationship was
6 years.
6 years,
Since
including
2018.
including the 1 year break. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
So
Okay.
from 2018 till I turned 21, that was 4 years consistently, and then we had a 1 year break, and then all together, getting back together, we've been with each other for like 6 years, like messing around and like talking. So
Okay. There's a lot there.
it's a lot. I'm just
but
giving a little rundown right now.
You broke up with him. So you broke up with him the first time.
Yes, and the second time.
Okay, and there was a year break.
But he didn't cheat on me for me breaking up with him. He was just like not a good guy, and I thought I can
Okay.
like
Who
move
went
on.
back
Like,
to who? Like, did you reach back out to him?
We both played the reaching back to each other. First, he would call me no caller ID, and then I would ignore him, and then I would answer it. And it was like playing team tag, calling, because then he would call me every day, and then he would stop calling me. So I'd be like, why aren't you calling me? So then I would call him back. And then finally, the girl left back to Oregon, and yeah, we started talking again. Because I do not want to be the other woman, and I do not.
All right, you've been single for 2 months. Any other guys in the picture? Any rebound?
Well, I have a couple candidates that I think would be good, but at this moment in time, I'm not looking for a relationship.
When you say a couple candidates, what do you mean?
Like good guys that I would probably give them a chance to date.
Have you been on a date with any of these guys?
No, I haven't. I haven't been dating.
How do you know them?
Through Instagram and like parties and events that I've seen them at.
You knew them prior to the breakup with your current or ex-boyfriend?
No.
Okay, so
It was like recently.
they all just materialized. You have a couple candidates that you've never met, but they only materialized after the breakup.
Yeah.
Okay, and they just DM'd you on Instagram? How many DMs do you get per day?
About like 15 to 20, but I'm so not active on like
Wait,
DMs.
you get 15 to 20 DMs from men per day?
Oh, from just general people.
No, I don't.
Oh, from guys? I don't.
If it's a spammer in India.
I get those too. I get the Habibis calling.
You're on a dating podcast. We're talking about dating. Yeah,
oh,
I'm
yes.
not talking about like people.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So, at least a day, okay, like 5 guys.
It's like, seems like there's a romantic interest, essentially.
Probably them for me, but not me for them.
Yeah. So like they're DMing you. They're like, hey, what's up?
Yeah. Want to go out? Want to come out with me?
You get 5 DMs per day?
Yeah, at least.
Okay. All right. That's interesting. Really quick, just on that note, who else here? How many DMs do you get per day from men that are like probably hitting on you or whatever?
It's like 1,000.
No, I mean, maybe like 1 a day if I'm being honest.
Not really any that much.
Okay.
Honestly, it just depends. Like, if I'm active, then obviously, like, a lot of people are gonna like slide up.
At the end just go. Well, if I post a picture, I get like 10 DMs,
of course.
bro. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah, like if you post, like you'll get like
random guys too. I've never even seen in my life.
Average over the course of a year.
Average?
Yeah.
Like every day, like per day?
Per day, yeah. If you had to average it.
I mean, if I don't post, I'm not getting any slide ups. But if I post, like, like it could be anything.
Posted the past year?
Yeah, but like
so
per day, probably like
you
5.
You want to do per month?
No, like 5 probably.
5 per day? Okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
Say like 15 to 20. I post pretty often.
15 to 20 DMs from men per day? Mm-hmm. Okay. What about you?
Like, no comment.
I would say without posting, which I don't do very often as much as I should, probably like 7.
Okay.
Consistent every day.
All right. What about you?
I just
You're too far from the mic.
Facebook and Instagram, I don't get any DMs.
Okay. Deborah, what about you?
I don't check my DMs that much. I'm sorry, everybody. I love you guys, but
if you were to,
when I do the occasional scroll down to just see if, like, I don't know, Elon Musk is like, hey, I don't know, not on that purpose, but just like a business reason, business stuff.
Business, yeah.
Like, I do want to point out that I don't get often like gross DMs from guys. I get usually like really nice, like, hey, I'd love to take you for dinner, or like, I already told my mom about us, like things like that.
That's cute.
So thankfully they're not sleazy, but I would say probably about like between 20 to 50 a day.
20 to 50? Oh, Deborah.
They're from you, Brian.
Oh, yeah, all right. 20 to 50 per day. All my fake
active.
Accounts. Yeah.
I like on Instagram, especially, and like Twitter lately, I've been getting like upwards of like 30 to 50 million views a month. So it's been a lot of people who may want to talk to me.
And you mentioned Elon Musk. If he did slide into your DMs, would you date Elon?
I would not. Unfortunately, he's too old for me, but he did repost me on X 2 weeks ago. So if you want to keep reposting me or give me a Tesla, thank you.
All right. Cool. There you go. That's really interesting. So it was 5, 15. No, you're 15 to 20, right? 7.
The Snapchat count?
And then.
Oh, yes, Snapchat. Damn, that's a lot too.
That I can't even count.
Yeah. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, look, I know that this is the case for a lot of women, but the sexual optionality that like the average woman gets, maybe some of you aren't average, but probably most of you are. No offense. You guys have the same sexual pull as like A-list celebrities that are male. A-list celebrities, famous musicians, top-tier musicians, professional athletes. It's just interesting to note. But anyways, moving on with the relationship status. What about you?
I'm in a committed 4-year relationship.
All right. How did you guys meet?
We actually met in high school. In I think 11th grade. Yeah, in 11th grade.
All right, cool.
Love story.
Yeah.
And that's your longest.
I love you.
That's your longest relationship.
My last relationship.
Longest.
It was the same. It was 4 years.
You had another 4-year relationship.
But we were like kids, so I don't really like count it.
Who broke up with who in that one?
I did.
Okay. What about you?
I've been single for the past 4 months.
All right. Longest relationship?
2 years.
2 years. Who broke up with who?
He broke up with me.
Was that the one that ended 4 months ago?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, why did he break up with you?
I had like some unhealed trauma from my exes that I brought the baggage like into our relationship. A lot of trust issues. You know, it's two entertainers dating each other, so we had to deal with that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So you've been single for 4 months. Any rebound or anything like that?
I'm still like trying to work things out with him, like trying to heal for myself, but also like hopefully to attract him back in like a healthier way. But amongst that, I've kind of been like seeing other people. It's been teaching me some new experiences.
Do you have a roster currently?
Of course.
How big is the roster?
I like to keep my options. I like quality over quantity. So right now, like 2.
Okay. And are
3
you?
to 5.
Sorry, what?
It depends on what for.
Healed?
Seriously, like 2, but
So it's not a roster, it's like a starting 5.
yeah, we got like exactly starting 6 maybe.
And have you healed the trauma that was causing you so much trouble?
Well, the more people I encounter, sometimes it makes me realize like maybe I was the crazy one and like I need to kind of chill out.
I still need to go to therapy.
When you say you were the crazy one, so what conduct were you doing that was crazy?
Just a girl on her little FBI investigation stuff. You know, I didn't like seeing him up under every girl's pictures, liked by so-and-so. Or when guys don't want to see me in the club, but their following looks like the entire list of girls from the club. So stuff like that, I would check his following. I would see when it goes up. I'd see who he's commenting under. I'd check his location. Yeah, and I had a lot of time throughout the day. We lived together too, so I was like on him for everything. I tried to not check his phone for the longest because I knew that's what made me crazy in my past relationship, but sometimes a passcode slips into my peripheral and you know this leads to that, and I'm really trying to work on it. I know that's some baggage that I need to heal. Yes.
A couple times.
A few
And
times.
was that behavior due to unhealed trauma?
Yeah, from being cheated on in my past and also like going back to them and stuff. So
How soon into the relationship did you start looking at his phone?
before we even got into an actual relationship. Yeah.
So like a week in?
Oh, sorry. Looking at his phone. Sorry, I thought you said his following. His following I did early. The phone wasn't until like a year into us living together.
Okay, so how many different times did you check his phone?
Maybe like twice. Because the first time I didn't see anything. I was like, that can't be right. So I checked it a second time, and I'm like, okay, maybe he is actually clean.
I think it's a negative feedback loop that this is like a very common thing that people deal with in relationships on the male and female side, that when women aren't secure in relationships, it makes them us crazy and girls start doing things like that. But then also when you do things like that, it pushes away any chance of normalcy. And this is just a product of modern dating and like the issues that, and I think it's the reason that people aren't entering relationships and they're not finding their happy ever after. And it's sad. And hopefully we can just move past this whole social media stage.
Did you tell him that you went through his phone?
Yeah, I did, because I was like, why did you like her entire story highlight? You said I didn't have to worry about this coworker. I knew y'all were fucking. I just went in, and he almost moved out, and we had to call my parents and talk about it, and yeah.
So you went crazy on this guy?
I tried not to. I was like watching him sleep. I couldn't. I was like, no, I gotta wake him up. I couldn't. What? I was ruminating in my thoughts.
You watched him sleep?
Because I was like, should I wake him up? Like, is it really that
big
pressing?
of a deal?
Yeah.
Wake his ass up.
Who is this? Me.
Wait, but why were you watching him sleep?
No,
Debate
just because I was
sure he didn't
debating
cheat
if
in
I
his
should
sleep.
wake him up or not.
Sorry,
be dreaming
I'm sorry.
about.
Repeat. Sorry, again?
I was just deciding whether or not to wake him up. Like, should I act out
Why?
and crash out or no?
Wait, what do you mean? Wake him up for what?
Because I wanted to know. I had been having my suspicions about his like shift lead at work. He would work like overtime all of a sudden at like a nursery, like a senior
You guys lived
caregiving
together?
one. Yeah, for a year.
So he
was working hard?
Well, so he started taking overtime shifts and started following his coworker on Instagram.
But
and
you guys live together, so why would you be watching him? Couldn't you just talk to him before he went to bed?
I did. So I like drove his car and I saw a footprint. I thought I saw a footprint in the windshield, and I was like, whose footprint is that? Like, are y'all fucking on your lunch break or something? Like, is this your shit?
Your mind just keeps on going.
I literally like measured it because I was like, is this your footprint or is this a female's footprint? So
if I was your lawyer, I'd be like, girl, you know?
Okay.
I just be
We're getting into legal territories.
So at what point during all of this did you manage to put the cuckoo back in the clock?
Still working on that.
So we're okay.
Yeah, so how early into the relationship were you looking at his following list? Like immediately?
Like the first week, because he's a model. Like, he's on set with other models. He's an aspiring actor. I like can't fathom all the female co-stars and stuff he meets on a daily basis.
Were you guys like exclusive right away, pretty much, or?
Pretty much. It was kind of the sense that like, oh, I'm telling my guy friends like, you're my girlfriend and stuff like that, and I'm like, okay, let's wait to make it official, but we know we're exclusive. You know?
How soon did you guys move in with each other?
After a year of being together.
Okay, after a year. And was that a push by you or by him, or?
My grandpa had passed away, so my mom was gonna move back with my grandma, and then I just had like a whole house with empty rooms, had to find some roommates. So it was kind of like last minute, but it's something that we had planned anyway to move in together.
Did you charge him rent?
Yeah.
Like
he ain't about to live rent free.
Fair market value? Or?
We had the master bedroom, so we paid the most like out of the house, but we split it, yeah.
All right, and let's see. So, what was his reaction? Because you told him you'd check his phone and then you'd tell him afterwards, right? Because you felt guilty, or you still wanted to confront him about nothing?
Well, I mean, he had followed his coworker, let's say in January 2024. So why did he like all of her entire gym highlights from 2022? Little photos of her in her tight little leggings, her booty progress photos. When he could have liked any other story of maybe like her going out to eat at restaurants or her traveling, but no, he specifically only liked the one of her gym highlights.
Now, had you had a conversation with him prior to this happening that you are uncomfortable with him liking or following?
Yes.
Okay, and what did he say to that?
He said that he would stop. He wouldn't do anything that doesn't align with a relationship.
Okay. And then I'd like to investigate a little bit of your conduct in the relationship.
So he was totally reasonable?
As far as doing things publicly, I didn't like when he was commenting like fire emojis under photos of girls in lingerie, and I'm like, that doesn't look good reflecting on our relationship. You know, you just need to respect our relationship.
Now, let's I would like to investigate a bit of your conduct here, though. You mentioned that you would be going out to the bars and clubs, correct? And would you also do modeling? Is that correct? Or
more like freelance, not like signed.
Okay. You have your public Instagram, though. Would you be posting revealing photos on your Instagram?
Yes, and he would as well.
Of himself?
Yeah, like shirtless
photos. I think it's
photos.
totally different between men and women on this. Well, we went around the table and all of you said that you guys get 5, 15, 20, you get 15, 20 DMs per day by men. Women don't really, at least at the same frequency, slide into men's DMs. And in fact, we can test this right now.
I do.
How many DMs do you guys slide into?
I do it all the time.
Let's just do, how many DMs
Maybe like one or two.
Hold on. How many total DMs have you ever sent to a man on Instagram displaying some sort of romantic, not just like, oh, I don't know.
There's just one guy
romantic.
that I do.
Go ahead. What about you? How many DMs have you sent in your entire life?
It's a tough one. I mean, less than 5, I'd say.
Less than 5. What about you?
Just my boyfriend.
0. Okay.
Maybe 3.
Oh, you slid into your boyfriend's DM.
Well, always, every time he posts, yeah. You mean like otherwise, or?
That's not how you met, though. You didn't slide. That's not how you met, correct?
Oh, initiate? No, we met through school.
Okay. All right. What about you? How many DMs have you sent out?
At least like maybe 3 guys I can
Total.
remember.
Okay. What about you?
0.
0. How about you? How many DMs have you sent?
3.
3.
12.
12. Okay. What about you?
Yeah, none really.
None. Debra, what about you?
Damn. I believe in getting what you want and asking for what you want. I've definitely slid into a handful of men's. Yeah, Ryan. A handful of men's DMs. And one of them worked out. I ended up like going on dates with him later on in life. And I'm
How
a
many
fan.
though?
How many in total?
Yeah.
I don't know how many came to fruition, but like at least 10.
Yeah, they didn't.
Yeah, no,
You
at
sent
least
the DM.
10.
At least 10.
At least 10.
Okay. And then
be
I'm pretty
honest,
sure
I'm a fan of that.
I'm pretty
Got it
sure
like that.
To be honest, I'd rather go hunt down who I want than have them come to me. Like,
Yeah, that's
I like
great,
to
but-
I like that too.
But in any case,
In person, though.
every single girl here has received orders of magnitude more DMs than you've sent out. So this is why, this just to explain the differential here. Like, the amount of sexual pursuit and intention that you guys get as women is totally different. So like, if you as a girl, you post a revealing photo, that's like actually advertising. Whereas when a man does that, posts a revealing photo, like what, he posted a shirtless pic, mind you, he's also
Or in the gym.
he's also a model, correct? So that's also, in addition to that, within the purview of his profession, massive differential.
I do want to point out though that like when I have slid into these men's DMs, it's for hopes of like going on a date with them or thinking that they're like a stand-up guy that can maybe be my future husband. Whereas the DMs that I receive, I'm sure at least half of them are people who just would want to have sex or things of that nature, or just for the sake of like, oh, I took her out stuff. So obviously I want to give the benefit of the doubt to the male followers that are messaging me, but I don't know what their actual intentions are, whereas I know all of those 10 at least have been like genuine relationship intentions. I can't say the same for the other ones necessarily.
Yeah, I
agree
mean,
with
I'd be
you.
willing to grant to you that it's probably more likely that a man's intentions men's intentions might be more casual in nature. But I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, even you admitted earlier that most of the DMs you have received have been fairly polite. I wouldn't be surprised. And also just given probably, I assume the men who are interested in you probably lean a bit more conservative, which would indicate to me that they're probably a bit more interested in long-term relationship as opposed to like some soy boy who's just trying to fuck you because that's what soy boys do, I guess. I don't know. They're
Like
not really
fuck boys?
interested.
They don't even get women soy boys.
Well, that's probably also true. So
They get other men.
But in any case, I do think there's a difference. Like if a guy posts a photo on Instagram, it's not going to elicit the same level of attention that
As
a
a woman.
woman posting a revealing photo will receive. But
Post one and let's see, Brian. Let's test it.
I mean,
Bust the thong out.
like the amount of
Little gym thirst trap like you guys like to do.
the Borat Mankini is coming. So okay, going back to you though, you were what was it? You were posting revealing photos on Instagram.
Like photos of me at the beach in a bikini, not like
Yeah, that's revealing.
lingerie photos.
Sure,
but it's
still
like
revealing.
a girl can't be at the beach on my
A guy
Instagram.
can't like his coworker's Instagram? Like you have to.
That's my way of sliding into guys' DMs. That's why I took it as disrespectful.
What do you mean?
Because I'll like a guy's story if I think he's looking cute.
Yeah, that's not
I
sliding
won't go
into a
as
DM,
far
that's-
as like messaging them. So I felt like to him that was
Into
him
the mic,
showing
please.
him showing extra love to his coworker that didn't need to be shown when she has already
Do you go to bars and
finds
clubs?
you attractive. What was that?
Do you go to bars and clubs?
Yeah, because promoters like pay me. They're like bring out girls and
So?
we'll pay you. So,
let me
it's
ask you
a
a
money
question.
opportunity
so
for me.
if you live in Los Angeles, right?
Orange County.
Okay, you're close enough. So if somebody like hey, can you guys shut the fuck up, please?
yeah.
Thank you. Guys, we told you before the show, you can't be doing sidebar conversations. What?
Can we kind of get up to get something?
No, you can go to the bathroom. Go
Okay,
ahead.
that's what I was asking her because I'm like falling asleep. I need like some energy. That's what I was asking. Like one at a time.
Yeah, there's energy shots back there, but kindly don't speak
Sorry.
as instructed.
I just didn't know if we could get up. Like,
Yeah, you can get up.
Okay.
That's totally fine.
Okay.
You can use the bathroom. You can get an energy shot.
All right.
Before I was interrupted, so you said because do you want to get up?
Yeah, I'll
You
get up
can?
in a second.
All right. So you were saying that you go out to the bars and clubs because you were being paid, right? So if a porn producer reached out to you and offered to pay you to shoot a porn, wouldn't your boyfriend have an issue with that?
Okay, it's different though. I'm getting paid to sit in a section, like a secluded VIP section where I'm not even on the dance floor or at the bar with guys. I'm literally getting drinks to my table. I'm in a section with just me and my girls. They'd rather me bring girls out to a club than guys.
Why,
So it's
but
not like
why
I'm
do
surrounded
they
by
want the
guys.
girls there? Why do
That's
they-
a club promoter. They want to
Why-
have girls
okay.
in the
Squishing
club.
you.
How do they make money at the club?
Well, the girls bring the guys in, and the guys pay for sections and
So-
bottles and drinks
but why?
at the club.
So do you? But okay, let's examine that. Why do they even pay to have women show up at these clubs?
It's for appeal.
Appeal to who?
to
club,
their
right?
audience. It could be
Appeal
ladies
to men.
spending money on bottles
So
too.
women go to bars to hit on other women? Are you going? Were you?
I've been hit on by women at
Sure.
bars. Yeah.
You also get hit on by men at bars?
Yes, but
Okay.
I keep it respectful because I'm in a relationship.
Doesn't matter.
Not the type to go out, give out my number, go like their stories on
So
Instagram.
did he tell you he doesn't want you going out to bars and clubs?
He just doesn't want me to extend the connection further than the clubs. Like, don't try to give them your number or connect with them on Instagram.
But you were still basically. How often would you go out to bars and clubs?
Like bi-weekly, monthly,
Wait, so twice a week or twice a month?
once every 2 weeks, or like once a month. It depends on how often they reach out to me.
Okay. And it sounded like. So did he have issues with you going out to these bars and clubs?
He would make his little jokes about like me wearing revealing stuff or going out with my single girlfriends who might influence me to do single things.
So he didn't want you to do that,
Yeah.
but you did it anyways.
He never said explicitly don't go to clubs and bars. He just said
He
don't
doesn't
go
like
giving
it.
them your number.
Why? I don't understand. He says he doesn't like it. Why does he then need to actually articulate?
Because he would go out to the bars with his boys, and I
Yeah.
had to be okay with it. I wouldn't have to stop him from that. But what I wouldn't want him to go do is go to the bar with his coworker that I think he's flirting with. You know, I'm going out with my girlfriends. If he's going out with his guy friends, it's fine. It depends on who you're going out with.
Yeah, but again, this comes back to the differential between men and women. So as a guy, if you go to a bar or a club, while I'll grant that on rare occasions a woman might approach you, this is exceedingly a rare occurrence. So it's totally different. So when you go out to the bar or club, you can be pretty certain that you're going to get approached. Like if I go out to a bar or club, there's no world where I can expect, oh yeah, tonight like 3 girls are going to hit on me and want to fuck me tonight and
You'd
put in
be
all the
surprised.
work to try to fuck me tonight.
You'd be surprised.
When I was younger, I've been to bars and clubs. That's
but
not
it's
how it
different
works.
now. Women are
Doesn't
very
matter.
more like,
No, they're
you know,
not.
you're out here
No,
sending
they're
DMs.
not.
We're out here shooting our shot.
It's-
Like, it's different now.
What
I
define
run away
shooting
from
your
men in the
shot?
clubs 9 out of 10 times, honestly.
Okay,
Yeah.
you don't find love in the clubs. But
Yeah.
if you want to find a drink, you know, like it's easy to.
Yeah, girls don't approach in the club. I mean, you can say that, but that's total cap. How many times have you approached a guy in the club?
Well, to get like a drink or to get in their section,
To have sex with them.
Oh, no.
no, 0.
So hold on, you're being so disingenuous right now. So you'll approach a guy to get his alcohol, but you don't have any actual romantic interest.
Yeah.
Whereas what I'm taught, so you're not like actually.
That's the only time I would approach a guy.
So you just defeated your own argument. So there's no
What
risk.
argument?
So essentially, you're just saying there's absolutely no risk of a guy going to a club and actually having a woman sexually pursue him.
I mean, if your man is like a model and he's attractive enough, I think that women would gravitate towards him. But like, as a woman, I wouldn't go approaching men with the intent to sleep with them. I would be approaching them with the intent to get a free drink or like to get a seat at their VIP section so I don't have to stand in my heels all night at the club.
Right.
That's
So,
it.
but when I say women don't approach men, when I'm talking about, I'm not. Yeah, I guess technically you're approaching them so you could procure alcohol. That's not really what
And
I'm
have, like,
talking about.
a
When
night.
men approach women, they're typically trying to procure a relationship or a sexual experience or something like that. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. By your own admission here, you've just said that, okay, well, women don't really go to the club to do that really, whereas men do. This would seem to further establish my position.
I still said I go to the clubs to sit at VIP sections and hang out with my homegirls and get free drinks.
Yeah, but
I started with that initially and I'm ending with that too. Whether the free drinks come from a promoter who's paying me to bring girls to the club and giving me free bottles, or it's coming from guys who are paying for these sections and bottles.
Why do you think guys go to clubs?
For the ladies, for sure.
Okay.
To get late, right?
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
So this
They're
is
not getting that from me though.
why do girls go to the club?
To dance.
To dance
To
with
dance.
their girls, to listen to good music,
be
dress
a
up, be
dancing
cute,
queen.
take photos for the Instagram.
Drink some good liquor.
I just
You know,
go
Having an
Casa
excuse to wear
Azul, 1994,
heels.
you know.
I do tend to see women though mostly not go to clubs where there's only women to dance. That's really strange.
Where are there
you would
clubs
think
with
you would
only
think, for
women?
instance,
I would love
that
those
if
clubs.
it were true that women only wanted to go to the club so that they could dance with other women to tell each other how cute they were, that they would go to a club that was exclusively for women.
Do they
but
have
they
those?
don't do
They
that.
do have
That's
girls'
super-
nights.
Hang on.
Yeah.
I didn't
That's
know
super
what they
strange. Can you explain why that is?
Well, actually, when I was out in New York trying to look at the nightlife, they had like LGBTQ nights and like lesbian nights, and they're like all the girls and the gays are invited. And I was like, I would love to go to something like that. Have to not be worried about a guy trying to sexualize you. Yeah, prey on you. Exactly. Like, I would love to go to one of those too.
So some clubs may have a gay night where you can go in and hang out with gay women, I guess. But
Or just girls' nights
99% of the time that you have gone to a club, my assumption is that there are men at those clubs, yeah?
Mm-hmm. But the men aren't why
not go
I'm
to a club?
coming.
Why not? Well, so why not go to a club where there's no men, where it's just exclusively
Do you
women?
know a club where there's only women? Let me know. I'll be there.
Yeah, well, you would think if this was a viable model that one of you, the glorious entrepreneurs who own 50,000 businesses, would simply start an all-women's club.
You know, I
And
actually
you
might.
should hit
That's a
it
good
as
idea.
soon as you get out of
That's a
the
good idea.
ballpark,
I'll
right?
take
I
that.
already own an all-girls company
Next
anyways.
business is a
Well, it's
new
interesting.
female.
It's interesting to me because you just said that your perception of the club experience is men preying on women. Wouldn't that further establish men having more pretext and justification for not wanting their girlfriends to go to the club? Because by your own admission, men prey on women in these environments, but women don't typically prey on men in these environments.
Yeah, but
So
I
that's
also
another
said,
differential that just further establishes my position that if you're in a relationship with a woman, she should not be going out to a bar or club.
But it's kind of
Thank
like
you.
double
Thank you for
standard.
making my
VIP
point. I
sections
appreciate
though.
it. What's
The
that?
guys like prey on you. They stand by the bar and they look at you, or they're on the dance floor looking at you
So just
from
to
the
be
corner
wait,
of the
so
club.
your experience of going to nightclubs and bars is men
VIP sections.
men prey on you. Why the fuck would you go to these environments?
What if you
Explain
take
that
out
to
your
me.
man with you?
Just where
Is that
else?
different?
I invite him to all the clubs with me too.
Does he go?
Yeah, and he's like, all your guy friends
That's-
just want to fuck you. This and that.
Why would you go to as a guy? Why would you go to the bar if you already have a girl?
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no reason as a guy to go to a bar or nightclub absent trying to find a woman. You already have a woman. So
think
why
it's
would
the
you go
same.
there with her?
I think it's the same for girls too. And every relationship that I've been in, unless I was with them, I didn't go to clubs or bars, because if I was going out, I would want them there. And I think as women, we can all admit that when you get drunk at a club, you are looking for a companion, and like that is the goal of going there. So like if you're in a relationship, for me at least, like if I'm drinking and I'm not with a boyfriend, then like that's the only person I want to be with. So I personally haven't, and it's just like a natural decision. I've never been asked not to. I just think it's something I'm gravitate towards, you know?
Sure.
So no one here has been to a women's only club or like a femme event? No?
Well, I would assume that let's assume for a moment that all of them have, right? Just for like the sake of argument. There's no possible way that that's 99% of the experiences, right? Not most of the time that women are going to clubs, they're not going to same-sex clubs so that they can dance so that other girls can see. They're going to clubs with the opposite sex because they want to get their drink spot, right? I mean, isn't that actually the case?
And they want
They
attention
want to get the drink spot.
and validation.
Well, I don't drink alcohol at all, so I'm not going to a club for alcohol at all. I'm going to like get stress out and dance and actually enjoy myself, because I don't really like involving myself around people, period. They stress me out.
Yeah, well, and that may be true, but you would have to admit that you're an exception to the rule, right? So it's not that all women always only go to clubs for the purposes of having drink spot to them, right?
No.
But most women seem to go to clubs so that they can dance, and they want to go to clubs where men are because those men will buy their drinks, right? I mean, is that not the case? Or do you think that most women go to clubs because they don't want their drink spot when they could go to a same-sex club?
I mean, being single now and going out to the clubs with my girls, we don't just kind of like depend on a man to buy us drinks. We'll pregame before. I also don't drink too much myself, so I'll be smoking before. But my ex
If you're
did end
pre-gaming,
up-
then you're planning on it. So literally, if you're pre-gaming, that is planning. So you're saying,
Planning what?
What do we do if the guys don't buy our drinks? Well, then we'll buy our
Well,
drinks.
because you don't have to
right?
depend on a man
That's
to go
literally
out and
planning
have
to
a good
drink
night with
spot
your
for you.
homegirls. You can supply your own drinks, so it doesn't always have to boil down to a man. But my ex did end up becoming a club promoter anyway, so his job ended up becoming to get all the girls to come to the VIP section, and I had to be okay with that during our relationship too. I didn't like the thought of him being at a table with 10 girls in a section at the club, getting them free drinks
Yeah,
all
but
night.
earlier you said, wait, that makes no sense, because earlier you said, yeah, but the reason I do this socialization is because it's like for networking purposes and because you're making that money. But somehow when he's doing the socialization, because he's making that money, that's bad.
Because I'm going with just me and my homegirls. He's going and he has to find other girls from the club. He's not there with his boys. He's not there with his girl best friends. He's there finding girls like me and my friends to bring out to the clubs. But we also broke up for that reason. Because neither of us liked that both of us were going to be
We do have to get through the rest of it.
So it's rules for he, but not for she?
He had to go follow these girls on Instagram. I didn't. I was there to look pretty at the table, get free drinks with my girlfriends all around me.
But-
and when you
Yeah,
travel
but, I
in
mean,
packs
it's a
with more
job for
girls,
both of you,
it's
right?
more intimidating for guys to come approach you as a girl in a group of 8 instead of me being like alone on the dance floor by the bar. Then a guy would come up and approach me. But I'm literally in secluded sections. There's like ropes, there's bodyguards and stuff around us. Like no man praying is just gonna come up on me.
Yeah,
Wait,
but the idea here still is that you're doing this for money, he was doing this for money, right? So
But
it
I
just,
also said the extent of us connecting stayed in the club. I only ever talked to people if they were in the club. They never got my number or my Instagram. He would have to connect with these girls outside of the club, get their number, get their Instagram, and bring them into the club, is what I'm saying.
because that was his job?
Yes.
Yeah. So
But he's getting paid for it. But y'all are saying I can't get paid for it and do the same thing. It's different being a girl.
I'm holding you to your standard, right? I'm not saying what you can or can't do. I'm just saying that if your standard is, look, I need to obsess over this dude because, every click, that he does on anybody's Instagram, that could be that he's having an affair or something like this, which is legitimate. I just think that if you're also going to the club and doing the same type of nightlife, even though it may have a slightly different context, it seems fair that if you say it's okay for me to do it because there's money involved, that you would apply that same standard to him, right?
Yeah, the ratio of me going out is 9 girls to maybe 1 promoter. But when it's him, it's going to be the 1 promoter to the 9 girls that he's going to be around. It's just different. That's
Well, I
all
don't know why. Like, because you add friends, somehow it makes it better. Like, I don't. Are your friends just like holding you to account, or they like, girl, you can't do X, Y, and Z? No, they're not holding you to account, right? They're out
that's
partying,
what my
right? Like
friends
rock
do.
stars.
My friends are loyal, so they would be the type to promote monogamy in the club and not promote cheating behaviors.
Yeah. So okay. Have you said you went out with your boyfriend, right?
I'd always invite
You
him.
guys would go out together. Were there ever any situations when you were out with him where like some drunk guy said something, maybe did something, and he had to intervene in some sort of way? Or
Happens all the time to me.
He was not too confrontational. He's more of like if they really do something to us, then we'll fight back.
But has something like that happened?
Yeah, just kind of like verbal stuff, but I kind
Did
of
you- were
knew
you
how
ever-
to fend them off myself, so he never had to step in.
Were you ever disappointed that your boyfriend didn't step in?
A little bit.
Yeah, this
but
is
I never wanted
precisely
anything to go down.
PSA to all the men viewing. Never go with your girl. First off, don't date girls who go to bars, clubs, parties. Second off, never go out in any sort of environment where there's alcohol with your girl. It's the amount of men I've seen get sparked up in a fight because the girl, I don't know, bro. Don't do it, gentlemen. Don't go out with your girl because either
like a
you're
bonding
in the
moment,
situation
though.
here. You're in the situation here where she's disappointed in you for not stepping up to some drunk idiot in a bar, or you do step up and either you fuck the guy up and then you catch a case, or you get fucking brain damage because he knocks you out. You fucking hit your head on the concrete on the floor. Boom, boom, boom. Whatever it is. So. I know you laugh, but I mean, this shit happens all the time.
Yeah, I never wanted to get to that point. That's why we just
Yeah, but it's just like
keep to
stupid.
ourselves.
It's so stupid to go out with your girl.
But isn't it like a bonding moment for you and your partner to go out, have drinks together, dance together, have a good night together, come home? No? I thought that was fun.
Why? How's it?
Until
Why can't you go like do normal couple
What
shit
happened
like
at
that
board
movie?
games?
I thought that was normal couple shit to go out not every night, every
Go out to
weekend,
the
but once
bars
in a
and,
while.
like,
Hiking?
Why?
I mean, that was because my ex, that's what he liked to do, so I would always go with him.
I mean,
to
that's
the bars.
fine. Look, people can do it. I just think it's really ill-advised for men because of some dumbass in the... Look, I'm not excusing the actions of these other men who get drunk or whatever, but like, it's gonna fucking happen.
It happens.
As a guy,
It's
yeah,
happened.
you don't want to like be the one who like, okay. And also, like, half the fucking fights I've ever seen in these sorts of environments, it's over a chick.
Yeah, and also can we point out that there's a distinction between going to your local pub with your significant other and having dinner and some beers or drinks or something like that, and then going home for that bonding, versus going to a nightclub that's filled with 90% singles, including drunk, horny men. That seems like a recipe for disaster. I don't know why that would need to be part of the bonding, position
that would be
for
kind of
couples.
different.
I've seen people literally like get paramedics come, fucking permanent brain damage from
I've
some
had like guys try to
drunk
come
fight.
up to me asking like, oh, do you want a drink? And my man's like, oh, she's with me and she doesn't want a drink from me. And I was like, see, like stuff like that.
Yeah, but you said you've seen like those situations where
And it happens.
the guy says some dumb shit,
All the
boyfriend's
time.
got to fucking got to do something about it.
Yeah, but again, I mean, we also know. I mean, I don't think people are so ignorant they don't know where the party spots are, like where the singles are, and the younger men, younger women are. Again, I think the big difference if you go to TGI Fridays and you have a couple of drinks and the baby back ribs versus going to a nightclub. It seems like I don't know why you'd need to go to a nightclub in order to bond. That just seems strange.
Because like sometimes the DJs play good music that you wouldn't get at TGI Fridays or the pub around the corner from your house, and it's
Put
just
in
a
your
different
AirPods.
and a different ambiance. Like you come out and it's nice. You want to step out in your Louboutins
With
and
your
in your
man,
nice
looking
gown.
cute.
Yeah, I don't want to come dressed out to TGI Fridays just to come back home and like change into some PJs. Like I want to dance with him on the dance floor and like get it on like Usher style. Like we in the club.
Why can't you do that at home?
Yeah, you're still.
I mean, you
still-
can, but I mean,
Right.
I can just play something off my Bluetooth speaker and it's just
Put the
us
R&B
dancing,
station
like,
on.
Yeah, I guess we can.
I mean, personally, I
But
only
it's a
had really
different
good
vibe.
experiences with my man at the club.
Me too.
And I've been a couple times with him. I never had one bad experience. It's always super fun.
Like partying with
It
your
depends
partying
on-
with your
I'm
with
just
your
really
person.
curious,
Just
like,
me personally.
Look, I'll grant that I'm like
You want to party with your person?
highly introverted and like I fucking hate bars and clubs and shit.
Okay.
Can you guys actually make like a compelling argument or articulate like what is actually fun about going to the bar? I can kind of understand.
can.
Hold on. I can kind of understand it a bit more from the woman's perspective. Free drinks, you're getting all kind of attention, male validation, et cetera, et cetera. I guess girls like to dance or whatever the fuck. Why? Like, what's actually fun about it? And then perhaps like, what would even on top of that? What's actually fun about it for a guy? Like, I just don't understand it whatsoever.
I think it's dancing with your girl. Personally,
Her
I mean,
shaking
my
ass
man,
on you, right?
Yeah, like my man always has so much fun. Like when we're just dancing together, and there's not much places where we can just go and just dance and have fun.
Yeah.
And it's dark too, so you're not really like looking at him and like, oh, like he's dancing bad. Like, yes, we're both just having fun, like drunk or not. Like
And
we
the
don't need
music
liquor
too.
Yeah, the
Depends
music
if
be
you go see a
vibing.
DJ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a companionship being.
comparable.
There's a companionship being with your person and partying together, and enjoying
Yeah, there
that.
definitely is.
Concerts.
It's a vibe for sure.
Okay.
It's a vibe. I like
Yeah,
partying
it
with my
is, it is.
Are you maybe too old for that?
I mean, even
I mean,
I'm 23,
you
so I'm still a
realize-
party girl. A
You
little bit.
realize that while perchance you may think that Brian is currently ancient, just a few years ago he was not. So the thing is like, and clubs, believe it or not, existed when Brian was your age. So it's like, I don't know why like we don't have a frame of reference here. Definitely have a frame of reference.
You never went to the club for a show?
Oh, like, I mean, I went a little bit when I was younger. I was never a big drinker though.
You didn't go to people watch? You look like a people watcher.
It does.
Your whole show is people watching. You
Sort
love
of.
people
No, I
watching.
mean, I went, but it was like, I don't know.
It's free entertainment. It's free people watching and drunk people.
Honestly,
it's hilarious.
it was never. I don't know. The whole
for
experience
everybody.
was
The
not.
best
not for
place to find
everybody.
that is out in public
It's
in
for
a
us,
park
though.
bench, not in a club.
Yeah. So okay. Last thing, I guess, on this whole bar thing, then we need to get the rest of people's relationship status. I guess going back to the whole differential thing. I guess what I was trying to get to is. You guys do acknowledge, I know that, like, look, I'll even grant that you guys go to the club just to have fun and dance, and it's not necessarily to meet men, but you guys do acknowledge, like, maybe not you, but you have a girlfriend who, like, she's gone out one night and she's like, I want to meet a guy. Have you guys had
Yeah.
that experience maybe for yourself? I know a lot of you are in long-term relationships or whatever. But you will admit, like, some women will go out with the hopes of maybe a guy flirting with them or something. Sure.
That's the only reason that my friends will want me to come out with them, honestly. It's not my forte, but you got to support your girls. But we've always said that, like, for us going out, just at least my friend group, like, the pregame is the best part of the night out. It's not the club. Like, my two best friends in New York, we will be at the bar or whatever for probably pregame for 2 hours, go to the bar for 20 minutes, then leave, get pizza, go home, be like, we had so much fun together.
That sounds like a great night. I love that.
I think I've just grown out of it.
What is pregame?
But let me
Drinking beforehand, having some cocktails, listening to music, finishing your makeup.
Girly time.
Yeah,
comes from tailgating.
And you guys, those of you who've been out, you guys do acknowledge that when you do go out, there are men there who are interested in, like, hitting on you, sexually pursuing you, et cetera, et cetera. You guys acknowledge that, right?
That's like anywhere we go.
Grocery
out on the
store,
street. Yeah, you can walk to the grocery
The
store.
gas station.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you could be at Trader Joe's, a guy could come approach you. I would say it's probably more anticipated that it's going to happen at a bar or nightclub.
Exactly.
And also, like, I don't know, shit goes down in the bars and clubs. Like, I don't know, I don't think in the history of Trader Joe's there's ever been, like, a guy approaches a girl and then, like, 5 minutes later he's, like, finger banging her or some shit.
That's true.
That sounds
I've seen, look, I've went to these clubs and parties and shit. I've seen stuff happen. You know, they'll hook up, they'll leave the club together, they'll fuck. Like, I don't know if in the history of Trader Joe's, that's maybe, who knows, some guy with, like, immaculate riz or some shit. But
Yeah.
That only happens at Home
reach
Depot.
for the lettuce
only
at
Home
the same
Depot.
time.
It goes down at Home Depot for sure. But so knowing this, I guess, and knowing, like, here's the difference, right? So men and women, we flirt differently. So, like you said earlier, like, the way you'll kind of flirt, right, is you might just like something. You won't actually slide into a DM. You'll go out to the bar or whatever. Even granting that when you do go to these environments, maybe that's not your intention, but have any of you met a guy from a party, bar, or club?
Yeah.
Yeah? Well, you guys have been in relationships forever. So.
Yeah, I have.
You have? What about you?
I would say so.
Yeah? Deborah, what about you? Barbara?
My longest relationship, actually, I met him in a club in Israel.
Okay. And so going into that, though, like, were you going out, though, with, like, I really want to meet a guy tonight?
I was on a program, so there was, like, a couple hundred of us that would go and, like, basically just take over the clubs that we went. So he was on
Birthright?
It was college in Israel.
Yeah. Okay.
Bar Ilan.
Yeah.
But there's a bunch of different programs like that, and he was on a different program, and then everybody just happened to be there that night, and then we made out in the club, and then we dated for, like, almost 2 years.
So it seems like, okay, here's the dilemma that I see, though. It's like, okay, so when you get into a relationship, because men and women flirt differently, I think we can all agree that neither the man or the woman should, like, you shouldn't go and actively approach somebody, right? Like, that would be cheating if the guy went up to a girl and, like, hit on her, right? That'd be cheating.
While in a relationship.
And that'd also be cheating if the woman went up to somebody and hit on them.
100%.
But this sort of ignores the, like, asymmetry between men and women. Women don't really do that. So the way that you guys flirt, and this is very, if your intention is to find a guy, and some of you have met men in these sorts of environments, the way that you will flirt is you'll put yourself in a position for men to come and approach you. That's your method of getting men.
But being exposed.
Yeah, you won't, like, really slide into a bunch of occasionally, but you won't, like, really slide into DMs. You won't, like, go up to men at these environments, but you'll put yourself in a position. Maybe you'll put yourself in proximity, stand next to them,
so you can see us.
You're saying it's like cat and mouse, essentially.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. So the way in which women will flirt doesn't change once they're in a
It's more
relationship.
So you say women
strategic.
bait?
It's more strategic,
No,
basically.
but hold on. I'll tell you what I'm getting at. And so, in a relationship, we only, like, shut down the ways in which men flirt. But there is no expectation really that's placed on women that men need to shut down the way you guys make yourselves available to men. So when you're in a relationship, a lot of women continue their single conduct. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but
The way we conduct ourselves when we're single would not be acceptable once we're in a relationship, but the way you guys conduct yourselves when you're single, that's never challenged, and I think it ought to be. So if you're in a relationship with a guy, you got to stop posting revealing photos. You got to stop dressing revealing, and you got to stop going out to bars, clubs, and parties. Even if you have no intention of approaching a guy, you know going to these events, you will be approached.
Some
in the
guys like that, though.
Hold
They
on.
like their girl getting attention.
Not really. So in the way that we have to shut down our options, you don't shut down your options when you guys are in a relationship, and I find that interesting.
But Brian, have you never had the experience with girls where you're just like, excuse me, do you have a tissue? And they're like, I have a boyfriend, don't speak to me. There are so many women who act like that, where they won't even
What's your
talk
name? My name
to
is
another
I have
man. Literally, like, I have a boyfriend. They're like, I'm just trying to seat you at your table for dinner. So I think it just comes on every side, but I definitely agree with you. And I think to take it a step further, that if you don't want to do that, if you're not with somebody who makes you want to, you know, just put his eyes on you and really only pursue that relationship, then I don't think you're with the right person. And I think every girl has experienced that, where a guy, when you're talking to a guy, he either makes you want to never speak to another man ever again, or reminds you how much better you can get, and then encourages you to date more and find a better match for yourself.
I'm perfectly willing to grant that there are women who are in relationships who go to these environments and they will shut down 100% of the men 100% of the time. That might very well be the case, although there's certainly situations where, like, I mean, women have a hypergamous nature. There very well could be a case. It's like, well, are we like in like an argument phase of our relationship, and this guy's like, I don't know, if this other guy who's stepping to you, if he's like exceptional in some additional way, like, you just got to close down your options. But even putting that aside, if you guys are looking to men to be leaders and to be protectors, one component of us being protectors would be we have to have some say and authority when it comes to your conduct and protecting the relationship. Because if you're going to these parties, let's say you have no intention of cheating, some guy could roofie you, we're looking out for you, I don't want you in the club, and somebody could put something in your drink, some guy could grab your ass and you feel terrible about it. And that's terrible behavior, but guys are drunk, they do that shit. I don't want to expose my girlfriend to that kind of conduct from other men. And also, just, I don't drink and party and all that stuff. So, like, I'm not dating women who do this for the most part anyways, but we're just trying to protect you. So
I like that point of view.
But that's why, like, when I said I get paid to go here, I know the promoters, like, they'll get us a section for me and my girls to sit at. So our drinks aren't anywhere near where it can get roofied on the dance floor, or guys aren't close enough to be smacking our ass. Like, we're literally sitting, enjoying ourselves in the club, and we have our own secluded area to dance if we did want to dance. We don't have to step onto the sweaty dance floor in close proximity with strangers.
I'm just curious, like, look, I'm not... there's different kinds of clubs, different kinds of environments. I mean, I know you're saying that, but, like, to me, just from a business perspective, the reason they have the women in the clubs is, like, the men, they want to talk to the women, they want to interact with the women. You're saying, well, you've got your little space. So you're saying, in the history of all the times you've been to a bar and you have your section, no guy has ever talked to you ever?
Well, I have single friends who are there with me, so they'll go off and mingle, or they'll go talk to some guys, and it's not technically me who's bringing guys to the clubs, but it's the girls that I bring. And, you know, guys see more girls are in the club, so they're willing to pay a cover fee, or they're willing to spend for a couple of drinks at the bar to get tipsy to go hit on some girls. They're willing to spend on the girls who are there to milk their money.
Throughout the course of your relationship, when you were going out to the bars and the clubs, did a guy at the club or bar ever say anything inappropriate to you? In fact, you already admitted to this, because you said there were a few times you were out, even with your boyfriend, and you were hopeful that he would intervene in some way, but he didn't because he's non-confrontational. Okay, so you even admitted that it happens.
Yeah, when you go out, even with your boyfriend, I feel like some guys have no regard for relationships. Sometimes having a man will make them want to hit on you more, some of my experience.
Okay.
Like, compete with him.
Yeah.
So that's even, I mean, that seems...
Sounds like a really good reason to not go out to the club.
But even being a singer-songwriter, when I go perform at all these clubs, bars, venues in LA, like, there are guys who are fawning over me in the crowd, and my boyfriend has to, like, witness this What can he do?
Not go to the bar or club?
He's just there to support me performing.
What, you're doing a performance.
I perform at clubs and bars too, and there's guys in the clubs and bars who find me attractive.
Okay. All right. Well, all right, guys, we have a couple chats here that I'm going to read, and then we'll get to the relationship status. We've got, actually, Debra, can I have you read these?
Yes.
If you can see.
Call me skeptical, but this chick wanted to lock down half of the marital I can't see.
Estate?
Marshall? No, I think it says marital. The cop's just
Marital
bugging.
estate.
I can read, guys. I swear. Marital estate before she blindsided him with the poly crap, at which point he was stuck in financial straitjacket. By the way, ...
Wait, hold on. Oh, sorry. This one. Okay, go ahead.
Continued. By the way, I'm a lawyer. Don't bullshit me. Dude got totally railroaded by the vile woman. Gents out there, eyes wide open.
I believe this is to you. Do you have a response to Lucas?
I guess you would know. Takes one to know one, baby.
Okay, cool. Rock and roll. Relationship status. What about you?
I have a pet.
Mm-hmm.
I have a pet, like a guy that acts like my dog.
Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I thought you were joking.
He sleeps on my floor on the dog bed.
He's like a sub? Is that what you call him? Or a slave?
He just does whatever I ask.
Servant?
So you have a master-slave BDSM dynamic.
Yeah, basically. I went.
You're being serious, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I got out of an abusive relationship about a year ago. The guy tried to strangle me like 5 times. Ran to the neighbor's
I'm
house.
not sure how that's relevant, but okay.
So I ended up with a
Well,
sub
because as you know, the best way to recover from being in an abusive relationship is to abuse somebody. Everybody knows that.
Well, I don't hit him or anything, and he.
Yeah, just humiliate him, make him sleep in a dog bed. Does he have a dog
I told him
bowl?
he could. I didn't tell him he had to. He asked me to buy him a dog bed.
Yeah, but I mean,
boy.
you do realize that there are mentally ill individuals out there who do mentally ill things, and that it is very enabling when a person's like, well, I know that you're mentally ill and sick in the head, that you'd be willing to sleep in a dog bed like a freak, but I'm going to go ahead and in some way get some sort of gratification from that. Like, what doesn't that say something bad about you?
I didn't think about it, but I guess I don't know. I take care of him financially. I pay all of his bills. Like,
Why?
Because I don't know.
She's the dom. She's the dom.
I just enjoy the comfort. It's
Do you peg him too?
I don't think so.
How would you would forget that, or how would you forget that?
I tell him he's a good boy, though.
Does he bark for you?
He probably would if I asked him to.
Is this around
Wait,
your
this is like
child?
Yeah, what kind of pet dynamic is this?
Have you seen?
Yeah,
this is
wait.
like that. Have you seen that Office episode where they like went to Jan's house, like Michael and Jan's house, and like Jan had the whole bed,
She walks in with the collar.
He has the ottoman.
Yeah.
That's kind of what it is, actually.
and then there's like a what's it called? You know, at the edge of the bed, there's a
Ottoman.
Ottoman. It was like an ottoman. He slept on the ottoman.
Are you being
Well,
100% serious?
Is it abusive if there's a contract that says he consents to this?
I mean,
Legally.
look, it is
An
a
NDA?
BDSM relationship. I
Okay.
suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if a man, for instance, were to have some type of contract with a woman that it was okay for him to, well, I don't know, smack her around whenever he felt like it, you would still consider that to be abusive, even though it was contractual, right?
I looked it up by law. It's technically, if it's consensual by a contract, you're okay.
You wouldn't think that was abusive?
I mean, if I don't like it and I'm saying no, then yeah, that's a form of abuse, I think.
How long has this been going on?
Well, I've known him for 8 years, but it became more of a thing recently.
How recently?
Like about a year now.
So you guys been together for a year?
We're not together.
Well, okay, hold on.
Do you take him
Okay.
on walks? Does he get little treats?
He actually thought that
on a
would be
leash?
funny. He's already talked about that.
Yeah. So, are you dating somebody else?
No. Okay.
Okay.
I have
so
commitment issues.
how long have you been single?
About a year, maybe a year and a half.
All right. Longest relationship?
12 years.
Was that the one that ended a year ago?
Oh no, I dated someone when I started dating when I was 10 years old, and I quit till my early 20s.
How old were they?
They're also 11.
Same age?
11.
And that was the 12-year relationship?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Who broke up with who in the 12-year relationship?
He admitted something openly that like he had gotten raped and then couldn't.
You gotta say essay, man.
Oh, essay.
Fuck.
Sorry, essay. That he got essayed and then he kind of ghosted me. I think he was just ashamed of the fact that he was violated.
Okay. Your relationship that ended a year ago, how long was that one?
That was a year.
All right. Who broke up with who?
He just got arrested, and it ended from there.
Arrested for what?
He tried to strangle me within 5 times with one night.
Was it consensual?
No. I ran to the next door neighbor. I was running away from him.
Was this the first time he tried to hurt you?
No.
Okay.
No, it was second, and after the second, it was just, that's done.
Right. Were you guys having an argument or?
No, he was drunk. He got mad about pizza. He ordered pizza, and then he passed out, and I put it in the fridge, and he got mad that I put it in the fridge. He started just freaking out on me and screaming at me.
Mental illness.
Okay. Why are you so attracted to mentally ill men?
Abusive men.
I don't know. I can't. I've never actually had a deep conversation with myself.
Childhood trauma, perhaps?
Yeah, probably.
The current guy that you're not seeing, but lives in your house and you pay all of his bills, do you have a carnal relationship with this gentleman?
Like what kind of relationship? I didn't hear.
Sexual? Is it a sexual relationship?
No, I really haven't had much sex in like a year. I would say it has been like twice, and then I just know it's not sexual anymore.
Wait, you've had sex with him?
Yeah, in
2
the
times.
very beginning, and then I just can't have sex with him anymore.
How often does he sleep on your floor?
Every night.
Oh, every night he comes over and sleeps. Oh, he lives in your house?
He doesn't leave my house.
Does he do your chores?
Yes.
Can you just break down like everything he does for you?
Holds my jacket. If I have girlfriends, he holds their jackets and purses. If I need him to walk to the grocery store, he will. If I get sick, he'll take care of me. If he gets sick, I take care of him. Yeah, everything. Any house chore I need done, he'll get done for me.
Okay.
He just doesn't drive.
Does he wear anything?
And is he older than you?
Yeah, he's 30.
Yeah. Okay. So the couple of quick questions. I'm just curious about if you think about what is mentally stable, right, or somebody who's not mentally ill, would you see it as a sign of perhaps abnormality? A man who is willing to sleep on the ground in a dog bed and be ordered about by a person who owned the place to the point where they would stand there as a coat rack or have endless demands put on them, which are essentially dehumanizing.
What is that? Will you repeat that first part of the sentence, please?
Yeah, would you consider that mentally stable?
Graffito Tagged donated $200. Girls, do men expect extremely kinky / weird stuff in bed due to corn becoming more extreme? Can you give examples? Have you ever had to break up because a sex act a guy wanted was too crazy for you?
We'll come right back to that, Graffito. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, sure. I'm just wondering, do you consider that to be mentally stable behavior?
I don't think he's mentally stable at all. I definitely know he's not mentally stable, but he's not capable of taking care of himself. I've tried to help him get his driver's license. I've tried to help him get.
I mean, are you a psychologist?
No.
I mean, so you can't make a diagnosis.
I guess you're right. I can't. But he doesn't.
About whether or not, hang on. About whether or not a person can take care of themselves, and even if he couldn't, and I'll just grant to you that he couldn't, wouldn't you then defer that to professionals who could assist him so that he could take care of himself rather than exploiting a mentally ill person, making them sleep on the floor like a dog? How is that not monstrous?
I guess I thought because it's consensual and he wants to be next to me all the time. I didn't think it was.
Is it consensual? If a mentally ill person gives consent, are they really giving consent?
He wasn't diagnosed as mentally ill, so I mean, I don't know. I never thought about this.
Sorry, Andrew, I just want to jump in. You mentioned before the show that you're a mother. If you have a mentally ill person that you acknowledge is mentally ill living in your home, how are you feel safe with your child around him? Why are you exposing your child to that?
My daughter loves him, and he's really good with my daughter too.
But you just said that he's mentally ill.
Well, I don't know what you guys considered mentally ill. He can take care of himself. He's good with kids.
Would bark like a dog if requested, stands as coat rack for you, sleeps on the floor like a dog, is treated as a pet by your admission.
But he's still a human.
I think that a person who would be willing to do that sounds like they have some screws loose. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but he's not he has a good heart. He's not a bad person.
I'm not blaming him. Yeah. I don't think he's bad. I don't think that the person here who's completely unwell
Well, she asked
is the
about my
bad
kid.
person.
She asked about my kid, and if he was a bad person, of course he wouldn't be around my kid. But he's not a bad person. He's actually really good with people.
But what do you think that is not sending some sort of message or like teaching your, you said it was a daughter, I believe?
Well, he doesn't do that. If my kid is there, I share co-parent with my sister. So if my sister like gives me, like we share custody, if my daughter's there, he doesn't do that around my daughter.
No, not only that, but do you not think that it's confusing your daughter to see her mother in a relationship with a man who's a doormat for her instead of like a loving monogamous relationship, or even not a monogamous relationship, but like a real partner?
You have a point. She kind of like, well, she kind of, I guess so, yeah, because she's dominant too. Like she kind of tells him what to do, and yeah, no, there's a point there, yeah.
Because like the father figure in your life, or at least whoever that is, maybe the stepdad, the dad who stepped up, whatever it might be in people's situations, I know that for women that really determines a lot about the future relationships that they engage in and what they expect for themselves and what they think they deserve. Like, shout out to my dad who would warm the car up every single morning before school when I was a kid. Like, do you not want better for your daughter than this? Don't you think you deserve a real partner in life who...
I think I'm just scared of men because I went through a year ago and I've known him for 8 years. So it's easy to be close to someone you're comfortable with than get abused again.
Have you ever thought of conquering that fear and like, I don't know, CBT therapy or something like that to really move past it instead of just have a man...
I'm trying to go to therapy, but every time I try to get therapy, it seems like there's always an issue trying to get a therapist to help with something. So I've definitely reached out to people. I've definitely asked for help, but like it seems like there's always like a insurance problem. If I get that fixed, there's another issue. Like,
well, have you thought about the idea that perhaps you're just a horrible person? Have you perhaps reconciled the fact that you could just be a fucking awful person who likes to do damage to men?
No, because I've had boyfriends say I'm a wonderful girlfriend. Like, I've had boyfriends...
When you make them sleep on the floor?
No,
and make them act as a coat rack for your friends? So you can demean them?
Technically, he's not my boyfriend, but when I've had boyfriends, I've cleaned their dishes, taken care of their dog, walked their dog. I've also been the one that takes care of all their stuff while they're paying the financial bills, and I just sit there and I take care of them.
You know, I think that there's an overemphasis often on the idea of therapy, therapists, and the fact that you need a mental health professional to come in. I think that the first step, honestly, is where's the common sense here? Like, I don't actually even understand. Like, where's the common sense?
This guy has the right to leave at any point.
If you make a man sleep on the floor like a dog and then publicly proclaim that he's your pet, right? You might be a horrible fucking person. Like, I don't know why you would need a psychologist.
Well, he has the right to leave and go anywhere he wants. I don't.
We pay all his bills. Why would he ever leave if you're paying all his bills? He doesn't really have. He's leeching off of you.
He's not trapped there either.
But he doesn't have an incentive to leave if you're paying all his bills. Why would he go be broker and homeless or whatever it might be?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he
sleeps
thought I
by
was
you every night.
If anybody thought I was a horrible person, they can always get up and leave my place too.
But do you see how you've incentivized him to stay in this environment?
He's dependent
on you. You've incentivized him. It's kind of like federal government aid on welfare, that if you're just getting a consistent check or something, why would you ever go and get your own job or figure out something else?
Like here, I'll show you what she's saying, right? Let's
a little bit.
This.
Okay.
Let's reverse this for a second. Hang on. Let's reverse it. Let's pretend for a second that I was on the panel and I said, well, I found a mentally unwell woman who can't take care of herself and she's totally dependent upon me. At night, I make her sleep on the ground, right? I make her do all sorts of sexual things whenever I feel like it, right? And I treat her like a doormat in front of every woman who comes over. Not a doormat like, ooh, I'm kind of rude to her, but literally make her stand there with her arm extended, and then me and my friends hang our coats and balance our drinks from her little nose. Would any woman here not say that that was fucking horrific and that I was a monster? Go ahead. I just, by a show of hands, who would say, if I said all of that to you, that I was a monster? Show of hands. Yeah, okay. But somehow the sisterhood can't be bothered to express to this woman that what she's doing is fucking monstrous.
No one's ever said anything to me.
Yeah, I'm sure they haven't.
Well, I guess it's because on Twitter, like, I've seen a lot of stuff about Findom. So, like...
What is that?
Findom is... I don't know specific terms and all that, but
She's just saying we don't kink shame around here.
Yeah,
That's like
exactly. I was like, some people are into that stuff, so I just try to like respectfully listen. I haven't really thought that people are like mentally ill.
Yeah, but if it was a man,
well, you're saying all men submissive people are mentally
he would be
ill.
a monster.
That's basically what you're saying. Is all people that want to actually be, because there's people that pay people to be made. There's
pigs,
people that enjoy that. Like there's people that dress up in fucking sex outfits and clean your house and live there permanently.
Yeah, they're mentally unwell. Listen, you can't tell me that a guy who demands that you take his last dime so that he can come harder is not a mentally unwell man. Of course they're mentally unwell, and it's exploiting that mental unwellness. And it's like, somehow I don't understand why women give each other a pass on this. Why they're not like, you sick psychopath, why are you doing this horrible thing to this guy? I don't actually get it.
I guess I can explain that. Some women, when we're like doing this shit, we get like kind of, I don't know, our brain, when society is like, oh, that's okay, then we start doing, we get used to doing that stuff. It's not, anybody doesn't tell us it's wrong. We're not going to break that pattern of being like, oh, that doesn't sound right. No, you know, because we kind of get like into this, like, just as all of society, we're kind of brainwashed into shit, and we're kind of like, don't think that's brainwashing.
Yeah, but did he ask for this, or did you propose the idea?
He asked for the dog bed. He's asked for this stuff. Like, I didn't.
Did he like sit you down, have a conversation with you?
Actually, yeah, kind of. Yeah, a little bit.
And do you ever see this ending? Is there an end point in the future?
Yeah, I haven't thought about that. But they're
but the
I mean, if I met somebody that I actually enjoyed spending time with, that actually like wasn't like wanted to do the equal part, like have a car and they had a good job, then yeah, I would be like, yeah, you know what, I found someone that I actually appreciate. Like they want to put half of the weight into the relationship. I probably would be like, this is not going to work out.
It seems like from everything that you've said about relationships, that like relationships to you are just like a financial situation where like if we want to go 50-50, provide for him, he provides for me. But like in my opinion, there's so much more, like especially when it comes to long-term monogamy and having a child already. If her dad's not in her life, having a strong person to help. I know being a single mom, it's impossible to do everything. That's amazing that your sister helps out, but even being able to spend enough quality time with your child while also trying to bring income in. I'm only 24. I don't have a daughter, but I do have friends who have, you know, children, and they have husbands who are very helpful, and I can't imagine them doing half the things they do.
To have a good man.
So yeah. Has this started from when you were young? Have you always gone after abusive men? Or at least men who just weren't high value, up to the standard, really wanted you for everything that you are and not just the financial aspect?
Yeah, it's been an issue with starting with my narcissistic mother to like the men she dated. Yeah.
So do you see that you're repeating that pattern for your daughter now, when you can break the cycle instead and choose better?
I've started to notice it more recently, and it's been very difficult to break something that's psychologically ingrained into me. I need like that's not an overnight healing thing that you can just do overnight. That is a lot of work to put in.
Well, is your daughter not worth putting in the work for?
Well, yeah, she is.
So then why not start tomorrow? Kick him out of your house. You don't have to find a new man, but you can put all that energy into your child, and you can heal and attract somebody who wants you for who you are, not just any financial benefits that you can offer, not for a dog bed, for genuinely who you are as a human being.
You know, I actually, the last week I've been, like, we've started fighting about stupid shit, and I was like, you know, I don't know why I'm doing this, but I've been doing it for a while, and it's not enjoyable like it was when we were first like connected. It was just a past relationship, and I'm dragging that along with me because I'm scared of like fully embracing being in the future and not in the past. And I think that's just trauma, just holding me back from being happy.
The best advice I ever got.
No, you're not a victim here.
You gotta let go.
You're not a victim here. You're the victimizer here. You're the victimizer, not the victim. Like, Every time I see this pattern of when a woman is clearly victimizing a man, clearly victimizing him, they go, well, it's okay, don't give me too much pushback because after all I have former trauma. It's like, that's no excuse. I'm sorry, you don't get to do horrible things to people because horrible things were done to you. All of us have had horrible things done to us. All of us. No, you're no exception. Right? Everybody's had horrible things done to them in life,
yeah, but also
and have dealt with horrible challenges in life. Everybody has dealt with horrible challenges.
Yeah.
Right? What you're doing right now, right? You should be reflective because this is psychotic. It's psychotic and horrific, and you just got to stop, right? You just got to stop doing it. It's horrific.
Yeah, but I would say like no one's perfect. We can all learn from everything, and you know.
Oh yeah, that's fine. You know, just go shoot a guy down the road and be like, well, no one's perfect. You know, you got to live and learn.
I mean, have you're a perfect person.
What do you mean? I wasn't allowed to go shoot that? It's like, come on.
Yeah, but you haven't made mistakes. You haven't made mistakes. You're perfect. Like, you haven't had trauma affect your life. Like, I
just got done telling you that not only have I dealt with all sorts of personal baggage, trauma, all sorts of things, right? Just like everybody else has. That is not an excuse for me to be a horrible person.
But you learn from it.
I don't get a pass. Like, no one's ever going to be like, well, Andrew, you being a horrible bastard, I'm going to go ahead and give you the pass on that because of past trauma. But for some reason, reflexively, women go, because horrible thing done to me. I was a perfect angel till some man corrupted me, so therefore doing horrible things to other people is acceptable. It's not acceptable.
I was traumatized when a Zin was spitting my cup. I'm not spitting in anybody else's cup this time.
I mean, I think I actually just saw you put something in my cup.
You wish.
What the fuck? Okay, all right. Thank you, Rachel, for the super chat, by the way.
With collagen.
Oh, there you go. There you go. Okay, we have a chat here from Lucas. Can you read it, Deborah?
Yes. We missed that, to go back to that one from before, whenever. Nice PB Herman response. It's patently obvious that you're quite the highbrow intellect. Nevertheless, I've been married 22 years plus 2 kids. Oh, and by the way, my billing rate is $12.50 an hour, so do the math.
Wait, are you crying? Are you crying? Are you crying because you did horrible fucking things to a person and you finally realized that you're doing horrible things to a person?
No, I just...
You need to cry. It's good for you to cry. You know what that's called? It's called taking responsibility.
It's not like I get that, but you gotta understand, like, people aren't fucking perfect. People make mistakes, and we can learn from that. You shouldn't just be like, oh, I'm a fucking human being just because I didn't recognize something. I can change and I can grow from that.
Oh, boo-hoo. Oh, you did a horrible thing to a person, and it was pointed out that you need to stop being horrible.
Well, no one fucking told me I was doing a fucking horrible thing to somebody.
Take some accountability for the horrible fucking things that you're doing. And you should cry about it because it's fucking awful. It's awful.
So you never treated a girl like shit before?
No, I've never made a woman sleep on the ground like a dog and took her from walks and exploited her mental illness. It's psychotic.
And you know what? I don't even know if he has a fucking mental illness, so that's a fucking assumption.
He sleeps on the floor like a dog at his own request.
He wanted to. I didn't ask him to fucking do that. He wanted to do that. That was his choice. I told him he could sleep on the heaven bed. He wanted to sleep on the floor.
The guy comes over and wants to cut off his arm. Are you going to be like, well, it was his choice?
I told him he could sleep on the bed. He chose to sleep on the floor. How is that my fucking fault?
Because you have agency and accountability. And
so does he. As an adult, he can choose to sleep on the floor. He can choose to sleep on the bed. That doesn't make me a horrible fucking person.
You have a duty, an accountable duty. Because you are mentally well.
So if he wants to sleep on the floor, I should say, hey, get up on the bed.
Wait, guys,
get up on the bed. Get up on the bed. Because that is not fair to me to tell a person how they should be living their life. If he wants to live on the floor, he can live on the floor. If he wants to live on the bed, he can get up on the bed and sleep on the bed. I gave him that option.
But if you didn't play the part of like him being your pet, would he still do that? If you just treat him like a normal human being instead of a dog?
I mean, I don't go there.
Because if that's what he wants, then maybe if you just stopped doing that, he wouldn't find use with you of that anymore.
Well, I mean, maybe. I don't know. I just told him he could sleep on the bed. I never said, hey, you can do this or you want this. He chose to sleep on the floor. That was his...
Yeah, well, look how quick those fake tears dried up.
Wow. Cool, bro. That's really great.
Awkward.
Someone asked a question earlier. We didn't get back to it.
I like that you invalidate the fact that someone actually has emotion because you think that I'm some psycho. But yeah, you actually think you're some god, right? Like you think you're the best.
I don't think I'm a god. But here's the thing, right? It's like, it's not godly. It's not me thinking I'm a god to tell you to stop being a fucking horrific human being and putting a man on the floor, putting him on the floor, treating him,
I didn't put him on the effing floor, and I made that very clear. I gave the option to sleep on the bed. I gave him that option. I didn't say, hey, go sleep on the floor. I didn't tell him to sleep on the floor. He has the option to sleep on the bed. He chose to do that. So he has every right to do that, or he has every right to sleep on the bed. He, as a 30-year-old man, he can do whatever the fuck he wants to do.
I gave him the option
You have
as a bed.
no responsibility, no accountability, no duty whatsoever.
What, do you want me to grab him by his arms and put him on my effing bed?
No,
Like, I'm not controlling
How about you
what
get him
he
some
does.
help? Can
What?
you get him some help?
I don't know how. I'm not in control of a fucking 30-year-old.
You don't have to be in control.
He can go to anything to
help.
get the resources.
If you're in charge to the point where you can treat him like a coat rack and hang your jacket on him, you think you can't take him? You think if you say, hey boy, come on and get in the car because I'm going to take you over to the clinic so that they can get you mentally evaluated, he's not going to go with you? You just don't have any duty here? You have no
I mean, I've taken him to get an Obama phone. He got an Obama phone. I've taken him to get food stamps. I've put in the time to actually take care of this person and make sure they're trying to get steps towards going somewhere else.
Because you get off on torturing him.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you do. Otherwise, you wouldn't make him stand as a coat rack and hang your coats.
I don't necessarily offers to take people's coats. Like, he offers to actually help out.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the story kind of changes by the second so that you could make it sound like it's less horrible than what it is. You have a duty, you have a responsibility. You're crying because it's the first time anybody's ever told you that. How did you get through life? How did you get this far in life without somebody telling you that you're not allowed to do that to people?
Because maybe you're making it seem bad, worse than it actually is.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, maybe you're making it try to seem like it's not as bad as it actually is, because that's another form of validation. Look at me.
Okay.
Alrighty then. Okay, well, we have going to, unless Sandra, did you have more? Or?
You shit on me for crying,
No,
and you
I'm
say it's
done.
not okay for me
Yeah,
to fucking cry.
good. I'll shit on you. You know, I'm not shitting on you for crying, right?
You said,
I'm saying
are you
deserve to
really
cry.
fucking crying right
you
now?
Absolutely
And then you
should
said I
cry.
should fucking cry. So what? Make up your goddamn mind.
Good, cry. Good.
Yeah, I
It's the
fucking
first
will
time-
cry.
Yeah, you need to. What you're doing is horrific. Good, cry about it. Cry more.
Fuck.
You say that I'm the fucking abusive one. You're telling me to fucking go cry.
Let's move on from this.
Yeah. I'm
Fuck, you
sorry,
want to
Nick.
be
I'm
my
sorry
dom?
you're
Why
in
don't
your
you
life.
fucking be my dom while you're at it? Tell
I'm
me what
sorry,
the fuck you do.
I'm sorry,
Tell me when I should go to the fucking bathroom.
No
You want him
effect
to
on
be
me,
your
my
dom?
bad.
Andrew, she's looking for, she's switching roles. She was the sub. She was the dom. Now she wants to be a sub. Andrew's a married man, just letting you know, so he's probably not available. He's not available. As his representative, as his agent, as his PR person, he's not available to dom you. I'm sorry.
I don't want that, but I'm
He's
just
good. He
saying
would be
he's
good
telling
at
me
it.
what to do.
He's a very good.
So it sounds like you want to be
Andrew,
my dad.
You would be a good dom.
Tell me to cry.
You would be a good dom.
happening right
Yeah, you know, the thing
Yes,
is,
what's happening?
that ultimately,
Let's go back to the questions.
Ultimately, I'm very much a very kind man. And what you're doing is
He's the
horrible.
kindest.
What you're doing is just
You
fucking
sound like
horrible.
a very fucking kind man, and the mustache has to be.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's right. Because here, the actual victim who's not you, is who you should be crying for, not for you.
Next question.
Anyways, that was an exchange that happened. So okay, we have Graffito tagged. He asked like 3 questions. I'll pull it back up. I think we can only do.
Graffito tagged donated $200. Girls, do men expect extremely kinky / weird stuff in bed due to corn becoming more extreme? Can you give examples? Have you ever had to break up because a sex act a guy wanted was too crazy for you?
Anybody?
Nope. I think threesome's a little bit crazy. Like my ex would be like, "Oh, do you want to do a threesome?" I'm like, "No, that's disgusting to me. I will not."
By the way, guys, just a reminder for I know we don't always like really disclose this, but typically we just do 1 question per message. It gets complicated if there's like 3 different questions. I just, to be fair to you, Graffito, how about this? Has a guy ever like asked you to do something that you just were like, nah? And you think maybe it's because he was like a fucking porn degen.
I had a guy ask me to shit in his mouth one time.
That's disgusting.
I couldn't do it.
Oh no.
What if he paid you to do it?
No.
Would you do it then? Like a mill?
No.
You wouldn't do it for a mill?
No.
10 mil?
I'd be too shy. I
I'd beat on someone
Do
for
you?
money.
No, that's like health. That's like, oh my gosh.
That's,
Health violation right there.
All right, Graffito tag. There you go.
You got what you
You can
wanted.
get severely sick by doing
Was
that.
it a white guy?
Is it peeing on people?
Actually, he was French, like European, so.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Don't bring up
And the
French.
mouth?
Not the
Maybe
French people.
Did he ask you in person? Like face
No,
to face?
no, he messaged me. But then he asked me also what I ate that day.
That's disgusting.
Oh my God, this man had mental illness for
Yeah,
sure.
that's-
Oh yeah, but I didn't do it. I just
Yeah. All right,
extreme
Lucas, he
for me.
says, oh boy, all right, Lucas, what a vile dog shit. Okay, that's crazy. You know what? I can't read that first part. You know what my ancestors and ancients, are you Greek, Lucas? Would do to useless. Damn, chill out, Lucas, bro. Not sure if the TTS is appropriate. You think, bro? I can't read the rest. I'm sorry, bro. But all right, thank you, Lucas. I appreciate the messages. Relationship status?
In a relationship.
How long you been together?
6 months or so.
All right. Longest relationship?
9 years.
All right. Any kids?
Nope.
Ever married?
No, engaged. Planned a whole wedding, but it was canceled.
I see. The 9-year relationship, who broke up with who?
I guess you would say me.
You broke up with him. All right. The 6-month relationship, how did y'all meet?
We met at the Jalopy Theater in 2010, actually. So we've kept in touch as friends.
All right. Okay. Debra's not here, unfortunately, so we're going to have to get into... why don't we do... let's do a quick Twitch shout out, then we'll get into... So we got some juicy questions here, so let's go to Twitch. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. It's been 4 minutes since we had a Prime. I think it's bugged, boys. Drop us a Prime sub. Check if you have a Prime sub available, boys. Yo, Jelly, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. And the Prime. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. That's twitch.tv/whatever. While I get into my pre-show notes, we'll wait for Debra to get into the relationship status. So we have Emily. That's you. Yeah. You found out your ex cheated on you, so you made a fake Snapchat account to ask the girls about it. You got a FaceTime. So this is the previous ex. Then you guys still friends? Or were friends? I don't know.
Yeah, the ex that cheated on me.
How did he cheat on you? Like he fucked her, or?
So he was like, can I say like incriminating stuff on here? His job was basically to do like dealer? Drop off. Yeah. So it wouldn't be like random behavior for him to like be waiting at a park or outside of a neighborhood for a little bit.
Wait, how long were you dating this guy?
I think for a year.
How soon into the relationship did you know he was a drug dealer?
Like
immediately.
Halfway through, because he wasn't right always away, right? Like it was something kind of new.
He started
began.
it.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay. Was he involved in other kinds of illicit conduct, like I don't know, scamming people or anything?
No,
like
just like that one.
What kind of drugs was he selling?
Not too much now. I can't be saying all that.
What was he selling?
But he was just the driver. He was the mule. That's it.
He was in possession of the drugs and he would drop it somewhere.
Mm-hmm. But
okay, what was he?
Blow.
Cocaine.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? Heroin, meth.
I didn't really ask too much.
It's safe to assume it's other shit.
Fentanyl.
And how soon into the relationship did he talk to you about this?
Yeah, we would watch like Power and stuff together. He was like all about that Scarface life, like.
And this wasn't. So wait, you said it was 6 months into the 1-year relationship
that I found out he was cheating?
No, that you found out he was selling drugs.
Oh, well, both. Yeah.
Both. Okay. That wasn't an issue for you, that the drug dealing?
No, as long as I wasn't involved in it, and he was like safe with what he was doing. It was just kind of not my business.
Be safe being a drug dealer,
it was like what he was doing with his brother, so that's like family business. I was like, whatever.
How can you find both of those things out at the same time?
Was he a white guy? What was his race? Just curious.
Hispanic.
Hispanic guy. Okay.
Just because it was just kind of coincidence. Like I was going through his Facebook and his Spotify, like the social medias that you would, I guess, least think to check, and then. I don't know, I guess women's intuition, I had a feeling that the house that he was at wasn't just no drop-off he was doing. Yeah, I can't even make this up to you.
I don't understand this like woman's intuition thing. Like if you guys had such good intuition, why do you constantly date terrible men?
He wasn't a cheater then. I don't know. I guess.
No, but wouldn't like you have this intuition about them cheating. Why didn't the intuition tell you earlier that this was a cheater.
Maybe he wasn't a
terrible
cheater
person.
then, but then I don't know. Maybe he lost feelings. Maybe I was crazy and it drove him
Well,
away
you're
to
definitely
want to
crazy,
cheat.
but
Yeah.
wait, so hold on. Is that not a red flag, ladies?
Which part? The drug dealing?
Your
or
intuition doesn't just tell
so,
you
okay,
like
you've been
everything.
dating a guy for 6 months, and he's like, by the way, babe, I'm selling cocaine and meth and heroin.
I
That's not a
wouldn't.
red flag for
Most
you?
girls
didn't just,
like it
tell
because
me
he's getting money.
Do you like it?
No.
Your boy.
She's
Wait,
laughing like
question for you two. You've been in a 4-year relationship. How long? 4 years too?
4 years.
4 years. Your boyfriend comes to you tonight after the podcast and says, babe, I am currently a meth, this is Breaking Bad. He also makes the meth, sells the meth, also has cancer. Just kidding about the last part.
I was like, what?
Lung cancer. Do you stay with him or do you dump him?
I feel like for him to be lying that long would be like such a huge red
No,
flag.
he just started it like 3 months ago. He hid it from you, but he's coming clean.
Now he has a bunch of money.
And he's got.
I don't know. It's still a red flag, but
Do you stay with him?
I don't know. I have to be in the situation.
You're in the situation. I actually know your current boyfriend. He's currently cooking. Just kidding. You're in the situation right now.
Is he your dealer, Brian?
Yes.
Tell me right now. Let me find out.
No, but what's your like knee-jerk reaction? Do you stay with him?
I don't know. I need to talk to this with my mom and be like, he's been lying to me this whole time, or
Selling
be like,
I think the meth and heroin would be a deal breaker for me. Other drugs would be
like
okay,
it's
but the meth and heroin is where I'll draw the
Cocaine.
line.
Okay.
I would stand by mine, to be honest.
Wait, so
I mean, I would
Andrew-
talk to him though. I would be like, stop.
Andrew,
I'd be like, stop. But, you know.
would this be like a lack of loyalty if a girl dumped a guy?
Exactly.
because-
Yeah. I'm like, get that money.
Would I be unloyal?
You don't get locked up or I don't get locked up. Like, get that money, baby.
We'll keep it on the low for a little bit, and then you stop.
Well, do you guys remember
What's
a
the
story
question,
of that woman? I'm gonna look like a bad political commentator for forgetting her name, but there was like pictures of her all over Maryland when I was in college there, whose boyfriend was a drug dealer, and the police came and raided her house,
I know
and
who
she
you're-
got
what's her
shot.
name?
Anybody who knows anything about politics will
I
know the
know who
story.
you- I'm blanking.
James something. There was a whole protest in Maryland, but she got shot.
I know.
Killed in the shooting between the police trying to kill her boyfriend, who was a violent drug dealer, and
Breonna Taylor.
Breonna Taylor. And there was pictures and
That's what it was
protests.
about
Her boyfriend
her?
was a drug dealer. She knew. She was living in the house with him. The cops came in. I believe either him or somebody in the house fired at the cops. The cops fired back. She was killed in the cross exchange.
Damn.
Mr. Basteman donated
Yo, thank you.
$200.
Thank you, man.
Andrew, thank you and God bless you for confronting evil with truth. Please give this woman a specific call to action to stop this behavior. Apologize to this guy and get him mental help. Repent.
Yo, Mr. Baseman. Thank you for the TTS. Do you want to respond to that, or I don't know, into the mic if you are?
It's already in the works.
All right, Debra, your relationship status.
I am single.
All right.
My last relationship ended in May, and looking for a nice Jewish man.
All right, cool. Longest relationship?
A little bit under 2 years.
2 years. Who broke up with who?
It was a pretty mutual situation. He was not mentally well, and
You made him sleep at the on the floor
no.
at the edge of the bed.
Once when
And then-
we had a twin bed, he fell off. But
he fell off.
aside from that, no, he just wasn't really in a mentally healthy place. And to me, I didn't think it was fair to continue to try and like drag a guy along. I want a man who is extremely self-sufficient and a leader, and not a case that I have to
Sure.
take care of.
And I mean, you're fairly successful in your own right when it comes
Thank
to
you.
your career. So do you need I assume you need like a guy to kind of match you or exceed? Question mark.
Yeah, I was like waiting to see
Yeah,
where that was
question
going.
mark. Sorry.
It's funny because a lot of people who try setting me up, they're like, I have this guy, he's super obsessed with politics. I'm like, that's what I do. I don't need a match who's like obsessed with politics or does the same thing. But the biggest thing for me is my career is, I'm very passionate about it. It's not only my career, it's my passion. I love every second of what I do, truly. And a person who's not passionate is extremely unattractive to me. So they can have a corporate job doing what they have to do, but then as long as they have some passion and something that they genuinely love and care about, that's a good place to start. But I'm learning as I get older, I need somebody who's incredibly intelligent, because being intellectually stimulated. For me, I need that in a relationship. I could not marry somebody that I can't have deep theological conversations with or talk about law or talk about things. So I just keep making and I'm 5'9", so the circle is a little bit small.
I'm a sapiosexual, because so I'm completely attracted to.
What does that mean?
Sapiosexual. It means you're attracted to men that are intelligent or intelligence in general.
I think it's just good taste.
Have you IQ tested any of your previous boyfriends or anything?
No. Well, the last one, the only one. He was smart, but he was just had
Have you ever dated a guy who, when he's reading a book, he has to follow with his finger?
Oh no.
You know them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't dated one of those.
Oh, okay.
I don't think I would.
Sometimes I do that on menus. I can't lie.
Okay.
Me too. On menus, I just got to make sure the ingredients are for which dish.
Yep. But so. Would you date a guy who, you said you got to date a guy who's passionate, right? Mm-hmm. Would you date a guy who's passionate about anarcho-capitalism?
In girl language, please.
Wait, aren't you don't you have a degree in political science?
Yeah, we did not learn about anarcho-capitalism.
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 It's
it's the idea of laissez-faire capitalism.
I believe in that.
It's kind of it's not libertarian, but it's
it is libertarian. Sure.
But it's different than libertarian, though.
No, I mean it's a pinnacle of most libertarian beliefs, some sort of anarcho-capitalism. The idea that the market is never regulated or restrained because goods will reduce in pricing if you don't do that.
So would you date somebody who's passionate about anarcho-capitalism?
I mean, that just sounds like a weirdo, honestly. I was thinking more cars or music or
what if
fitness.
They're really passionate about
his own business?
Kamala Harris 2028.
I unfortunately don't think that would work because I only date men who are masculine, and I've never heard of a masculine man who voted for Camel Toe Harris.
What about Arnold Schwarzenegger though? Camelot got the endorsement. Would you date young Arnold?
And would he still be a Kamala supporter?
Get to the chopper.
Yeah, I would never date anybody who voted for Kamala Harris or Joe Biden for that matter, because I think it means they have horrible judgment.
Yes, they do.
And I also think that to have a strong foundation,
they have no common sense, basically.
You need to have ideological similarities and to have the same values.
You forgot your hat.
This matches my top.
Perfect.
Thank you. I needed this.
Would you guys, who here would date a Trump supporter? Going around the table?
I don't. I would not.
I don't mind.
Is your boyfriend a
he doesn't have
is he MAGA? Okay.
Yes, I would.
Yeah.
Is your boyfriend MAGA or?
Not really.
Could I have you just scoot your mic that way a little bit? Sure. What about you? Would you date a Trump supporter?
I'm not too into politics, so
yes.
I guess if he doesn't inflict his views on me and
he does
how
inflict.
I live.
He inflicts.
Oh, then no.
There's a lot of infliction.
We don't need no controlling partner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Preach that.
All right. What about you?
100%.
100%. Okay. Did you vote for Kanye, or who did you vote for? You seem like a Kanye voter.
No, I'm 100%
my bad.
Trump. I love Trump.
Okay. Cool.
All the way.
Yeah.
Fixer.
What about you?
America great again.
I would.
Are you a Trumpy or?
I don't know. I'm a libertarian. I'm dating someone that's very,
you're
very
an
liberal.
anarcho-capitalist.
I guess so.
I guess.
I didn't mention
Okay.
that, yeah.
You're dating somebody who's very what?
Liberal.
Wait, you're dating.
Why would you do that?
It's just, we met in 2010.
Yeah, can you go right into the mic,
Yeah, you're a little quiet, so we need you right on the mic.
Sorry, yeah,
okay.
I don't know. All he does is talk about politics, to be honest, and I kind of keep quiet.
Oh.
Based.
Okay. There you go. Did you vote? Did you vote too, or?
I wasn't registered. I just moved to California.
Oh, okay. All right. All right.
Which is also
is yes,
fine.
For
right?
me.
You didn't vote, right?
I didn't.
So if you didn't vote, then you didn't nullify the vote of any of the good Trump supporters. So I mean, you did good thing.
All right, and so in any case, I've been single for 6 months. Any prospects though? Is there any guys kind of in the picture?
Oh, for me?
Yeah, for you, Debra.
Honestly, no. I mean, there might be people that I know that I think are whatever you said before that I think could be good men, but I'm a big believer, and I don't know if it's just me. This might be a popular thing, but I don't really waste my time, and unless like the person I'm meant to be with is a very specific kind of person that wouldn't just fit any box, they would fit my box, and I can usually tell that even before I go on a date with them. So unless they're really somebody truly special that I can really see myself marrying and building a life with, like I'm really only dating for that.
Okay. Would you date Matt Gaetz?
Absolutely not.
Are there any? Are there any politicians?
Why not? Why wouldn't you date Matt Gaetz?
Is he? I don't know
Well,
if
he's married.
Yeah,
That's
I didn't-
first off.
yeah.
No, okay, but if he
Good girl.
wasn't,
Just I don't know.
Who you got?
Legally,
You got like your eye on anybody, or
in like
in the political sphere?
Well, being Jew, that's another thing. Like, I can only marry somebody who's Jewish, and I wish there was more, conservative
Why?
Jews. That's in
Wait, why?
Judaism. You can only marry another Jew. It's just like part of Judaism.
well, I mean, it depends. If is it religious? Are you saying
Yeah.
it's from the religious perspective or from the ethnic perspective?
Ethnic.
Because my understanding is from the ethnic perspective.
It is from the ethnic
Jewish women are the most likely, in fact, to marry outside of other Jews.
Well, there has been the biggest thing is that the majority of Jews are Reform, which means that they don't observe much of Judaism. They're Jewish ethnically, but it's a race, religion, ethnicity, everything. So for me, I was raised modern Orthodox, which is pretty religious. I, love Shabbat, kosher, everything like that.
So you're practicing.
Yes, I'm pretty religious. So therefore, I need a husband who can wrap tefillin every morning, take the kids to yeshiva.
Would you ever convert to Christianity?
I would never. I love being Jewish.
So you wouldn't date any Christians then?
I wouldn't date them to marry them, but I do have a soft spot in my heart for Christian men. I love them. I don't know why. They're just really
So
tall.
fool around with them, but you wouldn't marry one?
Well, wait, what was the question?
Fool
You'd mess around with one, but you wouldn't marry
No,
one?
maybe I'd flirt with one here and there, but I wouldn't seriously date them because, again, for me, it's about marriage. And I'm sure being busy, a lot of guys experience this and women too, but I have so much going on at all times that for me, the time that I have to put towards somebody else, I want to make sure that they're really worth it. And it's pretty easy for me to tell right away within the first even few minutes of meeting somebody if I would ever want to date them, because I'm not looking for a man. I'm looking for a husband, a leader, provider, in not just a financial sense, but in every sense of a true biblical man. And he hasn't come around yet.
There's not a lot of the idea here of practicing Orthodox Jews are mostly progressives in the United States.
Yeah, it's about 2 to 3% who are Orthodox, modern Orthodox, with about 98% being liberal. It makes it even smaller.
Yeah, I understand that. Now, you have a dual citizenship. Have you thought about an Israeli husband?
I do not have dual citizenship. I don't know why you would think that I did.
I'm sorry. I thought I'd read that in the last super chat that you had dual citizenship.
Oh, well, that's probably a troll. A lot of people love to say, because I'm Jewish and American, that I have dual loyalties to Israel, but I am only an American citizen. I only have his American citizenship, but I do love Israeli men.
I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make an accusation.
I don't think it was a nefarious question. I think you just read whatever, but I do love Israeli men. I think they're great. I would marry an Israeli, absolutely.
Okay.
All right. And let's see here. We do have a chat from Lucas. What weirdo literally Javier Milei calls himself an anarcho-capitalist, often attributed to Austrian School of Economics Murray and Rothbard, but dudes like Michael Malice, Dave Smith love the concept.
I debated Dave Smith on Piers Morgan's show. If that's the representation of anarcho-capitalism, then I very much would never date somebody, because everything he said, he was like, the Iranian people, they hate Israel. I was like, the Iranian people have been oppressed by an Islamic regime. Women can't talk anymore. They were on the beaches 40 years ago. The Iranian people do not support jihad. They want freedom. And he's like, you're probably right.
We can't dive in to this topic.
No, I'm not diving in. I'm just was giving the example of Dave just completely switching his opinion in that moment.
But I do know Dave Smith pretty well. I've debated with him myself. This was Christian ethics versus libertarianism. Are you saying you beat Dave Smith in a debate?
No, it wasn't a beat. I said if that was a representation of an anarcho-capitalist, then absolutely not. I wouldn't date them, because it seems that they don't really have a backbone, but bless his heart.
Yeah, I mean, he's a real smart guy, as far as I know.
All right, cool. We have a chat here from the great Stifler. Ask everyone, we have to, we're going to wait until we have the full panel here, so we'll come right back to that one. But getting back into some of the notes, I'm going to try to finish the notes, then we'll get into the questionnaires. So let's see. We have Gina.
Yes.
Gina.
Yeah.
You've only dated 2 men in your entire life.
Yes.
We went over that. You're super territorial and jealous.
Wait, what?
Right? Just super
No.
territorial and jealous?
No.
Oh, the men were.
Yeah.
The men you dated were
Yeah,
super
like
territorial.
my
Okay.
ex, I guess.
I see. Wait, we should play prank on your friend. You take her seat, and then you want to take her seat? Really? I'm just curious.
Okay. Me?
Yeah, like take her seat.
Why?
I don't know. Just do it.
She's gonna be like that.
Do a little switcheroo. Okay. You also said modern dating is not really your cup of tea. Like meeting people online or through messages is kind of weird. Granted, you've been in 2 kind of back-to-back long-term relationships, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's see. You also you wanted to speak on hookup culture. You had opinions on OnlyFans, opinions on sneaky links. LOL. If you can just scoot to the table a little more, but yeah, go ahead.
So what's the question? Like?
So your opinion on OnlyFans is anybody? Wait, you're the only one that does OF, right?
I don't actually do. I just post pictures.
You're too far. Just reminder, you got to be.
I don't post
you can
anything
scoot into the
nudity,
table,
so
you
I
gotta
don't-
speak into the
I
mic.
guess so. Yeah.
Nobody else here does OnlyFans. No OnlyFans.
I do something called
ever?
Sex Panther.
Ever.
It's
okay,
like
you do
OnlyFans.
sex work though, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your opinion on OnlyFans?
Oh no, you guys asked me like what type of topics. That's like the topics I chose.
Okay,
I don't
just
really have any.
tilt the mic down just a little bit.
Yeah, I don't really have any like opinions. I just wanted to like, that was just like a topic I threw up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then I guess moving on to Callie. Callie over here. We already talked about the professional hot girl shapeshifter. You said you've practiced non-monogamy for years. You have lots of unique dating experiences and stories, more so recently since being separated and dating as single instead of married. You experience men trying to jump right into a relationship with you after even the first or second date, and you think that this is really strange. I do have a question for you on this. So what would you prefer then? Like they just keep you in a situationship for 6 months while fucking 3 other women?
I mean, I like taking the time to get to know someone, especially because I have a child in the picture. I feel like it's really important for me to fully vet someone before investing myself in them and my daughter's life. So it's really important to me to take my time to get to know someone. And I think it's weird if they just want to like jump right into a relationship with me, because it just seems like they just want to own me. They don't really care about getting to know me. They don't care about knowing if we're compatible. I don't know what they bring to the table for me and my daughter. So
can you just tilt your mic down just a bit? So, but wouldn't this be difficult to begin with because you're polyamorous, right? So, I mean, that's kind of off the table, right?
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, like they want to be, well, I guess they could jump right into a polyamorous relationship with you, right?
Right.
But I mean, I'm not totally sure, like, what is the difference between dating somebody and being in a like just what changes once you become in a relationship, you know?
There's boundaries and expectations like any relationship. Only difference is you have that to multiple people.
Yeah, but I could have boundaries on the second date with somebody.
When have you ever done that?
I do it all the time.
How? Give me examples.
What do you mean?
I just say things like,
I'll answer.
I don't want you to date other people, right?
On the second date?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Even on the first date, even before I meet them. Well, I know this is funny to you because, okay, I'm not going to, well, I know this is funny to you, but yeah.
That's really interesting.
Why is that interesting?
I mean, I disagree.
Sure, that's fine.
You know, I have a child in the picture, and I learned a lot from my previous marriage, what I don't want in a partner, and I want to make sure that doesn't happen to me again.
Sure.
And I feel like, you know, maybe the problem with that was, you know, we rushed right into a relationship without really taking the time to get to know each other. And I regret that. You know, I love my daughter. I don't regret her for 1 second. She's one of the best things that's ever happened to me. But yeah, I really want to take my time getting to know people. And I feel like I just have a very relaxed approach to dating. I'm down to get to know you and see where it goes. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you a quick example, though, at least for me. So if I go on a first date with a girl, for example, and I'm interested in pursuing her, like an immediate boundary I'd put down is if you want a second date, there can't be other men in the picture.
You gotta have no roster, right? Basically.
Pretty much.
How do you know that from the first date?
Well, I mean, I would, even before meeting her, I might ask, are there other men in the picture? Are you dating other men? And if there are, I'm very unlikely to even go on the date.
Well, that's interesting.
Why is that?
I'm not monogamous, and I haven't ever been, so I guess I don't really understand, but it's just not how my brain works.
Well, I mean, I know it's not what you do, but like certainly you could understand that, for example, for somebody who's inclined towards monogamy, the idea of, for example, having sex with somebody while they're having sex with someone else might be disgusting.
Yeah. For me, that would be disgusting.
I mean, everyone's entitled to their opinion.
Well, I don't think it's opinion. I actually do think it's a fact for two people to be simultaneous. Like,
it's like a standard.
Insofar as like the STD risk, I mean, STDs are disgusting.
Yeah, so I mean, that's actually like a boundary of mine is I don't hook up with someone or I'm not, sexually involved with them unless we've both been tested and they show that to me. So that was always parameters.
That's always been your standard?
That's always been the case.
You've never had a spontaneous sexual encounter?
No.
You've never had a spontaneous?
No, not since, the past 5 years into now.
Okay, what about before then?
I mean, when I was younger,
You've had spontaneous sexual encounters that did not
include, it was different.
Let's go get an STD test. But you have had them, right? It's not a knock. People do it all the time, but you have had spontaneous
sexual but like encounters. We're talking about right now, so I'm not really sure why that matters.
Sure. Well, I'm happy to engage with you even when it comes to your current standard. So even if you have an STD test, there could be a false negative, there could be a false positive. Certain things might not come up on the STD test. Also, most people aren't taking full panel STD tests. They might do like gonorrhea, chlamydia.
I'm aware.
Huh?
I'm aware.
Yeah, like they're not really, I'm pretty sure, like if you go to your doctor, like, hey, can I get an STD test? They're not checking for HPV, they're not checking for herpes. Sometimes these things don't even show up on the STD test. Frankly, like the STDs you ought to be concerned about are the permanent ones, HPV, herpes, HSV. So these are not typically tested for, although like chlamydia and gonorrhea, that would suck to get.
I mean,
these are treatable, they're curable. Yeah. That's typically what they're testing for. They're typically not going to test for like really the major one, which is like going to be herpes.
I mean, I agree with you.
HPV is the one that causes cervical cancer in women. I know a lot of women get the jab for that one, but it still doesn't necessarily, it reduces your risk of getting cervical cancer. But in any case, I'm not sure if like the STD test is going to be like 100-fold proof plan for protecting you from STDs, and if you're like engaging in sexual conduct with like multiple people, it like does increase your risk of STD. So that's why it's disgusting.
Just use condoms.
If you ask someone to get a test and a full panel, which I'm full aware of, I mean, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying. Yeah, like most panels that people get don't include that unless you specifically ask for it and it's a blood test. Of course it's different. I'm aware of that. Sure. I'm not disagreeing with you, but yeah, I mean, also and use protection on top of that. So
I mean, even if you use protection though, like, I mean, herpes, the big one, like it can be on other parts of the pubic private area.
Yeah, I mean, my mom has it and my best friend has it, so I'm very aware of what it is and contraindications and how it's transmitted and how it affects people in their life, something I'm very aware of. So I practice safe sex always.
How can you, I mean, when it comes to herpes, how can you practice safe sex?
You ask for a test, know?
I know, but like wearing a condom is not going to prevent you from getting herpes.
So if they have a rash, you would be able to see that, and it
could be pre-symptomatic.
Or in their mouth.
I mean, it's more likely to be transmitted if they have an
That's why I
active
don't suck
rash.
Dick. It's disgusting.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like
I mean, I'm not really sure why my sex life is interesting to you. Can we talk about something else?
I mean,
Can you stop sexualizing me?
How am I sexualizing you?
Asking about my sex life.
How would that be sexualizing you? You're on a dating podcast to talk about dating-related topics.
I said I'm happy to talk about other things. This just seems like a weird topic.
How's it a weird topic?
I just feel like this is really what you want to talk about. I've said my stance. You just want. Okay, then go ahead, keep talking. Anything else you'd like to?
I mean, you were
propose?
asking me. The genesis of this conversation was you asked me, hey, this is not how I operate in my relationships, and then I was like giving you an example of, it's a wrap. I don't like if you want a second date with me, you can't be seeing other men. And one of the reasons for this, and I have a couple reasons, but one of the main reasons is if she's sleeping with another guy, there's a higher risk of getting an STD. And it's even if she's sleeping with a man, she doesn't have an STD, he doesn't have an STD, it's still, the thought of it is disgusting.
I mean, you're entitled to your opinion.
Well, again, I don't think it's an opinion, I just think it's fact. Like the idea of another man's semen being inside her and then that's disgusting.
It's a really weird way to look at it, buddy.
I mean, why is it weird?
I mean, she's your object. You own her after you
Did
go
I
on a
say
first
that?
date with her.
Did I say
no,
that?
but I mean, it's like implying that, okay, she's mine. I want to be the only penis
Yes.
that goes
That's how
inside
it
of
is.
her.
In a
Yes.
monogamous relationship.
Yes.
Yes.
Same thing.
If you want to call that controlling, that I don't want my girl, like the girl I'm dating, I don't want her to fuck other men. If you want to call that controlling, then I'm controlling.
Like I
Yes.
personally
I'm just
wouldn't want
saying
my
that's
boyfriend fucking
interesting.
other
I mean,
bitches
we can
and then
agree
fucking me
to disagree.
afterwards.
That's your opinion. You asked my
Why?
opinion.
How's
I
that
gave you
controlling?
mine.
How's that controlling though? I don't understand.
That's my opinion. To me. And the way I live my life is different, and that's okay.
Wait,
we
so
can
you
agree
don't
to
have-
disagree, baby
I personally think
girl.
it's gross too. I think it's gross too.
See, there we go. Cosign from a woman.
Yeah, because I would hate for my boyfriend to be fucking random bitches raw and then coming home and fucking me, and that's disgusting. I don't
Yeah,
want
I mean,
his
I
dick and
agree.
somebody else, and then me afterwards. Like the fuck? Sorry, I just can't do that.
Yep. Okay.
I'm
well,
monogamous.
Count _Matthew_do_2 donated $200. Shalom, Debra. I love you, Brian. Andrew, I stand in battle with you. To the wooers, I rebuke you in the name of the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Search no law is higher than truth. Good night.
Yo,
Ricky
Count Matthew, thank you for the TTS, man. Really appreciate it. Yeah, I wasn't trying to attack you, but you were just asking like why I might even, after a first date, already start being like, don't want you seeing other men. That's one of the reasons. And also I want a woman's exclusive romantic and sexual attention immediately, like as soon as possible.
I think that's how dating should always be. Personally, I think it's the best way, and I've said this my whole life. My last relationship, we started officially dating after 2 weeks after we met. And I think then we only broke up a few months later because in that time, we really got to know each other, see if it was compatible or not, really give it a best shot to see if we could fall in love, and ultimately decided it just wasn't a perfect match. And I think modern day, where you're dating a bunch of people and you're having all these partners and you just really don't give that opportunity to see if you can really fall in love, that leads to a lot of premature breakups or problems. And personally, not even sex, I would never, like, I don't like going out with people who are going out with other people because it's just a sign of lack of seriousness. If you have 5 people on your list, you're not giving that same level of attention. And while I totally agree, it's so important to like really, who your partner is going to be, who your husband's going to be is like the most important decision a woman can make in her whole life. Nobody should take that lightly. Like we should definitely all do expert research, find out if they're into some weird,
for sure.
make sure they don't want to bark like a dog first off. But aside from that, I understand that. But I also think for me as a monogamous person, that it just icks me out too. Like, why would I want to go out with somebody who's taking 20 other girls out? He clearly doesn't care that much about me. And I know a lot of girls who go on like multiple dates in one day. And I always say to them, like, how can you even really give your full energy, attention, and really think about what do I like about this guy? Because you know, if one little thing doesn't go right, instead of really thinking like, oh, maybe it was a weird fluke, or maybe I have to learn more about this, you're like, whatever, I have another date later today. So I wish everybody would be monogamous. I think Hinge and social media and all these dating apps have encouraged people to not be monogamous. They've done the opposite effect where people think they have unlimited options. They can just swipe through, oh, my girlfriend dumped me, that's fine. I can literally get any random girl to have sex with off my phone. I don't even have to leave my house. I could Uber her over here. And I think it's one of the worst things to ever happen to modern relationships, and the marriage rates and the level of children and everything like that has reflected that is truth.
And I mean, that's
and STDs rates goes up as well.
Hold on, but so, and I mean, that's a great point, Debra. And this was pretty much the standard up until about maybe like 20 years ago. I think this is how most people moved. It was like, okay, you kind of date one person at a time. If it works, great. If it doesn't, next one. Now
Going
people
steady.
are like, yeah, I mean, now people are, you know.
Well, what about having platonic friends, like
How's
guys?
how's that relevant to the conversation?
It's well, if it's not romantic, like you said,
talking
that
about romance.
a woman shouldn't have any guys in their life.
I didn't say that.
Okay, well, I just want to
But
clarify.
I mean,
Maybe
it is a
heard
separate
wrong.
conversation. I typically would prefer a woman to not have a bunch of male friends.
Yeah. But like,
I
if
don't think
someone
it's
has
necessarily a deal breaker, but I mean, obviously she cannot be like friends with her ex-boyfriend. You have to be like, what's the term? Like
No contact.
No contact with like prior sexual partners.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is.
But what about if
no-go.
she has like a baby daddy and the guy's okay dating her, but they can't really cut that cord,
Well,
but they don't really want to be
I
like
mean,
close with the baby daddy. They
Can you
don't.
speak straight into the mic?
They don't want to be close with baby daddy, but they still have to have that connection due to a
Well,
child.
I mean, yeah, in that case you're forced, but I mean, I think.
Where's the boundary?
Doesn't mean Brian would marry her.
I mean, I think there are like generally there are like women who are single moms who are fantastic or whatever who would make good partners, but generally speaking, I think if you're a single guy, you don't have children, I do think it's going to be a suboptimal dating choice if you have other options to date a single mom. But look, there's single moms out there who are wonderful, but oftentimes a lot of men have reported to me, and my own experiences, typically these relationships are a little more difficult. There's other concerns there. Like you said, you have to like consider, okay, are they?
Well, single moms say it too, right, Brian? I mean, single moms themselves report that these are tougher relationships, right? And that the recommendation that if you're going to get into something like that, it's going to be tough, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be tough. I mean, both sides know that that's the case.
Yeah.
Anytime children are involved, I think it just makes adds an extra layer there.
Yeah.
Of course.
Someone said
Yeah.
that it's like dating two people, but not actually dating a child. It's just like getting to know two different people and two different personalities. And
yeah.
so it can be more complex.
But yeah, I mean, if I'm interested in a girl, I mean, obviously the context in which we meet is gonna matter, but I mean, I would probably like vet them before I even go on the first date to see if it's even worth my time. Like, I know it's maybe some people are like, kind of whimsical about it. They don't really care. I'll go on this date, whatever. For me, I will actually do quite a bit of vetting before I even want to meet up with them. I'm going to ask them a bunch of questions. Some people might think, oh, this is like autistic or whatever, but whatever. I don't care. Like, I'm just going to maximize my time. It's not worth it for me to go on a date with somebody and then get on the date and it's like, oh, okay, well, our values are totally mismatched here. I'm going to save you time, save myself time by figuring these things out before we even meet in person. If she's like dating 3 other men, even if she's not having sex with them, not interested. If she's having sex with one guy, not interested. Total deal breaker. Just goodbye.
I have a question for you. Where do you meet most of these women? Because I think it matters if it's somebody that you're meeting either online or a random person versus like being set up by somebody that you have mutual friends with and stuff. Like you can already know. Like where do you meet the most? Honestly, want everybody besides the relationship girls to answer that. Like where do you meet girls, Brian?
Well, so there's
we're putting Brian on the spot today.
DMs.
I mean, there's post-podcast, pre-podcast, and I mean, a lot of my experiences have been informed by my like pre-podcast dating experiences where like I was on dating apps and all this stuff. And I remember one time, for example, I was on a date with this girl and I met her on Hinge. She had just downloaded the app, and then it was like within a week I was on a date with her and she told me, oh yeah, I've already been on 3 dates. I'm dating and I have like 5 dates scheduled for next week. I'm like, oh, okay, thank you for telling me that. It was nice meeting you, but not interested. So I've had a lot of experiences there. Post podcast, it's mostly been women contacting me. That's like a way superior position to, like, if somebody's trying to get at you, it's just like a much better position to be in. So yeah, that's probably not most men's experiences, but in that situation, it's actually exceptionally easy to vet. And like you can basically bust out the girlfriend application and be like, answer this shit. No, there's not a girlfriend application, but it's like, if somebody's coming to you, you can be like really selective and be like, okay, let me ask you like a million questions and so forth.
But if you're on a dating app, aren't you like expected for all the women on there to have like a whole roster basically? Because that's what it's for.
Yeah, I mean, if you're on a dating app, definitely you have to have like, most of the women on there probably are dating multiple men.
Yeah.
There's a good chance they're probably fucking at least one other dude. I was on the dating apps for a while. So yeah. Yep. So,
I hate dating apps. I don't like them.
It's hard for me to like kind of speak on this, but I mean, I think there are good women on the dating apps, but it's like you got to kind of shift through. It's like diamond in the rough or whatever.
Well, you said you wouldn't date a woman who has like multiple dates.
Yeah.
But that's kind of like what the app is for, to get like multiple dates.
Well, I mean, you can be on the dating apps and like not trying to like squeeze in 7 dates
True.
a week. There are women on the dating apps who are a bit more selective, and you know, you can find that girl who's like not just like jumping at every single date. But I would say the majority of the women on the dating apps probably like dating multiple guys.
Yeah.
Probably.
The majority of the men though on dating apps are just specifically looking for hookups, and that's why I don't like dating apps, because they're not trying to look, especially like Hinge. It was the only dating app that I've said I would download, and I tried it out, and I'd find some good guys there that were only looking for sex, but majority of them was like, oh, you want to can I come over, can you come over? I'm just like, you haven't said hi to me, bro, like, and then you're already expecting sex from me.
Jesus donated $200.69. Thanks Brixan and Andrew for God's work. I need Betty buys. Really hope I wake up to see that Chair 1, Cruella de Vil 304, and 6, Norman Bates 304, rage quit. Good luck, boys. Godspeed. 07.
Yo, Lord Jesus, thank you for the TTS, man. Really appreciate it. Okay, once.
You want me to go check on her?
Huh?
You want me to go check on her?
You can. No, it's okay. Let's see. Where were we? We were talking.
Dating
we were
apps?
getting into your notes. You said your hot take on dating is that most men date for sport. You believe for the feeling of obtaining a woman and the gratification of that, but not necessarily dating for getting to know someone or being chill about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's just my experience with someone wanting to jump right into a relationship without taking the time to get to know me, you know, after the first date. I feel like to men, they see women as a trophy to obtain, you know, and then once they get you, that's it. They don't have to continue putting in the work. I mean, that was my experience in my 5-year marriage.
Okay.
You know, certified leaver.
I'm really, and you're currently like you're poly, you do the open relationship thing. How many people are you currently dating?
I'm not dating anyone. I'm focusing on getting divorced. I'm focusing on getting my life together.
Yeah, but are you like, okay, how about like casual sex then?
I don't have casual sex with anyone.
Semi-serious sex?
No.
Are there any guys in the picture in any romantic capacity or sexual capacity whatsoever?
No.
Oh, okay. All right. So you're celibate for a period. You've been celibate for 4 months?
I mean, I definitely have hooked up with someone that I was seeing for a couple months, but it was not great. Yeah. So haven't seen anyone since then.
How many, at any one given time, what's the most amount of men that you've been seeing in some capacity? Oh, you date women too, so I suppose.
Yeah. I mean, the most partners, like for me, that I max out at is 3. Like 3 partners romantically involved with, dating, in relationships with, and that's it for me. I mean, I'm not like someone who just needs a bunch of partners or needs a bunch of attention. I mean, I don't go on a bunch of dates. I don't have time to do that. So when I do, I mean, it's, you know, something I care about and it's something I take very seriously. But right now, I mean, for me, it's just very casual, and I explain that, you know, I'm open to healthy connection and experiences. So I'm down to go like hang out with people and go on walks and go on picnics and, you know, go on hikes, but I'm not interested in dating anyone right now or being in a relationship.
Okay. And let me see here. Sorry, there's a couple things going on behind the scenes. Let's see.
I don't know how people have enough like time in their day to be in a relationship with 3 different people. I feel like one boyfriend is a full-time job. Plus
I'm
having a
obsessed with
child.
one
I don't
person.
understand how people do that.
Yeah, well, when I left my husband, I also broke up with the other partners I had because I realized like I really need to focus on my life and her life and, you know, figuring out what that looks like for us. So, yeah, I mean, I identify as polyamorous, but, you know, I'm single and I'm also like open to talking to people and getting to know people, but I'm not trying to be in a relationship right now. But I enjoy getting to know people, you know, and being...
Okay. Sure. And you said you're bi, pan, queer, and you have better luck with queer people when it comes to dating casually.
Yeah.
So you are pan, so you'll date men, you'll date women, you'll date trans men, you'll date trans women. Do I have that correct?
Correct. And non-binary.
And non-binary. Okay. So they, thems.
More love.
Babies. Shout out to my babes.
What is theybs?
Babes, like they babes.
What's that?
Like a babe, but
okay.
a they them babe. So a babe.
All right.
I think Allie taught us that last
Yes.
time. Allie is a
Yes.
certified
24/7
bad.
baddie.
I think
Certified babe
was Allie's title.
Yeah. So I did want to ask you, and well, since the topic's already come up, although you didn't seem to disagree on this one, Callie, right? Yeah. It's not wrong to not want to date a trans person.
I mean, I think everyone's entitled to their opinions,
Sure.
and if you're not, attracted to a queer person or their, gender identity, that's fine, and that's your choice.
Okay. All right. Because we have had some people on the show who say, well, it would be discriminatory or transphobic or wrong to refuse to date somebody because they're trans.
I think it's technically still queer, in my opinion.
Wait, what do you mean?
Like, I think, if you're with a trans person, I think
Okay.
you identify as queer.
Yes,
Right.
Yeah, but
It's
that's
not straight.
But I don't really understand that aspect of it, because you can be a trans person and be heterosexual. So because doesn't that actually defeat the meaning of LGBTQ, which is the idea of same-sex relationships, right?
I mean, I'm honoring their gender identity, but I think
But even that can be, even if you did the gender identity thing, you would still have to consider that to be heterosexual if they both identify as opposite genders, right? So if that's the case, I still don't, even granting that, I still don't understand how it's actually, how they actually go under the umbrella of LGBTQ.
Yeah, I mean, you just asked my opinion. That's your opinion.
Yeah, but that's what I'm asking.
Okay. So wait, and I think you didn't even disagree on this one, but just want to double check. It's not straight for a man to date a trans woman. You agree with that?
I think it's queer, in my opinion.
She agrees.
Okay, she agrees.
Yes.
All right. Okay, let me see here. If we have anybody who... We did have... Emily, you disagreed on that one.
Wait, what? What was even the...
Yeah, so it was... The statement was that you disagreed on, it's not straight for a man to date a trans woman.
Yeah, I don't think it's straight. I also think it's queer.
You circled that you disagreed.
But you agree?
Yes, that is not straight.
Oh.
She agrees big A.
Okay.
I think I circled that too, maybe, because I do agree that it is gay to date a person that's trans.
I think we say queer.
Queer. Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Wait, why would it be queer?
I thought you said we don't say that word on here.
Oh, no, you can... I mean...
Well, gay in this context, if you're using it as an insult.
Yeah,
no,
if it's
but-
like an insult. Yeah.
Oh, no.
It was just in the disclaimer of words we don't say.
No, it's fine. Like
Respect for my transgender buddies always.
Okay, all right. Let's see here. We do have... we are going to get to Stifler's question then. Ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You want to take that one? All right. Everyone rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10, starting with you. Go ahead.
I think I'm a solid 8.
Okay.
In my opinion.
What about you?
Like in my opinion,
Yeah, your looks on a scale of 1 to 10.
like 9.
Okay. What about you?
It's like a 9 too.
9?
9.10.
7.
8.
7.
I'm a 10, baby.
Reminder, speak into the mic, okay?
Oh, 7.
All right. Deborah?
I like to think somewhere between 7.5 and 8.
All right. I give
Girl, you're
myself...
10.
Stay humble, always room to grow, get skinnier.
Yes, exactly.
Very true.
Me.
All right.
Once I get this nose job, watch out.
I give myself a 5. Andrew, what about you?
Well, I mean, with all the 9s in the room, I couldn't be anything less than a 10.
Yes, indeed. Wow.
Wait, why
Why are you
is that
laughing?
funny?
Why are you laughing?
You guys don't think so?
No, you're handsome.
Yeah, see? A 10.
There you go. And then, all right. And then I guess related to this question, we do have, do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time? So you're 26. Will you be better looking at 36?
Yes, because hopefully a lot less stress. I'm going to age backwards like Benjamin Button.
Okay. What about 20 years' time? 46?
Yes, definitely. I mean, I take really good care of myself. I work out all the time. I have vitamins, supplements, super greens, super reds, magnesium. I mean, really everything you can think of. So, yeah.
30 years time, 56.
Yeah, I'm going to be hot.
40 years time, 66.
I mean, I'll think I'll be maybe like a beautiful older woman, like Audrey Hepburn.
50 years time, 76.
I mean, hopefully my legs still work.
So, okay, just a reminder, the question is, do you think you'll be more attractive?
Oh, more attractive?
10 years, 20 years, 30 years? Compared to now? Yeah, so your 76-year-old self is going to be more hot.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Okay, it's okay.
No, I mean, I think, probably 10 years from now, I'll be really hot, and then I'll just... More
hot?
Yes.
More hot. Okay,
yes.
What about 20 years time? Same?
No,
Less?
I mean, I think that's not really going to be my concern anymore. It just, I'm not always going to be this young and sexy, so I'm just enjoying it.
Whether it's your concern or not is kind of irrelevant to the question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Haven't really thought about it. I don't really care that much. Like, I don't put that much emphasis on my looks.
You don't?
I care more about integrity.
Why do you put hair color? Why do you dye your hair?
Because I'm cute. I'm a girl. I like to be cute. It's fun.
So you do care about your looks?
I think it's fun. It doesn't mean that's
totally fine.
That's not like the most emphasis I put on in my life.
I guess what I don't understand, like you can't in the same sentence say I don't care about my looks, but also like you wear makeup, you put on fake lashes, you do your hair, you've got tattoos. You clearly care about your external physical appearance.
Yeah. I'm saying in that time, like, I will care a lot less about my looks. Like I said, I'm not always going to be this young and beautiful. Like, I'm not going to rely, or care that much about this forever. So.
Okay. All right. We switched you. You're 23, right? Or how old are you? 20?
21.
20.
21.
21, my bad. I got a little confused there. Okay, so 21. Will you be better looking in 10 years' time at 31?
I feel like yes, but not when I'm old.
So 20 years' time, 41?
41? Yeah, I feel like I'll still be hot.
30 years' time, 51?
I feel like once I get like a little older, I would probably get work done just to look a little younger.
Yeah.
That's really it.
When do you think you'll peak?
Peak? Probably like late 20s.
Okay. When do you think is like going to be your peak?
Like 35.
35, okay. Going to you, you're 23, better looking in 10 years' time at 33?
Yes, definitely. I feel like I still haven't grown up like I want to.
Sure. Okay, better looking in 20 years' time at 43.
Yes, I'm Latina, so I have really good genes, and my mom's beautiful, and she's 51. So.
Okay, better looking in 30 years' time at 53.
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, better looking in 40 years' time at 63.
Maybe, I hope so. Like J-Lo and all of them. Well, they're not 60, but they're older women and they're beautiful.
Do you guys think J-Lo's better looking now versus when she was?
No.
Do you think there's a single natural thing about her anymore? Or anybody in celebrity or anybody in Hollywood, all these celebrities do everything from like the blood facials to I don't know, sacrificing
like Kim Kardashian
children,
looks better
perhaps.
now. I feel like Kim Kardashian looks better now than she did when she was younger, like starting out. Don't you agree?
She's also had probably millions of dollars of plastic surgery done to her. So
that's the point.
I guess it matters if you think plastic surgery is attractive or not.
Not really. I mean, I want a nose job. That's probably the only work I would get.
All right. 50 years time at 73? More attractive?
No, definitely not more attractive.
When's peak?
Peak would be like in my 30s.
Mid-30s?
Yeah, my 30s.
All right. What about you? You are 22, right? Better looking in 10 years time at 32?
Yeah.
Better looking in 20 years time, 42?
Yeah.
Better looking 30 years time, 52?
No.
Okay, when's the peak?
I'd say like early 30s.
Early 30s, okay. You are 20.
Let me clarify, I don't want to live past 60.
Thank you for sharing that very relevant piece of information. You're 28, better looking in 10 years time at 38?
No, I believe everybody peaks when they're young. Like, it's
So you're, sure, let's go backwards. You're 28, were you better looking at 18 than you are now?
I think I was looking the best, like my peak was like 23.
Okay, but if we had to compare, were you better looking at 18 versus now?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And then you will be better looking now at 28 than you will be at 38.
I don't know. I guess we all age, so I don't know how I'm gonna look when I'm 38. I probably.
Assuming you plus 10 years.
I don't know. It could be I could take control and look good, or I could go to total shit. Who knows how people turn out.
What do you think?
I don't think I've ever thought about this. So
You're thinking about it right now.
I might look better. I think, yeah.
Okay,
I
all
could.
right.
But
What
you
about-
said 38.
38, 10 years time. No, okay.
Now you're old enough.
Nobody find it weird she doesn't want to live past 60? Am I the only one that caught that?
I got that too.
Why?
vampire.
Because our bodies are fucked up by then. Like we break down. I don't want to be all like I have like spine issue. I don't really want to live.
Well, I mean, maybe there'll be interventions within 30, 40 years that will, regenerative medicine, this sort
I
of
hope
thing.
so. I hope Elon Musk does something different.
So, going to you, you're 38. Will you be better looking? Will you be better looking in 10 years' time at 48?
I like to be optimistic, but I mean, I don't know. I want to get more fit, I guess, more strong.
Let me know if you need a trainer.
Okay. So, was that a yes or?
I don't think so.
I'm
No,
sorry,
not
you're very soft spoken.
Realistically, no. I probably will be a little less cuter. at
Okay, and
48.
you're 38. Are you better looking now, or were you better looking 10 years ago
think
at
I
20?
peaked.
Just let me finish. Better looking at 28.
Probably a little better looking.
Okay.
I kind of look the same.
And then were you better looking at 18, 10 years prior as compared to 28?
I would agree.
Okay, all right. Debra, you're 24, better looking in 10 years' time at 34?
I do think so.
Okay. And then better looking in 20 years' time, 44?
Better than right now?
Yes.
Probably not, because I plan to have a ton of kids, and I know what that does to a woman's body, but a cold plunge, I don't need seed oils, I'm all about that. RFK, maybe RFK will make us all live forever, so.
And then just between 34 and 44, which one will be better looking?
Probably 34.
Still 34?
I think
Okay.
early 30s is probably like the peak for women,
All
but
right.
my grandma's in her 80s and
Sure.
she's a hottie.
All right. And then, Damien, let me know when we get the Discord going with the age advancements. We do have a big super chat here from NAS in LA. Thank you, man, so much for the $200 super chat. He writes, in 10 years, you 3L foes will be coping with BBLs and Botox to try to look how you do today. Stop coping. Anybody here going to get a BBL?
No.
Anybody?
Isn't there
BBL? Anybody?
I go to the gym.
BBL?
Don't look at me.
I was just...
Looking straight at me. Like,
he was.
I looked at
all
everybody.
the gym.
I looked at everybody.
All natural from head
That's
to
what I'm
toe.
saying.
Does anybody here have any plastic surgery?
Not yet.
I got my boobs done after
Oh, okay.
breastfeeding
Yeah. All right.
for
there
a
you go.
year.
You got it. All right. We are age advancing everybody. You can go ahead and pull that up.
No.
No.
All right.
How dare you?
That's okay.
That is so
My nose, like, why would my nose even look
Wait,
like that?
what's the
though?
age?
I don't know.
Well, she said she was going to be better looking at like.
I said
60,
10 years
70s.
from now.
That
That's
could
what
be-
We didn't
that-
even do our prime age that
Yeah.
we said.
Yeah, you just said old lady. What the hell?
I mean,
That's
shit.
granny
I feel
style.
like old ladies also do get that hairstyle too, you know?
I know,
Next-
low-key.
The salt and pepper.
Next.
Yeah.
Oh, well, she's not here, but
That does not look like her.
That's
oh my god,
rough.
I'm scared for me.
Where'd she go?
I'm scared for myself.
I'm not sure.
It's
Next.
a runaway bride.
Whoa.
Wow,
They
that
had
was
a
not
frown.
nice.
Everyone
that was not
aged
nice.
us
No,
30
I'm
years.
next. How dare you guys?
All right, next.
Wait, how old would I be there? 70?
Of course, the hottest.
Okay.
So far.
Still look cute.
All right, next.
Why do my lips get smaller? What?
All right.
Mine was
Okay.
the worst. You guys just
No, I think mine was the worst so far.
Next.
I haven't been up yet, so.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Age,
Wait, I can
age
kinda see
gracefully.
it.
Age gracefully,
Is that
cat.
fucking Nancy Pelosi? Yeah. All right.
Nancy Pelosi.
Next.
Oh, God.
It's
All right.
Oh,
Next.
gosh.
Here we go, Deborah.
I kind of look hot. Wait, I look hot.
Okay, Cindy Crawford.
Thank you. I don't believe in fillers or any of that stuff. I think it lasts in your skin forever. So this is a PSA to any woman. Hey, thank you. Any woman considering that, you can never get rid of it. Even dissolving
All right.
stuff, it lives forever. So don't do
Thank
it.
you. I love
All right,
that.
what we got
Stay
next?
natural.
What
we
about
got?
primitive
Oh,
Botox? Okay, bro.
Chad.
Of course. Of
You
course.
wish.
Next. And then, of course, the yeah. Whoever's doing
love
this, I like the keep doing minus Chad, and then Grandpa Andrew. I like that. Okay.
Grandpa Andrew.
I feel
right.
good about myself
Rock
now.
and roll.
Looks exactly like my dad.
That's what
All right.
Strong genes.
All right. So let's see here. Where were we? I guess those of you who said you'll be like better looking in 10, 20, whatever, 30. Final question on this. Do you think men will find you, because I know this is your own self-assessment, do you think men will find you more attractive in 10 years' time compared to now?
Yeah, I think a lot of guys are like into MILFs. Like they like older women.
Erroneous! Erroneous!
Well,
MILFs are hot.
You know, my sister's 60 and she looks like she's 30 and she has trouble like dating at
Your
all.
sister looks like she's 60 but looks like she's 30?
No, she looks 30 and she's 60.
Yeah, that's
I could pull up
what
a
I just
picture
said.
and you'd be like, she doesn't look her age. Like men argue with her on dating sites.
Show me the picture. I don't believe this for 1 second.
Right.
Go grab her phone.
Mommy?
Yeah, go grab your
Really?
phone.
Okay.
Go grab
Wait,
your
your
phone.
sister's really
I don't
60?
believe it.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm adopted.
A 60-year-old that looks like a 30-year-old, maybe an Asian
It's all
woman can
making
pull
more
that
sense.
off. Maybe.
Asian don't raise it.
All coming to I said childhood trauma.
Maybe.
It leads to everything in life. A lot
Maybe an Asian woman.
Trauma.
Maybe an Asian woman.
You're right. Yeah, Asian.
Even then,
Asian
at
ladies
60,
age very good too, very
60,
gracefully.
bro. I'm sorry.
It's that Korean skin.
I
Even
don't-
black
men
people age very well.
Black don't
are most
crack.
attractive
Black
to
don't
women
crack.
in their
Reason, black
20s.
don't crack.
The
I have
DiCaprio
my mom's
effect.
friend, she's like 80 and she looks like she's 50.
Don't show it on camera. Just show it to me, okay?
But I think the
Just
realist
pass it down.
answer
Rotate
is
the phone.
once women pass
60,
30.
maybe 40, but I don't think she looks 60.
She's hot.
I mean, she's got a filter. She's using a filter. Can I look at her?
Yeah,
Can
go
I look
ahead.
at her other
Go
photos?
ahead.
Okay.
It's not like the skinniest, but she doesn't look 60 to me. And men argue with her.
Does she look 60?
She looks a little younger than 60, but
Okay, what age would you give her?
well, I'm not really good at reading people like in their 50s and 60s just because I'm not at that
You
age
should
yet.
ask her. I feel like maybe she would.
I guess like
She's not in her
54.
40s. Like I mean, she could but again, like
It's
she
just-
could be like in her mid 50s. But I mean,
in
to
person,
be
she
generous,
looks like-
in person.
Yeah, in person she looks
People
young.
usually look worse in person than they do in their.
I feel like
She
I
looks
look
better
better
in
in person than I do on camera because I'm not
She
photogenic
don't.
really.
I've never seen a 30-year-old with like the.
Well,
That's why you gotta
Can
put
we see? I wanna
skincare on
see.
your neck.
Always bring down the
She's
lotion,
got the
girls.
turkey
Bring down the
gobble.
lotion down to
That's
your
not
neck
a
always.
30-year-old, bro.
Oh, and sunscreen. Wear sunscreen.
That's a Nancy Pelosi.
Well, men argue with her on dating sites. Like I've even said, you're not 60. I've argued with her. So
What do you mean? Men
Like
argue with
they're
her?
like, you're lying about your age. It's like, why would I lie about?
I know.
being 60?
I know why
Like,
men would lie about this because it's flattering to a woman to say she looks younger than she like actually is, especially like older women who are 60. They're trying to have sex with your 60-year-old girl. What is it? Not girl. What the fuck? Aunt? What is she?
She's my sister. I'm
your
adopted.
sister.
Okay, now let's
I'm
rate my
adopted.
mom.
Oh my. Yeah. Guys will flatter women. It's a strategy.
I don't know. I
Oh,
still.
you're so beautiful.
I still argued with her about her being 60 because I couldn't even
I can see that
recognize
shit.
Yeah. I
As
just,
an honest man.
Wow, she's older
I
than my
see that
mom. That's
shit.
crazy.
She's 60, man. Okay. All right. Well, good talk. Okay, so we are. Oh, I need to finish up the notes from everybody. Then we're getting to the questionnaire. Let's see here. We did yours, Amelia.
Yes.
Amelia.
Hello.
Let's see. We talked about the cutting the hair thing.
Yeah. Traumatized still.
You feel like guys downgrade, cheating and why guys downgrade. That's valid. You wrote paranormal experiences in here.
Yeah.
Is it a dating thing or you just want to talk about ghosts?
I like talking about ghost stories.
Have you been? I feel like you've been abducted by aliens.
I
Like you
Does she
seem the
give
type
that
of girl who's been abducted. Have you been probed?
I'm definitely woke. I'm definitely woke and believe in
Wait, you're woke?
woke. Yeah,
I
about
don't
like the
know if you know.
Matrix and about everything. Like
Is their third eye open?
The
Wait.
Matrix, yeah. Like,
Wait, do you mean
that
like
we live in a
in a
Matrix?
simulation?
Yeah, in a simulation.
Oh. Wait, really?
Well,
That's
not
a movie.
that we live in a simulation, but I do believe that like we live in a matrix where like the higher society makes us like in a
So
programmation.
how do we get unplugged?
I don't know yet.
You take the red pill?
I'll take the red pill.
You take the red pill.
I'll take the red pill. But anyways, going back to
So right now, just to be clear,
Red pill.
It's currently the year in the real world. It's the year 2400. There's robots. You are in like a liquefied human pod, and the robots
That's
are
scary.
using. Hold on, the robots are using you for essentially a battery to power
no.
the robot world because there was a human robot war, and The robots won, and now we're the slaves
Of the robots.
And we're all inside of a matrix right now.
No, I do not believe that's not the point I was getting at. Just like the rat race, trying to escape the matrix, not working in that's strictly of like working a 9 to 5.
So we're not literally in the matrix. We're
That's programmation.
She's talking about social programming.
okay.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much, Andrew.
No, but she said we're in a simulation. So
No, I said we're not in a simulation.
No, she actually said she didn't think we were in a simulation.
Oh.
Yeah, that would be crazy. I'm not that crazy,
we're in a
guys.
simulation, and then she's talking about social.
Kind of like Andrew Tate
programming. So she's
mindset.
saying-
I'm like the version, like the woman version of Andrew Tate.
And yeah, you're a fan of Andrew Tate.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I used to not be because I didn't like his views on women, but now that he changed his views on women.
Wait, how did he change his views on women?
Well, wait.
Yeah.
Did he change his views on woman or on women?
Oh, boy.
Well, I don't know. I did not like Andrew Tate at first because of the video I would see him like degrading women and acting like we're sexual objects, and I was like, yeah, you're not my guy.
Yeah,
women,
PMD.
Not woman.
Yeah.
I think he's kind of
But
doubling
now
down.
he's like
some of
saying
his
that women are the
takes.
most beautiful creation on earth, and we need to take care of them and
It's
protect them.
women.
So I was like,
It's
okay, I
women.
like
It's
you.
By
not woman.
paying them
It's
to have
women.
sex on webcams.
No, I did not know about that.
Yeah,
That's how he got his famous. He has a whole program called a PhD pimping hose degree, where he teaches men how to get other women to film themselves naked on sex cams.
Oh, I did not know
and then get
that.
the money.
She's still doing that?
Yeah.
Just to move things on.
Okay, I did not know that.
You said you're into.
I don't agree with that.
You're into
really hard.
manifesting.
Yeah,
What does that
manifesting.
mean?
Manifesting is whatever like you want in your life and your dreams. You're able to manifest it, and eventually comes to fruition if you follow your path and stay true to yourself, and obviously God. Pray to God. And I feel like I've manifested a lot of things that I wanted, like being in the medical field and my opportunities that I've asked once, like for modeling. It's like it happens.
Okay. And then you did write here when I was going around the table. You said you're single, right?
Yes.
But in the notes, you said you were in a very complicated situationship.
That was my ex.
You're no longer. Oh, maybe you sent this like a while ago, so this is over. Do I have that correct?
Yeah. That situation is over.
I see. You said because you said you've been single for 2 months. So okay, so you're no longer in the very complicated situation.
No.
This was the guy who cut your hair?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
It's all coming back together.
I see. Okay, all right. And we have who do we have? Gianna?
Gina? Me?
No, there's a. Oh no. Okay, that's all right. Let's see here. Did you send anything or no? I don't think you did.
Yeah, I did.
You did? Via Instagram or here?
Yeah, you already read them, but they were just like.
Oh, you're right. I did.
Yeah.
I didn't send anything.
Debra
Sorry,
didn't send
Ryan.
anything.
But I can whip it up right
that's really
now.
fine. We have I think the final one then is we have Tawny. Tawny, you said you just ended a 9-year abusive relationship with your ex-fiance who's now having severe health problems.
That's correct.
Okay. Actually, yeah, I'll leave it here for now. And just, I don't know if, can you give us a little details? He's abusive. Was it physically, emotionally?
It was physical. It was emotional. It lasted way too long. I mean, we met when I was 29 and now I'm 38. So my whole 30s. He was also 12 years older than me, and I
age gap.
have different opinions on that now as an older woman, I think.
I see.
Yeah, but it's very emotional because he
Just get close if you can.
has liver cirrhosis and he has colon cancer on top of that. So
I'm so sad.
Okay.
It's just shitty.
But so you said that you just ended the 9-year abusive relationship. How did you abuse him?
I was not the abusive
Oh,
one.
my bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I missed that part. And you were with him for 9 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You wanted to talk about narcissistic abuse. So he was a narcissist?
I have been reading a lot of books on
I'm sorry.
narcissism, and yeah, I would.
Just so it's a little simpler,
I would
just
say
scoot your chair in. Maybe if you uncross your legs, you can.
I would
scoot that chair and just get that. Okay. There you go. All right.
Yeah, I would categorize it as like a narcissistic abusive relationship.
How do you define narcissism? I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
I've read Why Does He Do That? And I've been listening to a lot of Dr. Romney, and I wouldn't have a definition. Yeah, but I do feel like it did fit into that category quite a bit. I'm sorry.
Okay. Was he diagnosed as a narcissist or?
No.
Okay. Andrew typically has thoughts on this one. I don't know, Andrew, if you want to have any inquiry here? Or?
Yeah, I was just curious. So I hear so many women say that men are narcissistic, and yet these men have never been diagnosed with narcissism. It seems that the women themselves tend to diagnose the men as being narcissistic all on their own. And I'm just wondering how you came to the conclusion that he was narcissistic.
I feel like I grew up with a covert narcissist mother.
Was she diagnosed?
I wish I was more. I know she's not diagnosed, but
Yeah.
sorry, I wish I was feeling more articulate. But yeah, just like I said, let's read the book "Why Does He Do That," which was very insightful. And I don't know if anyone's familiar with Dr. Romney, the Indian psychologist that has a YouTube channel that talks a lot about this. Yeah. You're right.
Yeah, well, I'm just curious, what are the traits that actually made this guy a narcissist?
I don't actually... I don't know how to explain it completely.
Like double standards,
I totally lose myself
hang
in
on,
this
let her
relationship.
answer.
I was never really listened to. I don't know. I should have made more notes before I came here because I'm feeling like I don't know exactly what to say on that subject. So sorry. Can
I got a lot to say about narcissism.
Was it Zach Bryan?
No.
Anybody following that? I love Zach Bryan, but that situation.
Yeah, well, I mean, so just by a show of hands real quick, who here has dated a narcissist?
I guess me.
Diagnosed or diagnosed by women?
Well, just diagnosed by you.
Mine was diagnosed by a doctor.
Okay.
After.
Just diagnosed by you, or you just think that they're a narcissist for whatever reason, just by a show of hands, real quick.
Wait, what did you say?
You have to be
Okay,
dated
so-
a narcissist. I think a lot of women just use that term. Like, it's like the term
Really?
gaslighting. People just took it and ran with it. But people can be an asshole or like a bad guy without being
A narcissist.
an actual narcissist. You cannot feel or think about other people's emotions. They could know about your emotions and just genuinely not care about them. Like, that is, I don't think that's necessarily narcissism. I think there's just
You're an
bad
asshole.
people. Yeah, like,
Yeah.
and
It's
there's
just
women who are
psychopath.
also really bad. Like, it's just bad people.
Is a psychopath and a narcissist the same thing?
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
Have you dated a psychopath besides the dog man?
Oh, well.
Yeah.
Your relationship was diagnosed as a narcissist, and I've also dated a guy that was actually diagnosed as a psychopath. But this is like way like when I was
Well,
really,
there's
really young.
Well, for a
there's
guy
no
to cut my
diagnosis
hair,
for
psychopath
psychopathy.
is-
So
Well,
psychopath doesn't exist anywhere in the DSM. It's
Well,
not a diagnosis. There's other diagnoses which you would give a person that you would possibly consider them to be a psychopath, like borderline personality disorder, cluster B, all sorts of different things. But psychopathy itself, being a psychopath, is not a thing which can be diagnosed.
Interesting. I was like 19. This guy told me he was actually diagnosed like as a psychopath. I don't know what that.
Schizophrenic, maybe.
Maybe, who knows? I don't know that.
How old was he? You were 19?
He was like 23, somewhere in there, 24.
Girl, you gotta make better choices in men. I'm sorry. I'm not
yeah.
sorry, actually. I really think that you need to make better choices in men, especially if you have a daughter, because it's your duty to raise her and like teach her what men she should go for. And I think it's never too late to make that better choice and live a happier, better life, but you gotta put the effort in.
Yeah, I'm learning. It's definitely, yeah, I agree with that statement.
All right. Let's see here. One sec, guys. Just going over a couple things. Okay. We're going to get into the questionnaire stuff, but before we do, I'm just going to read the super chat from the homie Ray Bovis. Please have everyone pronounce the plural form of the word woman. Andrew's enthusiastic about this one. Starting with you. Go
I
ahead.
don't get the question.
Women.
Women? What?
Women.
A woman in question.
I don't know what we're talking. Sorry.
Oh, the plural word.
Yeah, the plural form of the word woman.
Woman.
Women?
Into the mic,
Wait,
please.
Women?
what?
Women? What?
Well, so you guys have, and you may not realize that you've done this, but all of you have done this now. When you say women, you keep saying woman. I don't think that woman
When
should
have I
do this,
done
or
that?
I said
he's
women.
mean to
I did
woman,
not
or
say
things
that.
like that. What's that?
I don't believe I know the proper use of the terms. I don't think I've said that, but if anybody can answer
Well, I'm not
what
saying
is
you
a woman.
specifically. But yeah, there's a lot of and I have no idea why this is. It's something that I've seen panel after panel after panel. For some reason, women use the word woman to say women, and I don't actually understand why that is.
So what's the difference?
The most bizarre phenomenon
It's the
ever.
plural, so like
Women.
A woman and
pans versus pan is a singular pan. A woman is you. We're women.
It's a bunch of, yeah.
Yes.
Well, I said that.
No, you specifically said woman like 15 times instead of women.
Me?
No, me.
Oh.
I'm confused
Yeah.
with this question. Woman?
Yeah.
Is English your second language?
Well, I had to learn English and Spanish at the same time because I moved to Mexico when I was in preschool. So imagine having to learn your own language, how to speak and write correctly, and then add Spanish on top of that. So I might.
Yeah, but I mean, in Spanish, isn't it mujeres?
Yes.
Like, isn't it the same
Mujeres.
thing?
Mujer.
Right?
Woman. One moment.
right.
Sorry.
All right.
Well, Brian's gone, so we have to entertain ourselves now.
No, we can actually dive into a couple things. So going back to the rating thing briefly, I'd like to do just a very quick social experiment. So everybody close your eyes. Close them up tight. Close your eyes up tight. Okay, now raise your hand if you think you're the prettiest girl in the room. Nobody else can see.
I'm not gonna participate.
Okay, now lower your hands. Now open your eyes. Okay, now, starting with chair one, who do you think said that they were the prettiest woman in the room?
I don't know. I mean, I think
If you had
everyone
to
here
guess.
is really beautiful.
It's just a guess. There's no wrong answer.
In my opinion,
Yeah.
I mean, I think
Just
you're
who
really
do you think
beautiful.
raised their hand is all. I'm just asking who you think raised
But
their
she's
hand.
humble, so I don't think she would have raised her hand. I don't
Okay.
know.
Next chair, who do you think raised their hand?
Honestly, maybe you raised your hand, but
Okay.
I
All
thought
right,
these
hang
two
on.
beautiful women. So I was like, I am definitely not the prettiest girl in here.
So middle chair, who do you think raised their hand?
I don't feel like anyone did. Just kind of out
Okay.
of respect for
Next,
everyone.
who do you think raised their hand?
I don't know. No one?
Okay. And then next chair, who do you think raised their hand?
Probably no one. I would bet on that, actually.
Oh, and then last chair, who do you think raised their hand?
If I agree with no one, but if I had to say anyone, I think it would be you, just because I feel like you have a high level of self-confidence.
I do.
But
Got it. So to those, now just since all your eyes are open, raise your hand if you said nobody.
what do you mean?
If you said
Like you
nobody
didn't raise
raised
your
their
hand?
If you,
Yeah, if
Oh.
you don't think anybody raised their hand, raise your hand. Yeah, okay, great. And so for those of you who just raised your hand, how many of you rated yourselves as a 7 or above? Everybody? So I don't understand. If you're 7, 8, 9, 10, how do you assume that you're not the prettiest girl in the room?
Because there's also 7, 9s, and 10s
So
here.
subjective. Such a subjective question.
nines and
I don't think
tens.
I'm in competition with any other woman.
I'm
I
in
think we're all
competition with
beautiful in
myself.
our
It's
own
not a
way.
matter,
Myself
it's not a matter of
only.
I always think it's a
competition.
prettier
Why is
girl.
it a matter of
Yes,
competition?
me too. Always. I'm not the prettiest
Like, look
girl.
at her. She's model material. Or her.
Yeah.
She's beautiful.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a matter of competition. I'm saying that even from your subjective metric, you can make a determination as to what is pretty and what is not pretty, correct?
Symmetrical face.
I think all the girls here are beautiful.
Yeah.
Nobody's disputing that.
You must
Nobody's
not
disputing
understand
that
female.
every girl is pretty.
For someone who's married, I'm shocked that you don't have a better grasp on the female psychology when it comes to just this specific aspect, where women, when the environment is divisive and you're put in a position to tear each other down, women will
They'll lie.
claw each
Yeah,
other's eyes
I know,
out.
they'll lie.
But like when they're
Yeah.
I think in good environments, women tend to be girly and like sisterhood and really like not want to tear people
like
down.
girls.
I just came from a bachelorette trip. Everyone's like braiding their hair
Like
and doing
community.
massages. I'm like, since when did we start doing this? Like, I think it's just a female thing that if we were all in a private room, like a
Well, you're right.
confessional,
As a person who's
it would be
married and has
different.
raised many women who are out in society, I also know that there's a lot of truth that perhaps at the moment you're trying to gaslight us away from, which is that women often tear each other down in groups all the time. They do it all the time, nonstop, and often in the most passive-aggressive ways possible. But the idea that you, from your subjective metric, can't make a determination as to which girl you think is prettier than you, I think is a lie. I literally think it's just a lie. I don't think any of you are actually telling me the truth, right?
I think she's prettier than me.
I mean,
She's
I'm
prettier
gay
than
and I
me,
gave
so-
my honest opinion, so.
My honest opinion.
Yeah, right. Well, so, I mean, some of you will say, sure, some of the women here are prettier than me, blah, blah, blah. But many don't want to answer. They don't want to answer why. Because they're afraid that they're going to offend somebody. It's going to hurt their feelings, this or that. I understand that. But at the same time, it's like, just don't lie to me and say, well, I just don't know. I never make those judgment calls, because yes, you do. Yes, you definitely make the judgment calls as to who's prettier than you, not prettier than you. And
What if you're just basing it off of what other people tell you, not that you think you're pretty?
Yeah, well, I think that most people would probably base their metric on what other people tell them. Otherwise, what would they be comparing it to?
Like, I don't think I'm ugly.
So if someone doesn't think they're pretty, but they base it off of someone else saying, then they're never going to think they're actually beautiful.
Yeah, but I think that the way that people inform themselves about beauty standards is based on how people treat them, based on their beauty standard, right?
I'm not afraid
So
to.
if you were like walking around all day long and every guy you ran into was like, "Oh, you're ugly," I'm guessing that you probably wouldn't think you were pretty, right?
Yeah.
But if you walked around all day and guys were like, "Oh, you're beautiful," I'm assuming that that would probably higher your estimation of yourself, correct?
Maybe that's why too. I think I'm really beautiful because how many compliments I do get when I step out, like anywhere. Men and women.
Someone on TikTok told me they watch my videos with the sound off, so I don't know,
Wow.
take that with what you will. I don't know if it was a hate comment or not,
That's
but
definitely a hate comment for sure.
I'm taking it as a positive comment.
You could definitely be like, get told you're hotter than you actually are, and then rate yourself lower just because
Can
you
we,
have low self-esteem.
let's pull up Twitch, Damon. Guys, go to twitch.tv. Bob Kyle, I don't know if you're still in chat. I didn't get the notification for it, but you did send us a raid. I don't know if you're still watching. Guys, go to, there it is. I don't know why, maybe, here, let me check my settings. Maybe it's like below the threshold or something, but yo, Bobcat, thank you so much for the raid, man. Really appreciate it. I don't know if I'm going to be able to play World of Warcraft with you, man, but I really appreciate it. I don't know. I'm like, there's a lot of interest on our Discord about doing it. I'm just like thinking if I have even time, but we'll see. Maybe I'll start the guild and just abandon it after a day. We'll see. Just kidding. Okay, thank you so much for the raid, man. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. Guys, it's been 15 minutes since we last got a Prime, so if you guys have a Prime sub available, check it. Let me see what's going on here, though, with the alert. Before I get into the questionnaire, just while I'm getting this all sorted, does anybody have a dating topic that they'd like to speak on? Or you have two men here who will be totally honest with you if you've ever wanted to ask a guy a question about dating or relationships or anything, and you want an honest answer.
What's your guys' idea of a perfect first date? In your opinion?
Like realistic perfect,
Yeah.
or like idealistic perfect?
What's the difference?
Well, idealistic perfect would be
like a dream.
She's a billionaire heiress, and she commits herself to me for her life. Even if I break up with her, she will become a nun after we break up. We have sex immediately. She's
amazing at it.
She's exactly my type. And then the times in which I want a different type, she can shapeshift, kind of like you, into a different type. Just kidding about that part. I'll be happy with however she comes. Just kidding, but really, I'm serious. Giant labia, world record, because
You like them fat, huh?
You date women, so you know what I'm talking about. I only
Hey.
date women with large labia. I'm looking for a Guinness World Record labia,
Okay.
in fact. So if anybody knows anybody, just kidding.
Like that
Just
fat.
kidding. But I'm
Down
serious.
there.
I am serious about that. What else?
Please send reference photos to him.
Yes, I need multiply. Yeah.
No, realistically, not idealistic.
Realistically,
the world we live in right
billionaire
now.
heiress, giant labia. No, perfect first date.
Yeah. Would she plan it, or would you plan it?
She does.
Or would you guys,
Okay. Here.
Would you guys do it together?
Realistic, and we're about to play the bow video.
Yeah.
Realistic. She's of like equivalent, in terms of physical attractiveness, like around my league or whatever. Pleasant, submissive, does my laundry on the first date, does a bow.
Do you guys meet at the
Hits a bow.
laundromat so you can see how she folds?
No, she just does
shirts?
it. She just does it at my place. Comes over. Also,
She trusts you.
yeah, trust me. She does my. What else does she do? She cleans my entire house, including bathrooms. Sweeps, mops, Swiffers, vacuums.
So you want a slave?
She also needs to know how to churn butter and make moccasins, because that's how I roll. And kings out there, if she won't find somebody who will. If she won't find somebody who will. If she wanted to, she would. So
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, hey, you put it out there. Ask and you shall receive.
Yeah. I basically,
I did all those things.
Deborah.
I did all those things for my ex-boyfriend.
You churned butter and made moccasins?
Well, not that part, but I cleaned all of his dishes,
deal
washed his
breaker.
dog.
Like,
She
damn
won't
it.
I
churn
washed his
butter.
dishes,
In
made
fact-
his bed in the morning, did his laundry.
Yeah. Speaking of laundry,
Actually, I do know how to churn butter.
even though I have like top of the line laundry, like washing machine, dryer, I actually insist that my girlfriend, she has to what's that?
The washboard?
She has to use a washboard.
Like a pilgrim.
Yeah, she has to use a washboard to clean all my clothes, and then
Do
she
they
has to
teach-
hang them to dry.
Okay.
Yeah,
They
so-
teach us to elementary schoolers like
Complete
Wow,
king
that
status.
sounds like a great
Yeah.
elementary school. That
Sounds like a good first date.
it's like a program.
Do you guys downgrade on purpose, or it just happens to you
wow,
guys?
that was a total shift.
I
of
know.
conversation.
But we're talking about relationships, aren't we?
Do we downgrade on?
Yeah. Why do
purpose?
you guys downgrade on purpose? Like, because some guys go from having the most beautiful woman, everything they can want,
Yeah.
and then they break up with her, and then the next girl they get doesn't meet any of that standards
They
to that
get
girl.
or they cheat on you with?
Both. Because I never gotten cheated on, but after me and my ex broke
'Cause I
up,
could see,
he
like-
dated a girl that had like nothing going for herself,
Yeah.
looked like a tweaker, like.
You're not a. Never mind.
Well, the
So
idea
it was
is,
just like, why would you go from me to her?
You mean
Probably
he side
wasn't
graded?
horrible, right?
Wait, it wasn't the down. He side graded because like you're also a
what?
tweaker.
A tweaker? How
Are
would
you
you say?
not?
No, do you know what tweaker means?
I think so.
What?
Am I-
Does meth?
No, a tweaker like
have
does
you-
drugs.
Have you ever done drugs?
Marijuana, but I'm talking about she does like
That's-
looks like she does meth and looks like she does like
Have
hardcore.
have you ever done?
No. I
No?
vape and
You
smoke
vape.
weed and drink wine.
Such cope. Why you coping so hard? Yeah, look at you. You have to.
Who
You
hasn't?
have
I'm just gonna
to.
say that.
Yeah,
hasn't
there we
what?
go. There's the truth.
Who hasn't
There's-
what? Have you
Who
ever?
hasn't done
Have you ever
experimented? Who
Done,
hasn't
have you ever done
experimented?
PCP?
No.
Have you ever done like black tar heroin?
No.
Have you ever done crocodile?
No.
Have you ever done
I smoke weed.
acid?
Maybe in high school I did acid once.
In high school? Like
Yeah.
You're 15 or something?
No,
Oh,
like in
16, my
senior
bad.
year with my girlfriends.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
But that was just
crack?
one time.
16, she was 17.
Crack?
No, that's like hardcore tweaker drug. Like whatever is like heroin, meth, crack, and like PCP and like all that weird shit like
You've
that.
never, not even once.
No.
Not even once.
Not even once.
Not even one time.
No.
Not even half of a once.
No.
A quarter of a once?
Does
Like
it
just
look?
the
I'm
tip?
not. Do I look like it or what? Because why?
Just the tip. Just for a second. Just to see how it feels.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like how girls won't count, like if it's just the tip as a body? It's kind of like you just like take one hit of the meth pipe. Like that's, you still
No.
did meth.
Yeah, no, but I smoke weed like on a daily, so.
Laced with meth?
No.
I'm kidding. All right. I'll
Why
stop.
are you crying again? Because of the meth?
Is it the meth convo?
That's what I'm curious about.
Is it a,
You okay?
Oh,
is it, did I say something? Is it me?
Hi.
What did I say?
No, it's not you.
It's not. Is it Andrew? Andrew, you fucking scumbag.
Go away.
Andrew, make a
Do
silly
you want
face.
me to talk shit to Andrew for a little bit? Andrew, how you, Andrew?
PCP.
I thought PCP was
PCP? What is that?
platelets.
Andrew,
Like a natural eye filler, platelets.
you scoundrel. You are a scoundrel, Andrew.
No, I'm
You ain't nothing but a hound dog.
Andrew, put your little red screen on. Show us the reds. Show us your evil.
Yeah.
We know you're
Put
evil,
your
Andrew.
horns
Put
on.
the red thing. There it is.
Stays on.
His face.
You scoundrel.
I can even see the
Andrew.
devil horns peeking out.
What are you eating?
He's eating a cookie.
Can I have some?
Wow.
He's eating a cookie.
That sounds good.
My wife's cookies are not for you.
Not for you.
Hey, fair enough.
Wait, Andrew, do you have children? You said you brought some girls into this world. How many kids do you
I
have?
have children. I have 5. I have 3 stepkids and then 2 of my own.
What are the age ranges, like youngest to oldest?
The oldest are in their 20s and the youngest is, I don't know, like 12 or 13 or 14 or something.
How old were you when you became a dad?
I was pretty young.
How old?
I was in, I don't remember my exact age. It was like early 20s.
So DILF.
I have a few friends who've been married since like early 20s and they're now parents. But what do you think was like the biggest thing, if anything, to change for you as a man in the way that you saw women after having your first child? Did anything change? And if it did, what?
No, so I think that my opinion of women was pretty well informed up until that point. Maybe not great, but it was pretty well informed. But understanding women's nature, raising women, that's a whole different story, whole different thing. It turns out that this idea that that women are perfect until a man corrupts their angelic nature is complete and total fucking bullshit. So that's the thing that I learned more than anything quickly, is that that is not true at all, not even a little bit. And there's a lot of what she called social engineering, which tries to reinforce a narrative that women are born angelic and perfect, and only evil men, it's only after evil men corrupt their angelic nature that they do anything which is bad, and that's just not the case.
No, I would agree with you on that. I think hormones play a huge role into it, specifically like if you ever met a 14-year-old girl, they could probably use an exorcism. We've all been 14-year-old girls here.
Yeah, I don't think it's hormones. I have a different way that I look at it. So, well, I think that there's a superpower which is corrupting to women, especially beautiful women. And I think it would be just as corrupting to men if they had it. So think of it as like you're an X-Men. And your mutation, your superpower is that if you're young and beautiful between the ages of, let's say, 18 and 27, basically anything you want from men, you can get. Basically anything you want. If you want a door opened, you're going to get it. If you need money, you're going to get it. If you need resources, you're going to get that. If you get in trouble, then likely your punishment's going to be much lighter. Now, it's like this great superpower, but it corrupts too at the same time, right? Because it displaces accountability. And since it displaces accountability, once that beauty fleets, women seem to have trouble taking accountability after that. They go, wait a second, it used to be that doors magically opened for me. Gifts just showed up at my house. People just gave me resources and attention. Once that fades, though, they never learned the accountability portion. And so I think that's a massive social issue. And because matrons in society have been rejected, meaning older women who are now always just looking to kind of reattach themselves to their youth instead of telling women to have good expectations, the matrons of society, which are designed to guide women through this, they're gone. They're summarily rejected. And instead, they try to hold these ridiculous beauty standards into their 60s and 70s where they look like J-Lo and this type of thing. And it's insane. So that's the big eye opener.
Yeah, I think it's
that I got.
Not directly opposed. I think it's just different than what I was saying, which is like I think women specifically when they're going through puberty for the first time, just as somebody who was a teenage girl and had other teenage friends, that there's something, I don't know, I think women are not informed enough about hormones. We're never really taught about it, how it affects you, how people after giving birth have like postpartum depression and they can literally go psychotic because of it, even after abortions too. People don't talk about this stuff.
Men have the same thing. Like
I know, but it sucks that we're not taught about it.
This is often not thought about. But men, when they're going through puberty, right, rite of passage for men, they get ultra violent sometimes with each other, highly angry, very upset, very confused. Right? They have a hormone siege inside of their bodies as much as women do. But their accountability is not taken away. So the accountability for keeping those things in check, that's never displaced from them. It does seem like it's more displaced from women.
How is that new, though? Since the beginning
that?
of time, men have been held more accountable than women because we've expected men to be the leaders.
Yeah,
so if you guys want to be the leaders, you should expect to be held accountable as well more than your counterparts.
Let me tell you how silly this is. Sure, you know what? I'll concede the argument. You're right. Men should be held more accountable. The thing is, though, is if you give them more responsibility, right? If you give them more responsibility, then you're going to have to also give them the authority. And so you can't say, well, we're going to take authority away from men, which is what egalitarianism has done, and still give them the same amount of responsibility and have the expectation that you're going to have a society which isn't fucked from top to bottom, because it is. So the thing is like, sure, hold men more accountable than women, but as long as they have the authority, right, nobody's going to say anything about it. But the second you say we're equal, well, then you need to have equal accountability.
I don't disagree at all. I love the patriarchy. I think men should lead, and us women can focus on painting our nails, making sourdough starters, being moms. I think the feminist movement is the only reason that women have to work nowadays because of the dual income. And I think
it's not. It's not to be pampered. No, it's the opposite, right? The idea. So this is the faux idea of what the patriarchy is supposed to do, which is enable you to be a pampered princess. It's not. What the patriarchy is supposed to do is protect you so that you can fulfill your duties and responsibilities to society, and that would including reproduction and being matrons for the next generation.
I literally said be a mom and make sourdough starters. That goes hand in hand with being a traditional housewife. Makes bread for your family.
Being a pampered princess.
Have you ever made sourdough starters? If you think making a sourdough,
did you say anything about duty and responsibility? You said
I said paint your nails, make sourdough, and be a mother.
They should get Post-it notes.
Be a mother and make sourdough. If you've never made sourdough, then you don't know how hard it is to keep that thing alive. And it's part of making fresh bread for your family, making natural ingredients, meals that don't have toxic chemicals in them. I think that all goes hand in hand.
Those are making sourdough bread, stuff like this, the ingredients for it, with whatever your modern luxuries are. They're just that. They're luxuries. They're gifted. They're literally gifted to women by men. Modern luxuries are. Definitely women are not gifting women modern luxury. That's insane. The thing is that women have a duty and responsibility, an ethical duty and responsibility under Christian ethics to multiply, to have families, to reproduce. They have a duty under Christian ethics to raise the next generation correctly and be matrons to young women so that we don't have the problem of pornography and things like this. That's all gone. So as long as that duty is displaced from society for women, and instead all that's left is, well, I love the patriarchy as long as they give me a life of luxury. We have essentially, that's still just as regressive as the idea that, egalitarianism is bad and I would prefer the patriarchy because I get a life of luxury. They're equally bad. It's an equally bad way to view it, I think.
Well, I didn't say any of that. I think you I think that because you think you know how women think, but it's not, let's just have the patriarchy and do nothing. I'm very into traditional please. I'm very supportive of traditional relationships, especially in Judaism. That's a huge thing, and that's something I've always been raised around. And if we're talking about, you wanted to bring up Christianity, then in Judaism, there's a lot where men are the leaders, but women are actually holier. They have a higher connection to God because of their ability to bring life into this world and everything around that. So to me, if you want to say that, it's just funny that these old-fashioned, what were commodities or just basic necessities, actually, being able to make bread, you had to make your own bread, cleaning your home, women used to have to make their own cleaning supplies and be somewhat chemists. So I think now it's seen as a luxury to have that time, and thankfully society has evolved in that front, but I don't know what impression or what made you think that I think that the patriarchy means that we get to sit home all day being a mom.
Because you started with because we can paint our nails.
It's called a joke. You don't have to be so serious 24/7. You ever heard of a joke? Yeah. I think you'd like them.
Well, sure. But I mean, have you ever heard of a criticism, right? So the thing is
it's
whether you're saying it in a joking manner or not, right? It moves to the point that I'm saying, which is that in modernity, women seem to have a massive sense of entitlement, including the ones who say, well, I'm a traditionalist. It's really? Are you? Or are you looking for somebody who can provide you for a life of luxury? That's the question. And usually when you get to the nitty-gritty of it, when you look at what modern women want, they want a life of luxury and a man who can provide it. I don't hear them really talk about their duties and responsibilities. What is your duty to society? Do you have one?
Yes.
I've said
no, hers. Yeah,
I've said maybe 50 times that I think being a mom is the best thing you could do. But this is why, and even though
you have a duty to be one.
Even though we're both conservatives, that's my ultimate goal in life. I think above any career or anything, being a mom and having a family, this is not something you have to suck out of me. I say this on my social media every day, but this is why I have a problem with, despite us both being conservatives, this is something that I think for your own sake, if you really want to have impactful messaging and continue to have people who maybe disagree. I don't disagree with you on most things, but even you, to actually listen to what you're saying. A lot of times when people on the far right, or I don't think you're far right, but I do think that on our side of the aisle, you can very clearly tell that the way you're speaking of it from a place where like you genuinely have disdain or hard feelings towards women. It's not from a place of like, I love women, they're so amazing, we need to support them, make them mothers, we need to let them, like, we need to protect women at home. You're like, what's your duty to society? That doesn't sound like a mature man at all. And like,
why do you think men's job is to kiss your ass? My job isn't to kiss your ass.
Who said kiss my ass? I said to actually want women to be mothers because we want to protect them.
I think you're disdainful to men. I think that you only care about materialism. I think that those are the values that you have, and you haven't said a word about duty. But yet, at the same time, your criticism to me is that if we even have a dispute or an argument, suddenly it's disdainful towards all women.
No.
I've raised women into the next generation. Have you? No. I've actually done it. And so the thing is like, before you make these insane criticisms about what the right should or shouldn't be, right, maybe you should learn things like, I don't know, basic libertarian economics and laissez-faire, even though you have a degree in political science, which is fucking insane, right? I think, personally, that what you are is a misandrist and a covert feminist in disguise, LARPing as a conservative, because that's what most of you do.
Yeah, I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I wasn't one, that's barbaric, but two, like I've literally to say that I'm an undercover feminist when I've literally gone head to head with feminists for 5 years, and all my content and everything I believe and preach about. Let me finish. How about that? Okay, let me finish talking. I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I wasn't linking. Andrew, can you shut up for 30 seconds and let me talk?
I love the patriarchy.
Andrew,
try to be silent.
Can somebody mute him?
Andrew, just let her finish. Andrew, just let her finish. Go ahead, Deborah.
It's that loud.
Go ahead, Deborah.
I think you misunderstood what I was saying and took it as a personal criticism when I wasn't saying it as personal criticism. I was saying that what you're saying, I agree with the majority of what you're saying, and I think it would come across better, and that this is a disconnect between men and women, even on the same side of the political aisle, or people who probably share the majority of how they think society should be run, things like that. I really do think that. I think that this is a broken messaging, and I would wish that more people would listen to this message, and I think you don't realize listening to it, as somebody who does agree, that it doesn't seem like it's coming from a place of we should protect women as a society, and their best thing that they, like, not their only thing, but women are mothers, that's their role in society, they're the matriarchs of society, and therefore we should protect them. We shouldn't force them to work. We shouldn't have them working 9 to 5s and being corporate slaves to their bosses who don't care about them. And I think the difference is coming from a place of genuinely loving women and understanding their importance to the world and to traditional relationships and traditional values and Christianity and everything alike. It seems sometimes that the disconnect in the messaging is that it's just coming from a place of like, you're a woman, you have a duty to do this, when rather, why do we have that duty? Like, not why do we have that duty aside from the religion, but like, where does it actually come from? Why do you truly believe that women should be protected or things like that? I just think messaging wise, and this wasn't a personal attack, I think more people would listen and they should listen. It just doesn't seem so much like it's coming off right now from a place of like, women should be protected in sports, in the workforce, in homes, and everything alike. And that's all I was saying. I wasn't trying to personally attack you. And if you really think I'm a feminist, then that's very hysterical and you have a horrible character judgment.
Great. Can I respond now?
Go ahead, Andrew.
To all that prattle? So let me just respond and say, I think it's hilarious that you say, I heart patriarchy. And the second you're in a conversation with a man, the first thing you do is go, how dare you speak over me? I'm a proud, strong woman. Look at how great I am. You haven't spoken about duty at all. Yes, absolutely, you're a covert feminist. The idea here of what you're talking about is just pure tone policing. It's pure tone policing. I love your messaging, Andrew. I think you're totally right. Everything you're saying is completely correct. But if you used a different tone and kissed women's asses and packaged it in such a way that they thought you were kissing their ass, they might be more responsive to it. That's in opposition to what I want in society. What that does is it curtails truth. What that does is it makes it so that you can't actually deliver a message in its proper context, its proper form, because somebody might take offense. That is the opposite of what conservatives should be doing. And it is the opposite when you see conservatives doing that you see work. Case in point, Donald J. Trump. Donald Trump wasn't sugarcoating anything. He called women ugly dogs. He called women fat. He called them obnoxious. He called them all sorts of things, and he's the president of the United States right now. And women, in lieu, actually voted for him this time around. So the thing is like all this PC, politically correct, woke fucking nonsense of, Andrew, you must correct your tone, because when I attack you, I do it in a passive-aggressive way. And when you talk to me directly. I think it's bullshit. It's nonsense.
I think you just take everything I say, put it through a weird machine, and then like spew it out and think I said something completely different.
The machine's called logic.
I never said, oh my God, you're talking over me. This highlights exactly what I
you're
think.
Such a strong woman.
This is what I think. I think you just don't like women, and that your desire for this doesn't come from a place of you genuinely loving and caring about women and thinking that women are special.
You know? You can read my heart now.
The way that you're talking to me, you think that I had to freak out and said your time.
I'm talking to you like
you won't let me get 5 words out. It doesn't matter if I'm a woman or you're a man. It's called a debate and a conversation. And if you're not letting the other person get 5 words out, it doesn't matter about our gender. It matters. I don't know why you think that's crazy for me to ask you to be quiet while I respond to something that you said, or let me talk for 10 seconds without jumping over me when we can only hear one person at once. That's not, and of course you attribute that to me being a woman freaking out, but really I'm just asking you to shut the fuck up for a second.
I'm gonna let
Right.
I'm gonna let.
Right. Wait, hang on. You're gonna hit me with I heart patriarchy until the people who you would consider patriarchs are speaking to you, and then suddenly the patriarchy should be disrespected. You should talk over it. You should be able to do whatever the hell you want, right? So the second we come into this, we find out that no, your true nature is revealed very quickly. It's just another entitled, like TPUSA girl, right, spewing a bunch of nonsense and trying to pretend that you're a conservative. You're LARPing as a conservative, covert feminism.
Okay, Groiper. This is
we're talking about marriage, right?
Wait, first of all, why are you calling me a groiper?
Because this is you're everything you just said. Like, I literally, it's just so obvious. Like, do you want to rewatch what you just said? You're telling me because I asked you to be quiet while I was saying something because you wouldn't let me get a word out. That means that I'm a fake feminist, and because you're a man, that I should shut up and just listen to everything you say and say, yes, sir, absolutely. I know a ton of leaders who are patriarchs who are much better men than you are, and I don't know who you are personally, but I'm saying as you're acting now, I would never subscribe to you as a leader, but that doesn't make me a feminist. That makes me understanding of how great men can be, and I don't think this is a shining example, and I don't think everything you say is good.
This is actually perfect.
I think strong men should lead us, and if I had to make that choice about you, I don't think I would be in favor of it, but I think strong men protect women, and they care about women, and good luck to you.
This is actually perfect. So the idea here is actually that you're the leader, see? So the idea here is, wait a second, I get to determine who leads who. I get to determine where they lead them. I get to make all those determinations. After all, Andrew, if you were some kind of leader, I'd never follow you. So the idea here just moves into the regressive notion of feminism. It is all the responsibility with none of the authority. When authority is exercised, the very first thing you do is rebel against it. So the very first thing you do is rebel against it. And so the thing is like, we can see this pattern over and over and over again with all of the LARPing conservative chicks. First thing you do is call me a groiper. What the hell does groiper ideology have to do with Andrew Wilson's ideology? Nothing. Complete straw man. Right? Made up because you were looking for a way to insult me. You didn't know what else to say, so that's what you said. Okay, groiper. It's like,
and you're not trying to insult me by calling me an undercover feminist LARPing as a TPUSA girl?
I just let you talk. Now I can't respond. So anyway, so moving back into this, it just seems like total and complete covert feminism. It's exactly what I expect. Anytime I argue with one of the faux conservative babes online, it's always the same thing. The second you get to the heart of it, it's women should be protected. Women should have their asses kissed, right? But men should have the responsibility with none of the authority. So like here, let me give you a demonstration of this if I'm wrong. Do you think women should vote?
Yes.
Should they be able to vote to send men to war?
You mean voting on a draft?
No, just voting, period. If you vote,
I think women should be able to vote,
right?
Yes.
Yeah, so send men and are you eligible to be drafted?
I never registered for the draft, but that is a position. I know. I know because the ERA never passed, and that's a position I've held. That as an American citizen who has a right to vote, I think that women, even though as a society I don't think it would be helpful to send women to war, I understand my duty as an American that if America was in a war tomorrow and they said, you're an American, we need you to fight, this is my country, I want to defend it. But you say that I'm attacking you, but you called me a fake conservative. You said I'm an undercover LARP feminist. What makes you think I'm a fake conservative? What does that even mean? I have ideologies. How can I be a fake conservative when I've lived my life by the ideologies?
I'm pointing it out to you right now.
And how? What made what?
That if you say, for instance, that there should be egalitarianism, women should vote equal to men's vote, but women cannot be drafted and thus can vote to send men off to war. You're actually giving yourself a position of privilege in society that men do not have. Since this is the case, that you accept that there's privilege that women have, that men, on the other hand, do not have. You say, for instance, wait a second, I think it's my duty to get drafted. They're not going to send you to the front lines to fight. It's ridiculous. If they never would, our army would get crushed. So that doesn't even make any sense.
So you're pissed
hang on, I'm almost done. I just let you talk. That's not, first of all, it's not a conservative principle. It makes no sense at all, right? And again, this is the idea of men responsibility absent authority. Absent authority. It's still taking away authority. If you really wanted men to be an authority, why would you advocate women vote? That makes no sense.
Because I love voting, and I think women should vote.
Because you love voting?
Because I'm an active member of society. Okay.
Because I want to, Andrew, because I want to.
Well, this is what I mean when you take what I say and you put it, this is why I called you a groiper too. You don't think women should vote. You take what I say and you put it through a ringer it's not conservative to say that I would defend my country if we went to war, because I agree with the values of American values, and I think that's worth defending if it were to come to war. But at the same time, I don't think it's a mark of a good society where women and children are protected and they're not sent to the front lines like they're doing in Ukraine right now. There have been a lot of women who've been drafted. There are situations like that. That makes me a fake conservative.
I don't think there's been...
Not drafting. They were trying to recruit women because they've been running so low on soldiers. Can you mute? Okay.
I just tell me. I just want an answer to my question.
What's your question? When you take everything I say and flip it around.
If you really want men to have the authority and women to be the followers and men the leaders, men actually have the authority, why do you advocate for women to vote? Can you actually tell me that?
Is women not voting going to suddenly is that going to take away every single woman from a powerful position in this entire country? Because we're talking reality. We're not talking in floofy land where anything can happen. Right now, why do you think women should not have the right to vote? Why do you think that?
I just told you. So if you advocate that men have the responsibility, right, but they don't have the authority, which I think you're advocating for, it's a progressive feminist viewpoint. If it were true that you wanted men to have the authority, right, and the responsibility, then you would advocate only they voted and not women. Can you actually give me an argument, any argument at all, for how that doesn't logically follow?
It doesn't line up with the original land owning and everything that was said in our Constitution to provide voting rights. The fact that women can own their own land right now. What?
Women couldn't vote.
I know, and when we changed and gave women the right to vote, I think that was a good thing. I think it got more women involved, and I think this ideology of yours, and again, why I called you a groiper, is because the majority of reason why far-right men do not want women to vote is because women tend to vote liberal. I voted conservative across the board. I voted Republican in every election, but I'm not going to defend my values that I know near and dear to my heart and the candidates that I've worked for, including Rob Astorino. I was on Trump's team on his coalition of Jewish voices. Across the board, I've helped Republican candidates get elected, so I don't really care what you have to say, whether you think I'm fake or not.
That's not an argument. Can I actually get an actual argument from you? Here's the argument.
That's my response to you.
If you actually want men to have authority, and responsibility, and women to follow that authority and not have responsibility, why would you advocate women voted? That makes no sense. Can you give me an actual argument?
The strongest response for this time is that the men right now, you know the old saying where good times create strong men, or whatever it is, good times basically create weak men. And I think we're in that time zone right now where if we were in the George Washington, are you going to let me finish? Thank you.
Go ahead.
If we were at a time where masculinity was very prevalent. I think this is a large issue where you have a sassy man apocalypse. We don't have men understanding what it means to actually be men. I think that if we were in a time zone where men were strong, true leaders, then we can go to that. But when we have men out here who are soy boys, they don't want to speak up, they support abortion, they think that they should just listen to whatever their wife should do, they don't actually think that a woman has a value, they think that they should be a stay-at-home dad, a lot of things like that. I think at this point in society that if we just handed it over to the men are having a lot of problems too. We can talk about lowering testosterone levels and everything across, hiring levels of anxiety and depression across the board, and I think it doesn't make me a fake conservative to say that I think there are good male leaders out there much better than you could ever be, and if you think you're compared to Donald Trump,
advocated that women need to lead.
Hold on,
you just advocated that women need to lead and usurp men's authority. That was literally what you just advocated. I can't believe you said that. I literally can't even believe you said that.
One sec.
Believe it, bitch.
Deborah, I'll let you respond. There's been I'll let you guys get right back to it. I promise. I need to let a couple chats come through. We'll get right back to it.
Nashunabo donated $200.
Thank you,
When
Nasha.
Andrew asked the women to raise their hands if they think they're the prettiest, you mumbled under your breath after making a face like you might raise your hand. I'm not going to. Huff.
I believe that he's talking to me, but what I said is
There's
that
another one coming through.
I said that I'm not going to do that because I was raised with manners, and I just think that it's not respectful to other people to boast about looks or try to say that you're better than anybody in a group, even if that's a social experiment. I just don't think that's
Nashunabo
respectful.
donated $200.
Thank you, Nasha.
We can see your inflated ego of self. You lead with nails and coloring because you are a pampered princess. You enjoy standing on your soapbox and casting stones, but you're the exact what you criticize.
There's one more coming after this, but your quick response to that if you want.
I lived in the Middle East. I've survived rocket attacks. I've survived drone attacks. I have volunteered with widows and warriors and people who are amputees and victims of war across the world. I don't know. That's my response. Kiss my ass.
All right. We have
Winged_Jaeger93 donated $200. Been a long time silent watcher of your content, Brian. Keep up the great work. Andrew, spit that fire.
Yeah, I would like to just real quick, and I'll move it right back to you, but just so you know, what you just said literally was that the reason that women need to vote is because we need to usurp authority from the men in society right now because they're too weak to have it. That was your actual argument. I can't actually believe it, but you actually made that argument.
I wasn't listening to the first half. I was making sure I wasn't being
here,
again.
I'll go ahead and reiterate.
Well, okay, hold on. No. Stop.
We can debate on Piers Morgan. This is a dating podcast.
Stop. Okay, first off,
it sounds like you're scared.
I kind of let them.
No, it just sounds like you are.
Hold on. Now I need to address this bullshit here. This woman's trying to accuse me of I let it slide the first 2 times. You were not fucking Chase mistakenly put a Zin in your drink. I object to you trying to frame that, even if as a joke, that he was trying to drug your drink. Now you're actually trying to. There's a little bit.
I was just checking what that residue was.
Have you ever had fucking water that has some bubbles in it?
It's not bubbles. It was just something on the top.
See, after I poured water into her drink, I poured some of it into fucking mine too.
Let me make a disclaimer.
Absolutely ridiculous.
You would never drug anybody on the show. When I say Zin, that's not a way to drug people. It was literally just somebody accidentally.
I had a bottle of water next to me. I poured some into yours, then I poured some into mine. There's
not that kind of person.
Maybe you fucking backwashed.
I hadn't drank from it yet, so that's why I was just. It could have been shit in my cup. It doesn't mean. I don't know why you're getting so upset, Brian.
Because you stopped the show. Oh, what's this? And then you're saying, but before we continue, let me make sure that Brian
I didn't hear what he said.
Drug my fucking drink.
I didn't say drug it. I said I was looking what was in it because he was saying something and I couldn't listen.
Yes, but I need to clear up the air that the implication here is that
I don't think Zin is drugging somebody. And
it's not a Zin. There was no Zin.
There was no implication that you put it in there. It could have already been my cup. There was just something floating at the top, and you were sitting next to me. So I said, "What do you think that is?"
Yeah,
I don't think you poured it in there. I was just, "What is that?"
Here. For the girls who saw me pour the water, did you also, after I poured the water into the cup,
no one thinks you poured anything in my cup, Brian. It's that there was something floating. It could have fallen from the sky. I could have turned to her and said that she was sitting too far back. It was literally just asking. A hair could have been floating there. I would say, "What do you think that is?" I don't think you poured it in there.
Just the way you were framing it seemed a little fucking...
I don't think that would. Well, I'm sorry that if you felt that. I don't think you would ever do that. There was just weird shit.
Don't you love apologies like that? I'm sorry you feel that way.
Because I didn't mean it like that at all, and I'm sorry if it offended you and that you thought that I framed you in that light. Because I don't think you would ever do that to anyone.
Men get ruined over even the hint of an accusation like that. So I know for women, you guys can just kind of you live in la la land because you have no fear of being falsely accused of fucking anything. But men's whole careers can be fucking ruined by even the hint of a fucking accusation. So like, yeah, it's no big deal for you, but for us men, we take that shit really seriously.
I can understand.
In any case, I didn't mean to interrupt that, but if you guys want to continue,
well, I just want to. We can.
I want
just
to close that out. That I understand that. I think that's horrible. For the record, nobody has ever drugged me or would ever try to drug me on this. Somebody accidentally spit in my cup last time, and I just was asking, not because I thought you poured anything in it. I just saw something floating in my cup that looked like dirt or whatever it might be, and I didn't want to chug it if it was
go
something.
Get your own water next time.
That's
like, I was trying to do you a favor. I was pouring your own fucking water. Just go get your own
It had nothing to
water.
do with you pouring the water. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life.
Again.
I understand that men can be extra cautious about it, and I won't make any more jokes about it, but it wasn't even a joke. I genuinely just saw something floating in it, and it had nothing to do with Zins. I just wanted to know, and he was talking, so I made a joke. I don't know, everybody's so fucking sensitive on this show. But
next topic.
Next topic?
I'm not sensitive. I would just very quickly. I'm almost. I mean, I would just like a very quick answer to this.
I'm sensitive.
I'm gonna get a fresh glass of water before, because I don't want anybody to be upset about anything. So
there's a glass of water.
I know,
right?
but apparently this is a bad water. So I'm just.
How is it?
I'll take your water.
How is it a bad
Wait,
water?
I'll take your
What?
water.
It has bad energy on
I'm
it,
thirsty.
because I asked what was floating in it.
Wow. Now she just. This is ridiculous. Now she's just gone and tossed the water.
I'm cleaning out the cup because there was something weird in it.
There was nothing in. There's nothing in your cup. There's nothing in your cup.
Can we?
By the way, I trust you, but let me just dump the water. Oh my God, absurd. Never had this happen on the show.
Let's do something else.
Okay, well, you need to be very clear and like walk back and like just make an affirmative statement on this. I'm not gonna allow myself to be falsely accused.
And I come to the next podcast because this is not it.
There was bubbles of some sort, not in concerned of a drug way. I saw a little fuzz piece floating in my cup, and I turned to anyone normal and would go, "What is that?" It could have been from beforehand. I just had curiosity, and I did not mean to implicate that it had anything to do with you pouring me the water or any of your actions. I was just asking anybody like I would here what their humble opinion, what that was. And that's all. And it's gone, and I got fresh water, not because I was concerned, but because maybe there was dirt in my cup from when I first got the cup, and I just wanted a clean cup now. So there's that. No one's drugging me. Nobody's doing anything.
There's a little
All
fuzz
right,
in
cool.
my cup, too.
It's cleared up. It's cleared up.
And I'm
we're
sorry,
good.
not that if you felt that way, but I'm sorry
I still drink the fuzz, so.
if I framed you in that light, because that was not my intention. Is that okay?
Next topic.
Yeah, no, we're good. All cleared up.
But
All cleared up.
before, I would just,
999,
I would
angel
just
numbers.
actually like an answer to this, just very briefly.
Is it angel numbers?
Wait, she said, I want to make sure I'm not getting zinned again. Okay, I'll be charitable. You were making a joke.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Andrew.
I would just like to finish this, just because I do want to know. I want you to realize that the argument that you just made to me, and this is why I think that so many women who are in the position you are covert feminists, because the argument you made to me is that we can't turn the responsibility over to men for voting because they're too weak. This, in turn, is actually saying that women need to have authority. That's what your actual argument reduces to. Do you understand that?
No matter what I say, you're just going to tell me what you think I am and what you think I know. So I think that at this point, it'd be best if we just moved along, because you're clearly not genuine. No, my response is that whatever I say, I could say the sky is blue. You're like, and she thinks the sky is freaking pink. So I think it's better to just move on and involve the other guests who have been traveled here from far away to be a part of this conversation. That was my response to you. You can take it or you can cry about it.
You're not going to answer?
I think that everybody else is here to be a part of a dating conversation, and there are a lot of topics and situations that people came here to talk about. We're already 4 hours into this podcast. I think we've taken enough time from everybody else, and we can do our own situation.
Complain about this, and it is to just answer the question.
That's my response. If you don't like it, that's on you.
So you can't answer to the question of why you just said that women need to have authority?
No.
Like,
do
I
you
don't
guys
know.
want
I
to
don't
do
know why
like
you
a
won't respond to that.
1v1 at a later date, or so?
Like square up.
Yeah, if we want to have a 1v1, we can definitely discuss that.
Okay, but here's the thing. If that's the case, then give us a date.
Better than now.
Hang on, that's fair. That's fair. But can he actually commit right this second that you'll actually do the debate? Because here's what I think will happen. I think that you'll say, sure, I'll do a debate, and then the second you're off the show, you'll back out in 15 seconds. So can you make a firm commitment here on the Whatever podcast you'll actually do a debate with me 1v1?
I can make a firm commitment to you that I am. then I am open to doing a debate to you. We have to see what the logistics are, but I would be open to debating you. Maybe, I don't know, I'm not on whatever podcast. I leave LA
Yeah, I'll
Thursday.
go to Pierce Morgan, debate you there too. It doesn't matter where.
That
I mean, we can
I'd be
host.
open to.
I'll host.
I just don't live in California, so I don't know where.
Neither
you're
do I.
based
I live
at.
in Michigan. But I would fly out specifically to do a 1v1
We'll fly you
debate.
out
The
if you
thing
want.
is, it's like, I just want a commitment. An actual commitment you'll
Well, that's
actually
what
do
I'm
it
saying. It depends on that.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's cool.
we can arrange for that. The Crucible wants to see it, so. All right. Good talk.
Good talk, guys.
That was really good. All right. Date? Do you want to do a date, or like maybe January or something, or?
Oh, I was like,
you
what
want to
the
do
fuck?
January or February?
Probably closer to February because I have the inauguration and I have a ton of weddings in December. And yeah, closer to Febs.
All right, that was really cool. We have a chat here from Lucas, 100. Stop tone policing. Your message packaging sucks and has no resonance with any patriarchal man. I have no interest whatsoever in any form of whitewashed, hyper sanitized, squishy, gynocentric messaging. Thank you, Lucas. I do appreciate it. Do you want to respond to Lucas or?
Okay, Lucas. Sounds good.
All right, Anna, this is below the threshold. Thank you for that, man. Okay, all right. We're going to get into the questionnaire finally get into the questionnaire here. Starting with Callie. Callie, you disagree. So you said it's not fine, or you disagree that it's fine to ask a woman her body count on a first date. Why is that?
I just think it's a weird question.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's relevant.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't tell you my body count because I don't care that much, like to ever have counted it in my head and held that as something that's important to me. So.
Mm-hmm. And who else? I think a few other people circled that it's you disagree that it's fine to ask a woman her body count on a first date. Who else?
I disagree. That's very inappropriate to ask, and it's none of the men's business of what the woman does
Emily,
in her.
you also disagreed.
Does with her body, you know.
Tanya, you also
Agree.
disagreed. Who's?
Yes, baby girl.
Yeah, into the mic if you can.
That ain't none of your guys' business.
And then Debra, you also disagreed.
I didn't disagree. I half circled that because I think it was a little bit more nuanced. I think it's valid for people who have a hard cutoff. Like I personally have asked people that question on a second date, a man, because like I would never even not even marry. I would never even go on a third date with somebody who had sex with more than like 50 women, 100 women, things like that.
Sure.
So I totally respect on that front, but I think the first date aspect to it is just a little strange because you don't really, I mean, maybe for you, you know, after a first date, but I think usually after a first date, you know if you like the person, but to know if that's somebody that you really want to commit to and get to know. And I think first date should be fun and light and like 2 hours, and then the second date a little bit more serious. So I just thought it was a little weird on the first date, but I think it's a valid question. And
like I never asked my ex-boyfriend what his body count. We've been together for 6 years because it doesn't matter what he did before me, you know.
And going to you, so Emily, you also disagreed. Why do you disagree with that?
Because same, like if it happened before you, I don't think it's necessarily your business as long as you're being like safe with it. You know, if they were asking for the concern of like STDs, that's why they want to know how many people you slept with. You know, I
what
can
if it
get
wasn't
that.
about STDs?
Then why is it your business? You weren't part of the picture. Anything from here on out with you in the picture involves you, but
so
before you
past
like
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Who agrees with that? Past does not matter.
No,
Agree. So would you guys date?
I mean, it depends what kind of past you have. Like, you know, if you're like a porn star, then no, I'm not. But I was like, not gonna date you.
Wait, what? But hold on. Why
If the
would
man's
that,
a porn, like if he was a previous porn star.
Yeah, what's wrong with that then?
Well, because he's been with a lot of women, I wouldn't feel safe.
So his body count?
Well, I just wouldn't feel safe with a guy who had a lot of like.
Yeah, but it's none of his business, right? Or sorry, none of your business, right?
No, just because you're in porn doesn't mean you have a high body count. There's people.
Usually,
isn't that what porn is?
Does.
All about?
Well, I mean, like, I know people that have higher body counts than me, and they've never been in porn.
But that doesn't mean that porn stars don't generally have sex with multiple people.
Let me make this really simple. Do you think comparing the average male porn star to the average male who's going to have a higher body count?
Typically a porn star, but sometimes they're not. It's not always
Right,
that.
but that's the exception.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. So past doesn't matter. So let's say, would you want to know if a current partner ever cheated on somebody?
Oh, yeah, obviously.
So their past does matter all of a sudden.
And a little bit.
Oh, I got a really good question on this. Just curious, who said past doesn't matter? It was you?
Me.
None of their business?
No, body count is not their business. But I definitely think like past exes, past relationship behaviors, like that does matter.
Yeah, I got a perfect question for you. So was it just you two who have this position?
Yeah.
Past shouldn't matter, doesn't matter?
Yeah, in some ways.
Would you date a guy who's had homosexual sex?
No.
Why not?
Because that would be kind of fruity, right?
But, okay, and then would you date a man who's had sex with a man?
I want a straight man, sorry.
Yeah, my preference is just a straight man.
No, he's straight, but he's had sex with a man before.
That means he's not straight.
Okay, fine. I'll even grant he's bisexual.
No, my preference is not a bisexual man.
Yeah, but he's met you. He's no longer dating men anymore. And he hasn't dated...
Then as long as he's not going to go have sex with any other men.
No, but he's been...
Personal preference, I would not.
It still wouldn't bother you?
And he changed his mind?
Yeah,
like,
he changed his mind.
I like macho men.
People who are like curious.
So like
and
a year before he dated you, he was getting plowed in the ass by another man.
No.
Okay, at least you're honest. Okay.
Yeah, my preference would be no.
No, but he's done. Totally done with men.
Still no.
Yeah, I just kind of maybe like wish he hadn't told me that, because it's it's none of my business.
So he told you it. It's the truth of what happened. Would it be an issue?
Moving forward, he's completely done with it, then no.
Would it give you the ick?
Yeah.
So would you even date a guy like that to begin with?
I mean, it's like, is he thinking about me having sex with guys in the past? That would give him the ick too. Just like, don't think about that. It has nothing to do with you.
No, but I don't care about him. I'm talking about you.
Yeah, I wouldn't think about it either. As long as it's never going to happen again, then I guess experiment once he decided he didn't like it.
Okay. So the way that y'all feel about you being with a man who fucked another man, that's how we feel about you guys.
Fucking other guys?
Fucking other men.
All right, what if someone lies about being closeted? Like they say they're completely straight.
But doesn't that make you fruity?
What?
If you like...
Sorry, repeat the question again. I'll try to engage you on this.
Okay. For example, I dated someone for like 6 months, and they told me they were actually, like, I caught them in the act of sucking dick.
Oh.
Now, like, what do I think? Like, I'm traumatized because I thought this guy was straight. Is that count as he slept with other men in the past, or like, and I'm at fault for that, or is that his fault for not being honest?
I don't know.
I just want a real man that doesn't do that stuff. Is that so hard to find nowadays?
But okay.
It sounds like I need to go to therapy after this.
Me too.
Emily and Debra, you guys said you disagree that men are the thing is men are not insecure for caring about a woman's body count. You both disagreed. Why is that?
I circled it.
You did circle it, Debra.
I disagree, meaning I do think he's insecure for caring about body count.
Yeah, I think I circled that too.
Huh?
I disagree, meaning I do think it's insecure to care about body count.
Do you know what disagree means?
What was the statement?
Men are not insecure for caring about a woman's body count.
Disagreeing means men are insecure.
Yes.
Yeah, and I disagreed with that statement, meaning men are insecure for worrying about body count.
Right.
Yes.
That's saying men aren't. Men
He's
are
asking
not
me why do you think that?
Do you know the definition of...
she thinks men are insecure for it.
Yeah, I disagree with the statement, meaning yes, men are insecure for thinking that, for being concerned about that.
Okay. Right. Yes. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, Brian. I guess I also circled it, but not for the same reason. I don't think insecure is the right word for it necessarily. I don't think it makes them insecure. I just think, I don't know why I disagree with that. I just feel like insecure is a weird word to use to describe that. I think both partners in a relationship should have some level of concern at all, or they don't, that's fine, and then they would be a good match for each other. But I think it's very normal and healthy to have some concern about that for bonding, because it makes it harder to bond with people. Right. But insecure is just not, I wouldn't call a man insecure for being concerned.
And why are men insecure if they care about a woman's body count?
Because like I said, why is that any of your business? Like, you weren't part of the picture. Maybe if you came into my life sooner, I met the love of my life, I wouldn't have gone around sleeping with this guy, that guy.
Would you say that you don't think it's fair? Like, would it not be fair for a guy, you tell him your body count, and he, because of your body count, he doesn't want to date you? Would that be unfair?
I would think that would be insecure.
Insecure. So
I don't think it's unfair because people have their preferences.
Sure. Okay. But he would be insecure.
Yeah, because why does me being with other men before you're even there like bother you so much? Are you trying to? That's
well,
kind
wouldn't
of
it be a mark of security? So if the idea is that a person has boundaries and preferences, and they're willing to enforce those preferences, it seems like it's the most secure thing you can do.
But you can't like base someone's behavior from when they're a single, like let that affect how they would act when they're in a relationship. Because that's when I'm single. I wouldn't go sleep around with random people when I'm in a relationship.
Well, I mean, actually, the best predictor for future behavior is past behavior. So, I mean,
being single, you can say my past behavior in relationships.
Who's the psychology degree person?
Me.
Yeah, this is actually like a psychological
but
principle.
You can't compare someone being single to them being in a relationship. They act totally
they're
two different people.
I mean, I agree with this point. I don't think you're making a bad point that people can reform and all different sorts of things. I'm not even disagreeing with that. I'm only disagreeing about one point, which is the idea of insecurity. If you have boundaries on what your preferences are and you're not willing to compromise on those boundaries, doesn't that show security, not insecurity?
I feel like you should be secure with your partner, knowing that they're with you in the present moment, and moving forward, they wouldn't repeat the past.
That doesn't answer my question.
But I feel like it's double standards because men
let me repeat the question so I make sure that you understand the question. If you have boundaries and you enforce those boundaries, right? How is that not a sign of security?
It is insecure to be concerned over something superficial that didn't involve you and would not be repeated with this new bond that you're involved in. Why would you let external factors affect something like a whole different situation? I think it's insecure to worry about. It's kind of like don't worry about things that are out of your control type of thing. Like it's kind of insecure to be thinking about what they're doing when you weren't even in the picture.
Isn't it insecure to try to make a person compromise on their boundaries for your benefit?
No, because then that's just preference. If they don't need to be with me, I said I would respect if a man didn't want to be with me because of my body count.
But what would make that? But the point here is
because why are you so worried about what I did before you? Like, why does that affect you and us presently?
Because you're enforcing your preference. You're enforcing your preference and your boundaries. And so if you enforce your preference and boundaries, that seems like it's a sign of a secure person. An insecure person would be somebody who would compromise on their own boundaries, right?
But an insecure person is someone who's even concerned about that. It's like calling a woman insecure for saying like, oh, why are you liking her photos on Instagram? But me being secure is me respecting my relationship boundaries. Like, you shouldn't be liking all these women's pictures.
Okay, well, let's test.
But they're going to call me insecure for getting upset over them.
Is it insecure to not, like, let's say that you really loved the chick, you thought she was great, and then you found out she had genital herpes, and so you said, okay, I'm going to end this relationship because I don't want to be with somebody who has genital herpes. Is that insecurity?
No, that's bringing a health concern into it.
But it happened before. It happened before, right? Had nothing.
But that is something that affects your present partner. That is a health concern. But all the other hookups before, if you never caught anything, none of that affects your current partner.
And you did it safely, then it shouldn't really matter.
Yeah, sure. It's a health concern, right? But it still conflates to preference. So some people's preferences, this health concern wouldn't bother them. For other people, the health concern would bother them. They're just enforcing their preference, right?
Well, it's just my preference to not have my boyfriend following girls, but some people are going to say that's insecure for not letting him interact with girls.
Yeah, I understand that some people would say that. I'm not saying that it's an insecurity that you have boundaries, and because you have boundaries, you're willing to enforce them. That's not insecure. That seems like it's a sign of being secure. Insecure seems to me like a person who's willing to wane on their boundaries or in some way throw them out the window. That seems like a sign of insecurity.
I think insecurity is more not feeling secure enough in your relationship to not be worried about those external factors. If you were secure enough, you wouldn't be worried about who your partner was with before you or who your partner is interacting with online. If you were secure enough with all that, I think it is insecure to be worried about those superficial things that do not concern you presently.
Might I jump in really quick? Do you think a man would be insecure if he didn't want to date a woman because she had a body count of 100?
No.
Wait, can you repeat that?
But what does that have to do with him?
This is totally central to the conversation. Oh, no. Oh, wait, you were answering it. What does that have to do with him?
Yeah.
So, okay, just so we're clear, there would be no and I'll even grant you that there's no STDs involved. Somehow she's fucking played Russian roulette with her pussy, still didn't get an STD. 1,000 men. She's been with 1,000 men before him. Still insecure.
As long as she's not still talking to those men, or nothing's gonna happen during this relationship.
Damn.
She's been with 10,000 men before him. Still insecure?
What is there to complain about though? Like, is her coochie loose? Is she concerned? Is it affecting your health?
No, that's not,
like exactly. What is the problem? That's just a matter of
I'll tell you.
Possession and trying to objectify someone and be like,
possession,
oh, you're like worthless to me
your
when you've
ex's
been
phone.
experienced by other people.
You're like stalking who he's following.
But that's present. That's present moment. But what happened before doesn't matter.
I bet you still get jealous of the chicks he used to fuck.
Me personally,
Bro.
yes. I'm insecure. I can admit that.
Oh, okay, sure.
But I would admit that it's insecure for a man too.
What?
Yeah, but why would it be insecure if, like, you do realize that men have a revolt factor in them, right? And for good reason. They have a revolt factor for good reason. The idea being that the less men that a woman has been with, the more likely that you can secure paternity, right? So this is the idea. The idea is that until modern times in paternity tests, the only way you could determine if a child was yours is if a woman exclusively was having sex with you, right? There was no other way to determine that. So it's wired into men to have a revolt factor to a woman's promiscuous behavior, right? It's actually wired in. So if that's the case, right, then the premise here is, hey, they find it revolting. Why would it be a sign of insecurity to you know, for some reason do the thing you thought was revolting? It just seems the opposite to me.
But isn't it also like biologically ingrained in women to like find a provider and such like that?
Yes, I think so. So you would think that they would tailor, if they wanted a provider and they knew that men generally tend to find higher body counts to be revolting. If women were moving towards that, you would think that they would keep their body counts low on purpose, right? Like, that makes sense, doesn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, but not all men care about that type of stuff, and so
well,
I think
that's true. Not all do. Not all do. But the type of men that you would probably want probably care about that kind of stuff, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, but then there's the type of men who care about what the woman's body count is, but totally dismisses what his own body count is.
And that's what double
that's
standards
because
come
women
in.
tend to not care about that at all. In fact, it's the opposite. It's very bizarre. And this has always been a strange phenomenon to me, but I've actually seen men who are virgins in their 30s get shamed by women and told, well, wait, there must be actually something wrong with you if other women don't desire you. They're like, there must be something wrong with you. I've actually seen that. But I don't really see that phenomenon in reverse, which is strange. Like, men definitely desire women who have no body count. Like, they definitely desire that. But on the flip side
every
of
guy
that,
wants a virgin.
women don't seem to give a shit too much about a man's body count.
I don't know. Some men like their women a little seasoned. Maybe they're a little more experienced.
But most of men just want a virgin. Like, so you guys just go date a 15-year-old then that hasn't done shit like what?
Wait, I don't understand. Why the assumption?
So is it not weird for a 40-year-old to be a virgin? Because my brother's a 40-year-old and he's a virgin.
So
yeah, I think a lot of women would see that as a red flag.
We're talking about body count, and I have a brother who's a virgin. He's 40.
What about him?
I find that kind of weird.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. That makes sense. Well, that makes sense, right? I think that most women would say that's weird. That's weird. That's odd. That's strange that he's 40 and a virgin, right? This actually is making my point for me. And so what does she do immediately? She's like, oh, well, if you want a virgin, go find a 15-year-old. What does the big 15 have to do with their virginity? Like, all of that is just a straight up shaming tactic. It's all shaming tactic to just tell a man it's inappropriate for you to not want a woman with a high body count. So that's just insane.
And actually, it's interesting. Like, the 40-year-old male virgin is like a lot of women, like the women that would date him in terms of, like, you know, respective age or whatever. The women in that age range, that's going to probably be a big red flag for vast majority of women. But like somehow there's a 40-year-old virgin woman, I would argue that she's going to be pretty highly coveted by a lot of men in her own age range. They're going to be like, whoa, that's rare.
Like a unicorn.
Whereas the dude's going to be looked at as a weirdo, right?
Yeah, dude's going to be like, that's super weird.
I feel like it depends on the reason too. Like I would be like, why are you a virgin at 40?
Because he lives with his mom and plays video games.
Okay.
Works a job, but unless
that's different.
Weird. Like go out and dating life or something, do something.
Be good in bed. So
I personally don't find it like any problem with a virgin man at all.
But like 40.
If anything, he's
40 is. I would ask. Like I said, I would ask.
Bad as sex.
Yeah, right. But that's the whole key, right? The
you
whole
can
key
teach him
there is
then.
like you would ask
teach
because you
him.
think it's weird, right? You would ask because you think it's weird.
I mean,
That's
yeah,
the
I would
point.
ask. I would just
It's
ask.
unusual for sure.
Because he could just be like really religious and he just hasn't found the girl. I don't know.
And that's cute.
true.
I love that.
Yeah, that's what I'm just.
Also,
Save
like,
yourself
True,
for
but
marriage.
the fact that you think it's weird is the point that I'm trying to make.
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
The
yeah.
fact that you even think it's odd to begin with is showing this kind of distinction, which we're looking at, which is that definitely men seem to be very happy with women with low body counts and seem to prefer it if they can get one. Whereas women don't seem to care nearly as much about men having a higher body count. And this could have something to do with the penetrative nature of it. I'm not exactly sure why, but that does seem to be the case.
I mean, I disagree. I personally do care, like, about my man's body count. I feel like it's super important for me to know, especially because sex is such a spiritual thing that, in my eyes, I feel like you should only share with one person, even though I know you guys probably disagree with that. But that's just the reason why I would probably care. I would care.
Well, I agree with you that there's many individual women that would care about this, and there's just like, but if we're talking about the wide scope of women, generally speaking, they don't seem to care as much about it as men care about it. I guess that's the point that I'm after. Not that individual women don't care about it, because I know tons that do.
Quick question for you. You said that, I don't know if you said some men or a lot of men, they prefer their women more seasoned, so like more sexually experienced.
Yeah, some of them do.
But yeah, I mean, so
they like to date strippers, OnlyFans girls.
yeah, those
People
guys are
have their
degenerates.
preferences.
But so I guess my question to you is, do you think, like, realistically speaking, do you think when it comes to the sexual experience component, well, I suppose men would like, a woman who is quote unquote good in bed, although if you're a man and you have some degree of sexual experience, you can have a pretty stellar sexual experience with an inexperienced woman or even a virgin. Do you think most men, like, if the trade-off is she's marginally better in the bedroom, or even much better in the bedroom, but this entails that she's fucked 20 additional men before me, do you think most men make that trade-off?
I don't think they think about that. Like, oh, she's
They
better in
definitely-
bed. Oh, she's probably fucked more people. Like, it could be she's been in
But-
like
Oh my
3 long-term
goodness.
relationships.
Oh, but you gotta yes, I agree with, in fact, I may argue this point all the time. A woman who has a low body count, who's been in, 2 relationships, right? 2 long-term relationships. She's probably better in bed than the woman who's had 100 one-night stands with 100 different men and only fucked one man one time.
I can agree with that because of my relationship.
So this idea that the higher the body count, she's going to be better in bed, doesn't really compute necessarily, because she could have had just a bunch of one-night stands.
I said there's some correlation.
But your whole statement, I don't know why you bring that up, because your whole statement here is we're talking about women with higher body counts, and your position is, your argument for men would prefer a woman with a higher body count is because she's more seasoned, in other words, more sexual experience. It's kind of frustrating, I don't know.
I'm not saying it's causation necessarily. Sleeping with more people makes you better in bed, but I'm saying that it gives you more experiences. Like, maybe that person's more open sexually. They'd be down to have threesomes. They'd be down to go to orgies with you. Whereas a virgin, maybe a virgin would not be as open to those sexual experiences.
But why would a guy who is already screening for low body count women, why would he want to
No,
take her
I
to
said
an
a
orgy?
woman. I said a woman. I said guys who
Why the
prefer a seasoned woman. You said why would guys prefer seasoned women if necessarily they aren't better in bed? I'm saying maybe their sexual preferences and what they're open to.
So they're a cuck.
No.
You said he wants to bring his girl to an orgy.
No, I
Translation,
said
let other men fuck her.
like being with a stripper, I'd say she might be more open to using sex toys, trying role play, trying threesomes. But if you were to fuck a virgin, maybe she'd be kind of more closed off to those things. That's what I mean by more
Sex
seasoned.
is not this complicated procedure. Look,
It's different for everyone.
but again, I'll ask the question again because you didn't even give me an answer. So the question is, do you think most men, if they get a woman who's a bit better in bed, the trade-off being that she's fucked 20 other dudes, do you think most men make that trade-off?
What trade-off is happening? They're okay with her fucking 20 more people because she's better in bed?
Can I ask you a question? How would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
Lightheaded?
Okay. So okay.
She took that round, Brian.
I could repeat myself. I don't know if that will help you understand.
Well,
but
what do you mean by trade-off though? He's okay with her fucking 20 more people because she's a little bit better in bed?
Okay, so you're saying
I think no
your
matter
position-
how she gets good in bed is none of your concern. Just be fucking grateful that she's with you and she's fucking you good. Whether she slept with 20 men before you
Should
or
women-
one guy
should
for a
women
long
just-
time.
Like in my case.
But okay, so you're saying that your position is that body count doesn't matter, and one of the benefits of a woman who has a higher body count is she's more seasoned, she has more sexual experience, and this is going to lead to conceivably better sex. So I'm asking you, do you think most men are willing to make that trade-off of the woman is better in bed, therefore I will accept a woman with a higher body count because she's better in bed?
Yeah. Some guy wants a certified eater who will make him nut in 5 seconds, or do he want the unexperienced girl who takes an hour to get him off? Like, it's just, it doesn't.
Since when is it women who, like, y'all, oh my God. Okay. So yeah, there's like some Coomer fucking degen men, I guess, who would prefer that. Do you think most men who like want a girlfriend, do you think that those men who have a girlfriend, and if the girlfriend is not like up to par sexually, although it's something that can be worked on and communicated and talked of, he would be like, you know what? I just wish you came better experienced already, and the entailment of that is that you've had an additional 20 sexual partners. Do they make the trade-off?
No, because like I said, it's not causation. Higher bodies does not equal better in bed.
It's your position. Your position. Oh my God, bro. Your position is that a woman with a higher body count is more seasoned.
No, all I said was it doesn't matter how she became good in bed. That's none of your
You're literally
concern.
walking
That
back
should
your
not
own
be
position.
a judgment of character. That should not be a defining factor in your relationship, I feel like, because like I said, if there's no health concern, if there's no loyalty concern, then what is the concern? That's a matter of like objectifying someone, feeling like they're less worthy because they've experienced more. That's just not a good way to value someone.
I agree with that.
Because they've been with more people. Like,
What? You said it's objective.
I agree that sex is like spiritual connections. I'm not the type to just sleep around with anybody either. Like, but some people choose to do that with
How
their
is it
bodies, so that doesn't make them
objectifying? Why is
any
it
less of a person or any.
It makes them less worthy
of being a girlfriend, or
Sure it
any
does.
less loyal in a relationship.
Sure it
No,
does.
it doesn't.
Yes, I think somebody who has a high body count is going to be deemed less desirable in the sexual marketplace. Sorry. This is a metric by which men determine whether they want to be with a woman.
Some men, but in the
Most
end,
men.
at the
Some
end of the
men
day,
don't
if she
want a
never
woman that's
tells
ran
you,
through.
how would you
Basically
ever
put in
know?
words like
Like
that.
that really
so you're
isn't
a liar. Okay.
at the end of the day, if she doesn't tell you, that doesn't change anything in your relationship. That doesn't make the
it
sex
does.
any better or less. It does not make the love any more or less. It does not make her any
she's
better
a
or less
liar.
a person.
Yes, it
more or
changes.
less promiscuous or loyal in a relationship.
Here, respond to
Because that
this.
has nothing to do with the relationship
Here.
or
Yeah.
that specific person.
Okay, cool. So respond to this. You just said if she doesn't tell you. Okay, so if I ask her and she lies about it.
No, I'm saying that it's not the end of the world because that's not a determining factor. It doesn't change anything physically in the relationship.
Yeah, she lied about it. You said if she doesn't
No,
tell
I'm
you.
saying at the end of the day, if you never knew what her body count is, what does that change in your relationship?
I can actually, look, I'll even give you a scenario where this could be an issue. So a woman who has more connections with men, albeit this is kind of like one of the more like niche arguments that can be made. A woman who's made more connections with men, it's inevitable that she's landed on a fucking crazy dude. And if you're involved with a crazy fucking ex, then that's an issue for me.
That can be for girls who don't sleep around with people who have just poor taste in men or just experienced bad men in their life. That doesn't equate to high body count either.
Huh?
That doesn't equate to high body count. People can have crazy exes
not
without having a
necessarily,
body count
but you
50
think
plus.
the virgin woman who's never had a long-term
She can be
relation-
with an
Oh my God,
abusive
shut-
man.
You gotta stop interrupting. The virgin woman, who do you think is more likely to have done the roulette until she's landed on a crazy fuck? The chick who's fucked 100 dudes or the virgin? Who?
What if the virgin has only ever encountered the one horrible, crazy,
My God,
abusive
bro, I can't
man?
argue with somebody who just immediately every time goes to
That's
like
what
the
happened to me.
exception to the rule. I just can't even have a conversation.
Maybe a virgin wouldn't know
virgin's never had a
her
chance spinning
self-worth
with the
or
crazy
like
dude,
what
that
else is
period.
out there in the
Like,
dating field to pick better men. And
Right,
the
good
virgin
point.
is the one who ends up with those crazy exes because they don't have those sexual encounters with
Okay,
more
fine. Sounds
like
free,
me.
open-
Wow.
That actually makes
Sounds
Brian's
like
point,
me.
though. I mean, from Brian's perspective, basically, you're just saying that the virgin should go out and have sex with more men so that she doesn't end up inexperienced with men she's not having sex with. That's what your argument there would reduce to.
Wait, you or me? Me?
You, yeah.
Oh wait, what were
you
you
want-
saying?
So what
Yeah, I'll
are
repeat it.
look?
I'll
I
repeat
guess
it for you.
what are acceptable metrics that men are allowed to disqualify a woman on then?
Their past relationships. Have you cheated on your past partners when you're in like a loyal, committed, exclusive relationship? Like, have you gone through their phone, or have you been cheated on? Those are, I feel like, determining factors of like past trauma, future behaviors in relationships, and like telltale signs of like loyalty and such. But you shouldn't.
What is considered toxic to you?
Controlling.
I think, yeah, like not being respectful of like your opinions and your feelings and
But
your
if your
well-being.
boyfriend was going through your phone and making an argument with you every time he found a new girl on your phone, wouldn't you actually like get pissed off?
Oh yeah.
So,
My
but
past
you're doing that
relationship was
to
toxic,
him.
and that's why my ex broke up with me. I'm fully aware of that.
Okay.
And I know I have baggage that needs to be healed. I'm not dodging accountability whatsoever.
Last question on this. Do you think that it would be wrong for a guy to not want to date an ex-sex worker?
It's not wrong.
I think that's just preference too.
But it's in her past, right?
Yeah, so
She
I
stopped
think
doing it.
he
She's
should,
not doing it anymore.
Yeah, he should be open to the idea of like, she's a changed person. As long as she won't do that to you, it shouldn't matter what happened in her past. It was just her way of making money. It's not her being disloyal to you or disrespecting you, and it won't happen again.
Okay, well, let's see. Let's get into more of the questionnaire stuff. Women should go 50-50 on a date. Bridget, you disagreed. Amelia, you disagreed. Emily also disagree.
Especially on a first date, that's crazy.
I think Debra disagree. Tanya also disagree. What's crazy?
That on going on a first date, the girl has to be expected to pay 50-50 of the date that you're inviting her on.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, if you're inviting me out to a date, why do I have to pay if
Have
you're
you-
the one initiating this?
Mm-hmm. So whoever asked should pay.
Yeah.
Have you ever asked a guy out on a date?
No.
Interesting how that works.
But
It's
I
a very
would.
privileged
But I would.
position
I'm
to be
not
in.
like saying, oh, I would never pay or anything. Like, no, I have paid for guys. I have bought them stuff. I have been like in that
Hold on,
role.
let's
But I
clarify,
also
on
enjoy.
on a first date, or like you're 5 years into a relationship.
I've never 5 years in a relationship. I've never
Yeah.
like a first date like offer like, oh, I'm gonna take care of it. Don't worry. Like.
You have
no,
or you have not?
I have not, and I
Okay.
don't think I would. Cause I want to see
Yeah.
if he's a provider or not. If he's actually a man, because those are like the roles of a man. Am I wrong?
Okay. I'm interested in going into should claims on this. So, just show of hands going around the table. Should men pay for the first date?
Should.
For the first, yeah.
Into the mics, guys.
Yes.
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 Deborah, yes.
Yes. I don't agree with that.
Should women cook and clean?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Should women be submissive?
Yes, if the man is leading correctly, the woman should be submissive.
Should women? Should women?
I'll be submissive if my man's doing his job.
Chastity.
Well, who
Wait, what?
determines what's
Should
leading
women be
correctly?
virgins?
Be virgins?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Any virgins at the table?
Me? Okay. I was in a relationship with my
I'm a born-again virgin.
born-again virgin.
Go ahead, Andrew.
I was just asking, you said if men are leading properly, they should be submissive. Who's going to determine that the man is leading properly?
Does it not say in the Torah or Bible or wherever you want to reference it as that a woman should submit to a husband who is worthy?
And loyal and
Is that not
provider.
a biblical value?
It is, because I'm very religious.
That a man should, and that's what I was saying beforehand, where I stand by what I said, that this generation, not for many reasons, not only their fault, things that came before them, what it means, I don't want to speak for men, but overall, I think if there has been a decline on both sides of gender roles, and this is by design in our society to take away gender roles and say that there's no difference between a man and a woman, which I vehemently disagree with. And overall, I think that men should be worthy leaders. There's a lot of crazy men, just like there's a lot of crazy women, but...
Do you have your phone?
Yeah.
Did you not hear the instructions to not be on your phone?
I never put it back after I showed you the picture.
What's that?
I just didn't go back over there and put
Okay,
it back
that's
after
fine. Go ahead.
the picture.
Sorry, Deborah. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. Just, I mean, I stand by what I said, which I think that what it comes down to, a man who can provide, protect, and show that he is a strong leader absolutely deserves a woman who can trust him. And this is, I think, a big misalignment within society where I think deep down women really do want to submit to men. They want to be able, as we say in girl world, just turn your brain off when you're on a date. You don't have to
be in your
think
feminine
about
power,
where
you
you're
know,
walking,
soft.
and you can really, and what I said with the sourdough and nails and stuff like that, clearly you don't understand jokes, but that's just my style when it comes to speaking. I think embracing your femininity, women, because we've been pushed into the workforce and had to unconsciously or unwillingly take on a lot of the male roles, like being the provider, being the protectors, things of that nature, has led women to not be able to embrace their femininity. And so I think in a good relationship, a man will be able to embrace and flourish in his masculinity, and the same with the woman. And whatever that means, being a homekeeper, being a matriarch, being a really soft landing space for her husband to land on, and
a good mother,
providing that environment.
Okay, so my follow-up question to you would just be this then. If that is the case, and this is what you believe, if you actually wanted men to have the authority inside of society and the responsibility, why would you advocate that women could vote?
Because I think you keep deleting the most important part of this, which is that not every single man right now and at large, there is a lack of strong fathers. There's a lot of things that lead into, and this is not only a male problem, there's a female problem too. There are a lot of factors that lead into men. This is like the man or the bear question, if we get to that, that I think not every man right now, just being a man doesn't inherently make you worthy of being a leader. I think that you have to show that you are a leader, and this is true across the history of the world. Every single shepherd in the Torah and the original book was chosen for a lot of their specific qualities. There's a reason why those men were chosen to be leaders. Same with Donald Trump. There may be other men who share similar qualities to him, but there's a reason why he was chosen to lead, as opposed to any random guy that you can maybe find on the side of the street in LA who's catcalling women. I think that men who are worthy and live up to what it means to be leaders and protectors, and also have kind hearts, not softies, but just overall good men, in my definition of it, I think those men are worth leading. And I don't think just because you're a man that automatically makes you a perfect, amazing leader. We've seen that throughout all of society. So
how is this argument not actually contradictory? Because you're saying essentially that you need to reduce men's authority because you don't think that they're in a good position to lead women. You don't think that men in society are good enough leaders, and since they're not good enough leaders, you need to have authority so that.
When did I say? And sorry to cut you off, but
I'm saying this is.
When did I say any of that?
I'm explaining. This is an logical entailment of your argument. If you say to me I'm advocating that women be able to vote because there's too many men in society who, if we give authority to, are going to lead me wrong. Then you're actually saying that you need to have authority so that you can determine who's a leader and who isn't a leader, that actually is stripping authority away from men. Like, this is the logical entailment. I don't see a way around it.
No, I think you're just taking it how you take it, which no matter how I say it, you're just interpreting it and saying what you want to say. I've said a million times.
What's illogical about what I'm saying?
I didn't say the word illogical. You keep taking what I say and then just changing what I'm saying and then saying, so you're saying this. And then when I say, no, I didn't say that. When did I say we should take power away from men? When did I say that we should take power away from men? When did I say that? Once.
I'm showing you I'm showing you the entailment of the logic. Here, I'll literally break it down. Really simple. Here, I'll show you. So premise one.
I don't need you to show me. I need you to tell me when I said that, because I'm saying what I say, and you're telling me what you think I genuinely believe, and you still won't address the point. But he can talk over me whenever he wants. But then if I talk over him, it's because I'm a woman who wants to have men removed from society.
Look, I've moderated Andrew tonight. You got to let him finish.
How many times can you tell me what I think I said and what I think I mean?
Hear him out.
Just going to show you.
Keep saying that, though.
Okay, stop. Just go ahead, Andrew.
So it's just like this. Just premise one, men need to lead. Okay, premise two, in order for men to lead, they need to have authority. Premise three, women need to vote. Premise four, why do women need to vote? They need to vote because men aren't adequately leading, so women need to have authority. That's the entire syllogism. So then the conclusion is men are not capable of leading, so women need to have authority so that they can pick the men that need to lead them. So it's actually stripping authority away from men. I don't know a way around that. Like, I'm literally reducing it.
And you still haven't addressed, again, that was not what I said. I didn't say men need to lead. I said they should lead. Ideally, men should be the leaders of society. But I don't think, you still won't address 15 times over. You're telling me what you think I said, but you won't address the one point, which is there has been a decline in what it means to be a man in terms of masculinity, in terms of chivalry, everything like that. Across the board, there has been a decline. So if you agree with me that men are not, and this isn't only a male thing, but just speaking about men as leaders, that men at large, there has been a decline of what men's role in society has been, what they feel to be a man, and all of that combined means that right now, doesn't mean we should take authority away from men. It's the one thing you won't address is that I think we as a society, as women, as men, as Americans, as whatever, should work towards getting back to a place where men and women are more strong and embrace their femininity and their masculinity. And I think that will lead us to a better place where women who can embrace their femininity will naturally approach matriarchy. They will naturally say, wait, maybe, you know what? I actually don't love my corporate job. I know a lot of women who have convinced themselves that being powerful and that they need to work for 30 years and make $1 million and then they'll have kids in their 40s. And then I personally don't agree with that. And I think that if we as a society get back to a place where originally women were not expected to be in the workforce, things of that nature, then men hopefully can recover in whatever that means to them, and masculinity can become something that means more to them and is not seen as like I'm not done. Toxic masculinity, all of that stuff. I'm almost done. You can wait. All of that toxic masculinity stuff has taught men to feel bad about themselves and not embrace their masculinity. So I think the most important part of this is not stripping away power from men or saying women are better to lead. I think we need to focus on fixing that issue, whether it's through strong fatherhood, whether it's through stopping this idea that everybody's saying toxic masculinity anytime a man wants to actually act like a man, opening the door for a woman and a woman gets offended. I think moving away from that as a society will get us to a place where men at large will be better equipped to lead society. And it doesn't mean that right now, I'm not saying if I really meant it, I would say it. I'm not having any secret arguments. I'm saying what I mean, which is the step one, I think ideally, men should be the leaders. And the step to get there is to fix masculinity. That's what I'm saying.
So to address, you keep saying I want to address this argument, but the argument was my premise. So the thing is when you say, okay, but you haven't addressed what's going on with men in society and the lower testosterone and the fact that they're not leading as well. But I actually did. That was the premise of my original argument, which is the reason that you see a failure in men in society is because they have all the responsibility without the authority. They have the responsibility absent the authority. So I say, okay, so how do we fix that? How do we fix the idea here that you have additional responsibilities without authority? Your premise here is, well, we need to move back to all of these things, which are preambles to women voting, by the way. That all of these things that you're pointing to, this is pre-women's suffrage. And so I go, okay, well, that makes sense. So then why is it then that you would say that men, right, who have this additional responsibility as leaders, right, you wouldn't want them to have the authority to exercise that responsibility? That seems like it's ultimately what you want. What's going on is you have an actual internal conflict here. The conflict is, I want to be a strong, empowered woman while at the same time advocating that there's a patriarchy. It's like you can't have both.
You don't know that.
Hang on. Either the patriarchy is empowered with the authority to lead, or it is not. And if you say it's not empowered with the authority to lead, women need to be able to select the leaders. You have a matriarchy then, not a patriarchy. You have a second class that has additional responsibilities women don't have, but have a limited amount of authority or equal authority to women. That's the opposite of patriarchy. It makes no sense.
I just don't understand what position or where you're coming from where you consistently think that you know what I actually feel. I'm having an internal conflict. You don't know anything about my values before the show. Maybe you follow me. I don't know. No, you're not listening to what I'm saying. You're saying the opposite of what I say every single time, and that's why it's just so frustrating. I have an internal conflict because I want to be an empowered woman. You're pushing what you clearly don't like about women onto me, somebody that you clearly don't know much about, or you can happily look through my social media.
I'm just listening to your arguments.
And based off of that, you are saying that I am clearly a secret feminist who wants to be an empowered woman. Finally said it right for everybody else, but you're telling me that based off absolutely what? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Logic. I'm showing you logic.
No, that's not logic. That is you trying to push what you think about women onto me, trying to catch me in something.
I'm just showing you a logical position.
What have I said? Or what have I displayed throughout my life that shows that I want to be an empowered woman where men are on the sidelines and don't have power?
You are advocating that women vote. If you advocate women vote, the entailment is women have authority.
Well, women can vote.
Hang on. I'm answering your question. So if the entailment is that women have authority and equal authority to men, that's not a patriarchy. It's the opposite of a patriarchy. That's no longer a patriarchy. So if men have additional responsibility, right, but they only have equal authority, then they don't have the authority to lead. They don't have the authority to lead because you can negate their authority anytime you want. That's the entailment of your logic. When you say, what have I displayed in my personal life, has nothing to do with the logic of your argument. It's an illogical argument. It makes no sense. Either you want men and a patriarchy, so you want men to have the authority to lead and the responsibility thereof, or you don't. But you can't say, but I need to be equal with them in political status for them to lead. That's the opposite of your own position. It makes no sense.
No, I don't live in a fantasy world. I live in the current world where women do have the right to vote. And if you are advocating for women losing the right to vote, that is something that I don't agree with. And I don't know why you think women shouldn't vote. If I think men should lead us, right now, it's not an option in front of me. Should women not have the right to vote? Women have the right to vote. This isn't the 1800s like a lot of people want us to go back to, apparently. This is modern history. And if you're asking me if I would repeal this, no, I would absolutely not. If I think in an ideal society, men should be the leaders of society, yes, but I don't understand why you think you're catching me.
How do you want them to lead?
How do I want them to lead?
Without authority to lead, how?
Well, why do you think that you said it yourself, that the only reason the downfall of masculinity and all this stuff is because men don't have the authority to exercise their leadership?
Correct,
that's the only reason that men and masculinity has declined? That's ridiculous. I think that's ridiculous.
Listen, it's not. All the things that you would consider. Like if I told you to point to a time where you thought men were strong leaders, you'd point to
the Greatest Generation that my grandpa's in.
Hang on. You would point to pre-suffrage. If I asked you when were men better men, you'd point to pre-suffrage. If I asked you any of these things, you would point to pre-suffrage.
How do you know? You haven't asked me. This is exactly what you've been doing the whole time. You have this idea.
When were men better men? Tell me.
Yeah, this.
Answer me. When were men better men? I'm asking you. You want me to ask you? I'm asking you. When were men better men?
But this is why. It's just not even like I could go back and forth with you, but everything I've said this entire time, I give you a solid answer and you flip it and say, well, you think this, you think that, because you're just trying to.
Men were men better men. Just answer, please.
Entertain this anymore.
You want to answer? You're not going to answer.
Because it doesn't matter what I answer to you. You think you know what I believe, and you're going to tell me what I actually think. You. Despite every other question you've asked me, you've had the same reaction, and so I just don't think there's any point of me telling you something, because whatever I say,
you brought it up, and so I'm engaging
I've said
with
1,000 times what I think, and you keep telling me I'm on undercover this, or I really think this or
I'm
that.
asking you a question. When were
Okay,
men better
nice.
men? When were men better men? Can you answer the question? I don't know why we need to like do a bunch of emotional outbursts. Can you just answer
Emotional
the question?
outbursts? You called me a covert feminist, saying all these personal attacks because I said what? That I think women should vote?
I'm giving you declarative statements of fact. I haven't personally attacked you at all.
Okay.
So the thing is like, just very quickly, can you just tell me when you think men were better men? When?
No.
What's the time period?
I'm not going to.
Of course not. Of course not. Right. Okay.
Can I do it, Andrew?
I can't force her to engage in the conversation, but Debra, why don't we get through your notes here? So, and we'll get everybody on the panel here. What would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband?
I wrote this on the chart. I said 200,000. I'm from New York City, so that's not like a crazy number. I think in smaller cities you could have less, but in New York, I think you need to make at least 150,000 to live comfortably between taxes and everything. So I think that's a good starting salary where you can be comfortable even on a single income if I would have the pleasure of being a stay-at-home mom one day.
All right. You also said, or actually, let me let this come through before.
Meet the Kaiser donated $200.
Thank you, Kaiser.
Dating is hard. Every time, the one girl at the beginning that I say, hey, she seems nice, she's cute, always ends up being the one in a thumbnail with Andrew the next day. This is the Kaiser's curse.
The one girl at the beginning? Oh, okay. Kaiser, thank you so much for the TTS, man. I do appreciate it. And I'll let the other chats come through in a bit. But so how tall are you, Debra, and what's the minimum height of a man that you would date?
I am 5'9", and the minimum height for me would be 6 feet because I am 6 feet in heels, but I have the longest relationship I've ever been in. He was actually like 5'9.5", because I really do believe in like, I'm just one of those people that I can think people are cute when I meet them, but I eventually actually get feelings based off their personality and who they are. Okay.
And then it'd be nice to get everybody back seated at the table here for this one, but I want to get into the bear thing, but not everybody's here, so I have to wait. While we're waiting, I will let some chats come through. We have Lucas, who's fed you this delusion based on the generally stated metrics. I fall in the top 5%. I guarantee you that my wife's past sexual temperance was a huge litmus test for me marrying her. It's a monster ick for us. Do you have a response to this?
Well, I'm glad that that's your determining factor for who you marry.
Mm-hmm. Can you take the water off the table, please?
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Beaten Cheeks. He says, I have an idea. How about grifting feminist conservatives like Deb? Stop trying to be argumentative. Show some respect. Perhaps you'll be taken serious. Lower your entitled standards. Then you'll be happy. Do you want to respond to Beaten Cheeks?
You spelled respect wrong.
How dare you, Beaten?
I just think it's funny that people will always try and say, oh, you're an undercover feminist, like haters, not genuine people. People say you're a feminist, you're a fake conservative. It's always the extreme far right people who say this because maybe I don't share the exact same version of conservatism as they do, and that doesn't change anything about me. I just think it's a dumb argument because look at my record across the board. I have been doing amazing things for the conservative movement, for Republican candidates in this country, for conservative values in my community and across the world at large. So, I mean, I just don't get personally offended by anybody who doesn't know me saying things about me because that's what being a social media person's all about. People think they know you.
I happen to actually have a book here called
He has a book, guys. It's crazy.
Yeah,
you can read?
The Secret History of Women's Liberation, written by a wonderful academic, but she goes over the roots of feminism and the contrary positions that feminists will often take. And one of the contrary positions, which we were just discussing, that freaks you out so badly, so you get so emotional you can't even have a coherent conversation about it. But what she's trying to demonstrate is that most of the problems in modernity that you're speaking about are tied to the suffrage movement themselves. And she makes a very compelling case for this. I suggest you pick up her book. It's called Occult Feminism, The Secret History of Women's Liberation. It's very good.
You called me a misandrist, but you clearly just get off on putting women down, and that's what I just think is silly about this whole situation
I've been
here.
trying to have a reasonable discussion with you, and you've been freaking out the entire time.
This is exactly, like, I think you're showing your true colors in this sense, where what I said in the beginning still stands true. You're an emotional woman, you're freaking out, when you've had the same response to me, and you were so proud to make a woman cry and tell her, yeah, you should be crying, even though I agree I think the situation was a very bad situation, but I don't think trying to make somebody cry.
You want to make for horrific people?
No, I think that's a bad act, but I think as a person who wants to represent godly values, just going out of your way to make somebody cry and be proud of that is not a thing to be proud of. I think you can get your point across and have somebody come to the light in other ways, and if that makes me a fake conservative, that I don't think I should go out of my way to attack people with my words, that I can use my words to change their mind and their hearts.
She has a man sleeping in a bed on her floor. Defend her harder. Go ahead.
I've never defended it. The whole time we had a conversation about that, I said multiple things. Are you going to let me talk? Do you see? Every time I talk, you talk over me, but then when you talk, I have to shut up.
Lady, you talk 5 times as much as me. Calm down.
Tell me to calm down, please. Thank you.
I did. You can't be like, I'm just going to filibuster the conversation, talk for 20 minutes, and you can have 30 seconds, Andrew. It's ridiculous.
I've listened to you, and I've caught myself.
It's like, relax. You could just have the conversation without freaking out. It's not
Any
necessary.
other things you want to say to a woman like that?
Cutting me off again. You definitely don't need to defend the horrible acts of horrible people.
I'm not defending. I'm condemning you for the way you delivered that. I'm not defending your acts whatsoever. I said straight up that having a child in that environment is repeating the cycle.
I can't get a point out.
This is me for, okay.
Here, I'll move the conversation on, okay, guys? Like,
I mean, can I just get a point out? Like, you don't.
Can I just get a point out? Can I just get a point out? Stop freaking out, buddy. Babe, just take a breath. Just take a chill. Just relax. It's okay. You don't have to be so emotional. It's fine. It's okay. Just don't freak out. Just smoke your cigs and take a beat. Just smoke your cigs and take a beat. Okay?
You're spurging out. Calm down. I'm just saying,
relax,
you don't
buddy.
have to defend horrible people.
It's okay.
It's not necessary.
It's okay. You're okay.
Andrew, as somebody with autism, I'm very offended.
Yeah, very offended.
I'm very triggered, Andrew. How dare you use that pejorative?
I mean, do you think that filibustering the convo is a good look? It's not a good look.
Autistic?
No, he didn't. He called you a. No, he didn't. No, he said you were spurging out. He didn't say you were Asperger's or autistic.
That just really shows how godly you are.
Do you have autism though?
Do you think I have autism?
No, I'm not coming for you, Debra. I'm asking if you do. Like, it's not an attack. I'm probably autistic.
She got that dog in her.
This is a point. I'm trying to get commonality. I'm trying to get like.
No, we don't have autism in common.
Even if we have autism, we're still awful people.
All right, guys, we're gonna move it on. So okay, the bear. We gotta do the bear, guys. We're doing the bear. Maybe I'll just. She's in the. Oh my God, bro! Everybody's getting up. Okay. How about before I come to the bear, I'm going to get to other people's. So what would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband?
I mean,
Can you tilt your mic down just a bit?
I mean, I would say I don't care.
Okay. Yeah. Do you want to get married? Maybe you don't.
I'm not sure right now.
Okay.
I'm still in the process of getting divorced, so give me some time.
Okay. Okay, we're going to come back to that. We'll go right into the bear now. So going around the table, starting with Debra, would you rather cross paths with a man or a bear in the forest?
I love this question, especially when it was all over social media. I thought there was a lot of funny TikToks. I wrote the bear. I thought about it long and hard. I think it's just the white woman in me that I really do believe I could tame the bear, honestly, and that, or at least hide from it. What? And it's a joke. Don't cry. It's a joke. It's okay. I joke sometimes. I like comedy, but
I don't know why you're still freaking out. I didn't say anything.
It just shows a face.
Okay. So I think anybody I saw in the forest, I would be scared for my life if I was alone in the forest, a man or a woman, and I'd rather see an animal because that's where they live, and then I can hide from it. But I think it's a silly question, and it's funny.
So you'd pick the bear, though?
I do pick the bear because that's where it lives, and it's not crazy to be like, why is there a bear in the forest? But if you're alone in the woods and you see another man or woman walking, I'd be like, wait, why are they here too?
It's conceivably the same reason you are to go
why
for a
was
walk in the woods?
Oh, I thought I was like trapped in the forest. I don't know. I guess I assume this question is like you're lost in the forest.
Well, the way I worded it here in the questionnaire, it just says, would you rather cross paths with a man or a bear in the forest? This doesn't, there are no implications as to the reasons why anybody's in the forest. There's no suggestions that the man is a criminal. He could be a criminal. He could not. He could be a murderer. He could not. The bear could be non-threatening. The bear could also want to kill you.
So I don't know why I assumed on my own that I was like trapped in the forest, like in the movie or in the show Alone, where you're just like lost in the woods. If I was just on a walking path, definitely a man over a bear. I would say hello. I'm a very social person.
But you said you've heard this question before. You've seen it all over social media. Even then, you still pick bear.
No, at that point, I guess there was just a lot of...
You wrote bear. And you said bear.
Because I thought the question was like, if you're lost in the woods, stranded. I don't know why I thought that. I think that's what a lot of the social media videos were about. I didn't pay... They were like, if you're lost in the woods, would you rather run into a bear or a man? I was thinking about it like that.
Wait, you were lost in the woods.
Yes. I guess I just didn't read this clear enough.
Oh, I've never heard it phrased like you're lost in the woods. Because if you're lost in the woods, I'm assuming you can't get out. So wouldn't you want to run into like a man in the hopes of like he can, oh, it's this way. Oh, got a compass.
Well, that's what the argument is about. That would you rather, if like let's say you're lost in the woods and you needed help, would you rather run into a bear where you would have a threat, or a man because men can do things? They might help you, but they also might. You know what? And things
I'll
of
let
that
everybody.
nature.
Sure,
So,
I'll let everybody answer.
I didn't read it.
Going around the table, would you rather cross paths with a man or a bear? Whatever you responded into the questionnaire, just say.
Man.
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 Is that what you wrote in the?
Yeah. I would not want to come across.
You did say man. Okay. What about you?
Bear.
Bear. What about you?
Bear.
All right. What about you?
I said bear, but I took the question exactly how she did. So
I have my own.
I would change it to a man.
Okay, and then
Bear.
Bear. So those of you who said bear, going around again, why do you pick bear and why do you not pick the man? Why don't we start with Debra? You already provided some explanation, but if you want to add anything, go ahead. But
yeah, I'll just quickly add. Honestly, I didn't read it close enough. I should have. Not close enough. I just didn't understand the context of it.
Well, even using.
Yes.
Okay. So, so why do you pick bear and why don't you pick man?
Is this if I'm trapped in the forest or if I'm just taking a leisurely walk?
Too much thought.
Even if you're not trapped in the forest, do you always pick man?
Yeah. I don't want to be killed by a bear. If I'm in like a safe environment on a walking path, I wouldn't be scared to see a man in the forest. But I think overall women, the question why this originally came to light is because can you really trust just a random man in the forest who might be a psychopath or a murderer or any of these things?
Let's just stick with the bear answer.
Okay.
Let's just, whatever.
But what is it? Are you walking or trapped?
I choose the bear.
Do you get why why that makes sense to me logically? Like if I'm trapped in the forest, I think I have good survival skills and I grew up very outdoorsy.
Live in urban New York?
I live in Manhattan, but I grew up. We have a
outdoor
house. I don't want to like.
Skills in
Yes,
Manhattan.
My family go to Montana's in the summer. We learned how to build clay pigeons. I went to Sleepaway Camp. I learned how to sail from like 5 years old and up. Horseback riding.
Okay, why? Just quick answer if you can. Why do you pick bear? Why don't you pick man? Yeah, you.
Oh, I would not pick why I wouldn't pick either. Sorry.
No.
Sorry.
Why do you pick bear? Why don't you pick the man?
I would pick a bear because if I'm trapped, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be annoying. I'm just trying to understand the question so I could give a real answer.
Go ahead.
If I'm trapped, I genuinely mean what I said, where I've been in nature a lot, in Montana, in the forest and everything. Bears, for the most part, unless you upset them or you do something, you can kind of just chill out. They're not going to just necessarily go after you. And the reason I didn't pick a man is because I feel like anybody outside of homesteaders who are just hanging out in the middle of the woods would see me and be like, yo, she would be a really good person to trap in my house. But then they'd be like, she talks a lot, so I don't know if I want to keep her. So there's that.
You can yap your way out of,
I do.
Out of the abduction, I guess. What about you?
My logic was I have a better chance of fighting a man than a bear.
Oh, wait, so sorry. Who picked bear? Just show of hands again. Okay, so it's boom, boom, boom.
I took
boom.
Yeah.
Okay. Why do you pick bear? Why don't you pick man?
Because there was like this one rhyme about how to survive when you encounter like each color bear, like a white bear, black bear, brown bear. I don't remember how it goes. I'm gonna have to refresh my memory before I go out into the woods. But it was like, oh, for one bear, you gotta like make yourself look big. For one of the bears, you should make yourself look small or like be still as possible. And for one of the bears, you just run. So I think knowing those kind of ground rules would help me survive. And like you said, it's a bear's natural habitat. Like, I'm the one disturbing its peace, so I would just leave it alone. But a male, you know, you can be SA'd. They have all these different torture methods in their head that probably a bear wouldn't conjure up, or access to these different weapons.
Yep, sure. So, okay. Could be SA'd, could be murdered. Totally get it. What about you?
Okay, so I would pick the bear because I used to live in Lake Arrowhead and I see bears all the time. And if you don't bother them, they're not going to do anything to you. And I would not pick a man because of my horrible experiences with men. My third grade crush, he had intentions of going to the mountains to R me and then M me. And it was just like
third grade?
No, like I met him in third grade. He was my first, and then 10 years later we reconnected, and I didn't know his hidden agenda. And this is a guy that I knew. So imagine a random man that I don't know too, if he had that intention to do that to me. What's a random man gonna see a pretty girl in the forest walking around? So
all right, so
bear,
like
1,000 times.
The man could SA or could murder you. Okay. What about you? Why don't you, or why do you pick bear? Why don't you pick man?
I picked the bear because I definitely have bear spray if I'm in the woods, so I come prepared.
Which would conceivably be just as effective on a man, but...
I don't know the man's intentions. I know the bear's intentions.
I like that.
Who would be able to charge you faster, a man or a bear?
A bear.
I mean, probably the bear, but I mean...
So wouldn't the bear spray be just as effective on the man?
I would still choose the bear.
Okay, and so so I didn't mean to interrupt you, though. You were explaining why you picked the bear. Why don't you pick the man? You were mentioning you had bear spray. What else?
I don't know the man's intentions. Why is he in the woods? What's he doing there?
Sure.
Why am I walking across him?
Yeah, so just... I
would feel more scared seeing a man than a bear.
Okay. And the fear there would be he could potentially SA you, he could murder you. Is that
Yeah, I mean, I don't know his intentions.
Right, but that's the concern, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then if I do change the question a little bit, I don't know if this will elicit a different response. You randomly spawn in the forest. You then...
Like Survivor, they just drop me off.
Just engage. You randomly spawn in the forest. Hold on. Okay. You randomly spawn in the forest. In front of you, 2 buttons also randomly spawn. You can pick a random man to spawn, or you can pick a random bear to spawn. You will cross paths with either one. It's not like you will cross paths. Does that change your answer at all?
I would choose the man then.
Really?
Yeah, okay. I feel like, it's not like it's random if I'm choosing, and if I'm just dropped off there. And it's not like I would have bear spray, handy if I expect to encounter a bear. So.
Yeah, but you wouldn't have the bear spray for the man either.
Yeah, but it's different. It's randomly spawned, right? It's not like someone's just there waiting and I just stumble upon them. Okay. This is the context of the conversation.
Does this change anything for you or no? Still bear?
I mean, I've encountered bears multiple times in Washington, so still bear.
Still bear? Okay.
I think it would change for me a little bit because then also it's not like, what are you doing in the woods? We can make like friendship over the fact that we both just spawned.
It is interesting that how like you frame a question even by just changing it slightly can change people's answers. I mean, this is actually really common with studies, and why I think these like survey studies are actually bullshit, because you can like change one word. Like you can even change a totally benign, non-relevant word in a study and you'll get a different response from people. But anyways, back to the point at hand.
If you had to sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so it would almost occur to me though, those of you who like kind of change your answer, wouldn't there be a bigger fear for the button push? Because like you say, why is the man there in the forest? But I kind of feel like there would be more reason for him being in the forest that seems benign versus like you randomly spawn the guy. Like the guy in the forest is probably just going on a hike or some shit. I don't know. Maybe
I just have
that's not
trauma from men.
Maybe that's
I
not
think
a
people
common
do
argument.
things also when nobody's looking. That's what creates it. Like when people are in private environments. That's why a lot of essays happen
Sure.
in closed doors.
Go out.
So let me get through a couple more things here. So your concern, you guys' concern is like the risk of SA and the risk that they physically harm you, murder you, whatever. What percentage of men do you think would be like? What percentage of men do you think would do this to you?
30%.
30%. Okay. What about you?
90% because I had that almost happen to me.
90%. Okay.
20.
20%. And then Debra, what
I'd
percent?
say like 15-ish.
15. So that was, I'm sorry. You said 20? What did you say?
30.
30, excuse me. So it's 30, 90, 20, and then 15? Okay. I'm just curious for, you guys have any male siblings? Do you have a brother? How many brothers do you have?
I have one older brother.
Okay. Do you have a brother?
I have 2 brothers.
Okay. Are you prepared to say that 90% of your male family members, including cousins, would essay or murder a woman?
I think there's like a small percentage of men that will do that, but not counting my family because...
You said it was 90% of men.
Yeah, well, my chances were 90%. I missed it by an hour. That happening to me in the forest with a man that I knew that I liked first.
No, but you said 90% of men, so this would have to...
Actually, I retract that statement. Sorry. So
Okay.
I guess there's a small percentage of men that would do that.
What percent?
Maybe 5% then?
Oh, now that I've thrown your 90% of your family under the bus.
Yeah, after you did that, I was like, no, but...
Okay.
It made more sense that you said
30% of your male family members are rapists or murderers?
Most of them are dead, but I mean, I was almost essayed by a family member when I was 3, so yeah.
Okay, and then going to you, 20% of your family members are inclined to grape or murder?
Not my family.
Oh,
Just like
you're-
the general population, like 20% of
Why-
all men.
What makes your family so much superior?
Well, because I haven't experienced anything like that with my family members. I was
I mean,
just
I
thinking
actually
of the
have.
general population of men, like
Okay,
20%.
and Debra, are you willing to throw 15% of your family members
Not
onto the
because of
bus
this.
on
I knew this question was coming next. I still thought 15 when I said it was a little bit grand, but I was also thinking about society at large. But no, definitely not. In my family, they're very much value protecting women, being strong men, making sure, like I said,
Sure. And then,
taking care of
and
women.
then also on this, does it change for anybody here if it's 10 men versus 10 bears?
Wait, sorry, what was that?
10 men versus 10 bears.
So awkward to see in a forest.
Does that change
At the
anything
same
for
time?
for the bear?
10 men at the same time?
Yeah, 10 men together, 10 bears together. And you cross paths with them.
I'd rather see 10 men.
Does that change anything for you?
Maybe I still stick with
Yeah,
bears.
I need a second to process.
I still stick with bears.
Still stick with bear? What about you?
I don't know either.
Well, do you need time or Debra?
I'm thinking.
If they're good men, then men. If they're not good men, then bears.
Are they
How
Boy
big's
Scouts?
the island?
Are they Boy Scouts?
Sorry, what?
Said, are they Boy Scouts?
Are they in the
Random
army?
men. It's just random men
Then yeah, no.
out of the population.
I think the men would be better because if I, like I gave with my number, I think it's a very small percentage of men in society who really have that within them to take advantage of a woman and overpower her. And I do think given it's 10 men, hopefully the majority of them are good men, like the kind of guys who hold their friends in check and that are like, don't do that or you need to treat her better. So I'd like to think that with 10 men, there'd be at least the majority of them would be good men and
Hopefully.
keep the peace.
Hopefully.
If you were in the position where you guys had to choose for somebody else, in this case your daughter, you're not choosing for you, but instead you're choosing your daughter's spawned into a forest with a random man or a random bear, would your answer change?
No.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
My answer would not change.
So
Still
wait,
bear.
you would change from man to
I don't
bear?
know. I really, well, if it's I would say female bear. Oh, well, I'd say
Yep.
female bears, yeah, because animals that tend to be more protective over children, innocent children. There's been stories of like children falling in zoos and gorillas pick them up and take care of them. So I don't
Not
know.
bears, though.
Yeah,
Bears
feel
just are like,
Wait, really
I
quick
feel
on
like-
that.
I feel like
Really quick on
bears
that. Okay, zoo enclosure. Would you prefer your daughter to fall in the gorilla enclosure or the human male enclosure?
Gorilla?
Harambe all day.
Harambe.
You know,
Rest
I
in
don't.
peace.
I guess because the intention of the bear or the fucking human whatever. I guess it could go either way. I don't.
Bears don't have bad intentions. People do.
If it's my daughter, a man, because I don't think she could outrun a bear.
Does this not highlight the difference in society, though, that we have to think about it, and that men, if they were put in this, they would never think twice about being put with 10 women or 10 bears? They'd be like, give me the girls all day long.
Maybe
does that not speak to how women and men, I guess,
maybe I would choose the men. I just think it's all intention. But
you would change your answer to bear, Cheryl?
I know I'm so indecisive.
Yes.
I would like to say say men, but
it's because animals don't have bad intentions and people do.
Animals do some whack things in nature.
Yeah,
though.
they do.
It's my child. I know my child can't
animals are unpredictable. People are.
Hang on, guys on the panel, just 1 second, real quick.
Sorry.
Chair 1, what were you saying?
I was saying if it's between, my 3-year-old being in the woods, coming upon a man or a bear, I would choose the man because,
Why do you think that the man would not, if you think that you have the high likelihood that a man would essay you or do something horrible to you, why is it that you think you wouldn't do that to her?
I think it would be more likely for me because I'm a woman, she's a child. So I think he would be more opted to protect her.
Unless he's a pedo.
So if you had to choose on behalf of somebody else, so let's say your daughter was 17, would you make the same decision?
She'd be better off with the bear at that point.
So you would spawn her in with the bear rather than a random man?
Yes.
So assuming for everybody in the panel, if you have a 17-year-old daughter and you have to choose, would your answer change from bear to man, those of you who selected bear? No?
Nope.
Still be bear.
Because that almost happened to me when I was 17, so why would not happen to her?
Yeah. If you were in an argument with your significant other and the two of you had to choose for some reason, that if she spawned in with a man or the bear and he said the man and you said the bear, would you default to his judgment?
Yes.
No. Okay.
Let him make that decision.
Yes.
Because I trust him if I'm married to him.
Gotcha. Okay.
I'm going off experience.
What's that?
So I'm going off experiences that I've had. So I'm not saying all men are the same, but it's just like
how many bears have you seen?
A lot, actually. Even in like Arrowhead and
I know, but
in my back,
how many
like
do you
5? Like I can were like in close encounter with me too. Like So and they didn't do anything but walk the other way or went to trash cans.
That's a valid question.
I'm always amazed at how many women who answer this on the bear question.
I love this
make
question.
The claims of how many bears they've seen. I mean, I go to the wilderness constantly. I have my entire life. I've been a hunter essentially my entire adulthood. And I've only ever had actually 2 random bear encounters and in totality. And I mean, I'm out all the time in country, which is bear country.
Where do you live?
So
maybe animals are attracted to me.
You should go to Pennsylvania.
Well, I mean, I've hunted all over the U.S., but right now I'm in Michigan.
I went to...
yeah, definitely tons of black bears in Michigan, especially in the grounds I hunt. And it's like very rarely do you ever come across them. But somehow the women who answer to this question seem to have seen significantly more bears than I have.
I have so many videos.
I went to
like Arrowhead. I
went to camp in Pennsylvania.
Right in front of me.
I went to camp in Pennsylvania, and the bears would eat the trash every single week, like literally multiple times a week. And so there was always bear stuff. So we had to learn very young, like what to do with bears. I feel like they're pretty common in Pennsylvania, all over, and the East Coast.
They're common for me and like Arrowhead.
Yeah, they're common at campgrounds, especially when there's garbage around and stuff like that. Yeah. I agree with that. But random encounters in the forest they're pretty rare, right? They're pretty rare.
I spent 6 months out in the wilderness in like high school, and I never once encountered a bear. I encountered all kinds of different things, but never like a random bear just popped up out of nowhere.
I saw an elk and a bear in Montana.
Yeah, elk are pretty common.
All right.
Together?
No, but like a few minutes apart. Elks are huge. I've never seen anything.
Yeah, I see them all the time in Washington.
You brought up double standards earlier, and this does fall into line with one of the questionnaire questions. Not hypocritical for high body count men to prefer to date low body count or virgin women. Debra, you disagreed.
Callie, I disagreed. I think I messed up on that one.
Okay, that's fine.
What's
not hypocritical for high body count men.
Yeah, I think it's fair. I think that's totally valid. I don't know why I circled that. Sorry.
Callie, you did disagree.
I think that was fair too. It works both ways, yeah.
Amelia, you disagreed on that, actually.
I didn't understand the question.
Emily, you also disagree. Okay. You did also disagree, Emily. Nothing for, honestly, Katerina, you did not. disagree on anything. Tanya disagreed. Yeah, so it was like double standard, right? You think it's a double standard? Like if a guy with high body count, he would prefer to date a woman with a low body count or a virgin?
Sorry.
Yes.
What's wrong with that? Oh, hold on. Before I have you answer, I'm going to let this one go through, then we'll get right back to it.
Practicing Gentleman donated $200.
Thank you, man.
If it was a starved bear or an evil man, and both were fully intent on making sure you had a bad day, with nothing happening being the best outcome, which do you think you could escape from easier?
If it was a starved bear and an evil man, and both were fully intent on making sure you had a bad day.
Oh, God.
Maybe
with
an evil
nothing
man.
happening being the best outcome.
Yeah, so the intentionality, this is a really good phrasing of this. So now we know the intention. The bear wants to eat your face and the man wants to eat your face. So both of them definitely really want you to have the worst day of your life spawned in, and you can choose between them. Does your answer change then?
Biologically, a bear would be 10 times stronger, 10 times faster, and 10 times more aggressive than an evil man. I can gouge his eyes out or like try to fight for my life, but I can't really fight for my life with a bear, so it'd be harder.
Change anything for you?
Do I have the bear spray? If I have the bear spray,
let's just say in both cases you have the bear spray.
I would choose the bear.
You still think you take on a bear?
Yeah, well, if he can't
Emily?
fucking see, he can't find me.
Yeah, I think I'd still choose the bear. How fast can bears run?
Still bear?
Yeah.
Deborah?
Fast.
No, it would probably be a man because I don't know where bear parts are to kick them in, honestly.
It'd be kind of hard to gouge his eyes out when they're so big. So.
And I could be taller than the man, which is very likely because I'm very tall. A bear, no chance.
No chance with the bear.
So going back to the double standard question, though, not hypocritical for a high body count men to prefer to date low body count virgin women. You disagreed. I think maybe you disagreed, Callie. Yeah, you did. What would actually be wrong with like a guy who's got a high body count preferring to date a low body count woman or a virgin?
Well,
or what makes it hypocritical, I guess?
Yeah, right, preference is just preference, but I think it's hypocritical because practice what you preach. So if you think that, your partner should have less partners, then you should have less partners as well. That's hypocritical. That's the definition.
Then I'll respond to that, but Emily, what about you?
Yeah, I agree. Verbatim.
And then
same thing. I was just trying to get at.
Yeah.
I think now I realized I did mean to circle that question.
Yeah, me
you
too.
didn't see that.
Okay. Yeah, me too.
That's fine.
You're the minority here. Please speak.
On this one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, I guess, a lot of you also kind of simultaneously circled women should go 50, or you disagree that women should go 50-50 on first dates. Why is it that women are allowed to hold men to standards that they themselves would not, uphold themselves? For example, if your position is men should pay for first dates, wouldn't you be hypocritical for saying that for like the other person should pay for the first date? Wouldn't that make you a hypocrite?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't hold that position.
Okay,
so.
well, but a lot of the other women here said men should pay for first dates, women should not go 50-50.
It is hypocritical.
So why is it that if a man desires a trait in a partner that he doesn't himself possess, why are women allowed to do this very thing with like the myriad of traits that they desire in men but they don't possess themselves? I'll give you more examples besides just women wanting men to pay for first dates, but you guys won't pay for a first date ever. So how about you want a guy who's taller than you, but you're not tall? You want a guy who's funny, but you're not funny. You want a guy who's charismatic, but you're not charismatic. You want a guy to lead, but you're not a leader. You want a guy to be dominant, but you're not dominant. You want a guy to be masculine, but you're not masculine. The reality is that there's all kinds of asymmetries when it comes to dating, but you guys are totally fine with the asymmetries that benefit you. But when there's an asymmetry that doesn't benefit you, you'll just say that's a double standard.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
I think that is the obvious, like the most obvious non-argument, I guess, in a sense, where those are all traits that you listed: being funny, being not funny, things of that. Those are traits, characteristics. But sexual partners is choices that you make every single time, and there are health risks associated with it.
Is chastity a choice? Or sorry, is chastity a trait? Is being a virgin a trait?
Yeah, it's a virtue.
I mean, it's definitely the people that hold that with their life near and dear. I think waiting till marriage is absolutely a trait, and that's why if you wanted, that's something, not a trait. I think it's a value, not a trait. I think that's a value.
Wait, so hold on. So you're saying that the amount of sexual partners you've had, that is what?
Decisions and choices.
Wait, so I can't...
No, like if you choose to have sex with 100 women, that was your choice to make every single time. But if you're funny, like I don't think you can choose to be funny or not, or things of that nature. You can't choose to be taller.
What is someone's choice to do or not do something? What does that have to do with the argument?
Because you can have values. Those traits, if you want somebody who doesn't match your trait, that's different than not matching your values. If I say I'm funny or I'm not funny, I think I'm funny.
Hold on, yes. I have to interrupt you, Debra.
Yes.
Debra, you said that you want a guy to make a minimum income of $200,000. That's a choice. He's taking specific actions.
Yeah. I think that's a choice that benefits himself, but I think making money,
just so I understand the argument is men are not allowed to disqualify women based on women's choices.
No, it's not.
They can only disqualify based on traits.
No. I think you can totally disqualify on anything you want because it's your partner that you're looking for. But when it comes to just the body count alone, or not the body count, but a man who has had multiple sexual partners, why does he want a woman with less sexual partners? Is it because he values the fact that a woman is not promiscuous? Because that's different, and those are different values. If you yourself are, no offense to anybody here, but if you're filming OnlyFans and you're saying, I want somebody who's a religious, God-fearing Christian, those are choices that you're both making, but I don't think it's fair or normal to expect that. And so in the same way, it depends on the value behind it. I think having a high number of sexual partners corresponds with your values. And therefore, I don't think it's as simple as I want somebody taller than me or things like that. But when it comes to splitting the money,
help me categorize this.
Yes.
So promiscuity is not a trait. It's a value.
No, I think it can be being sexually promiscuous, I think, can definitely be a trait that people have. There's also people that go through phases where like they might be celibate and then I don't know, or they like abstain from sex. I think if you have let's say you've had sex with 100 women, I think every single time, even when you got to 75, you chose to keep going. That's your individual choice to make.
Can I add something?
But something that's a immutable characteristic like your height, I think those are things that you didn't choose those. You were born like that. So if you want somebody who's taller than you, I think that's...
So your argument is it's better to reject people because of things that are out of their control versus things that are in their control?
No, the opposite. I think it's valid.
You said valid to not date a guy because of his height, not valid if a guy doesn't want to date a woman because she's slept with 100 men?
No, I was saying the exact opposite. I think
that's exactly what you're saying.
No, I was saying that if somebody wants somebody's height, things that they can't change, those aren't choices that you... Hold on, you confused me by saying that. I don't agree with that. I'm not saying that. I think that there's a major difference between somebody who has a high level of sexual partners, that situation, than there is between somebody being funny, tall.
Here, let me change it then. Fine, I'll move it off of immutable characteristics. So, a man who... How about this? Would you disagree with me that there are plenty of broke women who would love to date a billionaire?
No, I don't disagree at all.
Okay.
And I think that's...
Okay, hold on.
Yes,
but is that hypocritical for the woman who's broke to find rich men attractive?
Not attractive, but to only want them because of the value of the financial value. I do think that's incredibly hypocritical. They've made poor financial choices their entire life, and then just expecting a man to take care of them because
they're lazy and they don't want to work, then that's not fair.
I don't think that would make them hypocritical.
Yeah, that's not... How's that hypocrisy?
Because a person who made poor financial choices their whole life and then is expecting somebody who made good financial choices, well, I don't know if hypocritical would be the right word, but I don't think that's valid. Like, I don't think it would be fair for somebody who was dirt broke living on the side of the street to think that they were a perfect...
Or they deserve somebody.
Okay,
or they deserve somebody.
You know?
So, but
like
hold on,
that,
Debra.
of that status.
So I want a commitment from you tonight on the show, unless you're willing to just be a hypocrite. You are, from here on out, you're only allowed to date a man who makes the exact same amount of money as you. You can't go above. You can't go above. Otherwise, you're a hypocrite.
Why can't
Right,
I
that
go
would be-
above?
Hold on, you can't go. Yeah,
Why?
because
Because if you go $10 above, right? Let's just say you only went $10 above. You're only going to date a man who made $10 more than you made, right? Then if we extend that out, what would actually be the problem with a poor woman, right, going after a rich man? There wouldn't be any problem, right? All you're doing is it's just a matter of degrees at that point.
would you date a billionaire?
Yes.
Would you date a billionaire?
Probably.
That's really hypocritical of you. You're not a billionaire.
You don't know what my bank account looks like. I'm not a billionaire, but I am
I'm a reverse
financially.
Safe to assume
Yeah,
you're not a billionaire.
I'm not a
Safe to
billionaire.
assume.
I would love to be a billionaire, but I am, thank God, very financially literate.
I'm a hustler and I love to work, so
cash in my
I
purse.
can expect that
Can
from
I
my
have
partner as well, right?
Yeah,
Can I have some cash?
I can do some charity
Yeah,
work.
go get some.
Is it nonprofit
I'm struggling.
deductible? What charity are you, Ryan?
Well, I'm going through some legal things, so if you want to
help out,
help out.
Your big labia
Go get your
matters.
purse.
Go get your
Go get your purse.
He's saying he wants a sugar mama.
You brought me out here.
You want a sugar mama?
I brought you out here to hustle you out of your money.
I think.
I mean, I've been a sugar mama to my
I think
boyfriend
that
before,
some-
so I can just expect the same thing back.
I think that somebody who makes certain choices in life, in a sense,
That's
it
a lot
aligns
of
with
money.
their values, and
Get your cash, Debra.
for somebody who makes
Yeah.
good financial decisions,
Do the money
of
spread.
course, I think they can learn from somebody who is even better or more successful than them. In the same way, where, let's say, I have an aspiration, to be a comedian. My ex-boyfriend was actually a
Here, how
comedian.
about this?
Maybe he made me funnier, things like that.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Did you play any sports in school or anything?
did.
But did you ever play at the professional level or
In college, no.
No. Well, I don't know if college is professional, but would you date a professional athlete?
I would.
It's a trick question because
It's not a trick question.
No, I
It's
think
testing your
professional
logic.
for the job title of it, like somebody who was a professional athlete because
Right.
that's their passion. Yes, but I know that people in spotlights, athletes, things of that are in worlds where there's a lot of temptation. I don't think it's like dating a DJ to me. I don't think that would
He'll be
perfectly
loyal.
align with me.
He'll be loyal. He'll never.
It
cheat
wouldn't
on
be
you.
ideal for me. I would rather somebody a little bit more behind the scenes, or at least less in a major thing where they're flying across the world with their team and all that stuff. That's just a personal preference of mine. But like, I think it's important for my partner to be athletic. Or a better example for you, Brian, health. I am obsessed with working out, cold plunging, wellness, everything about that. Living a very healthy lifestyle. I would never marry somebody or even date somebody who did not value health. That is a huge, important value to me. And whether they were extremely overweight or just really unhealthy, that's a huge turnoff to me. And that's something that it's a choice, but it's also fair for me. I
guess
think.
the point I'm trying to make is that when it comes back to like this hypocrisy thing, so I don't think there's anything wrong with a man who has a high body count, who wants to date a woman with a low body count or a virgin, simply because, one, I think there's asymmetry between what men and women want. And then secondly, it's just, look, women all the time chase after men who possess a myriad of traits, behaviors. Perhaps they have they've accrued certain things in their life, whether material or otherwise, that they themselves do not possess. I don't think that makes women hypocrites. I don't think it makes men hypocrites when they do the same thing.
Yeah, and I think people get actually confused about what hypocrisy means. So hypocrisy is not saying I have no money but want to date a person with money. It's saying I have no money and want to date a person with money, but you, who has no money, should not try to date a person with money. That would be hypocrisy. So people get this really very skewed idea of what being hypocritical even is. It's I don't understand that either, but they seem to. So yeah, it's not hypocrisy to say I have a high body count, want a person with a low body count. It would be hypocrisy to say, but you, as a person with a high body count, should not want a person with a low body count. That would then be what would make it hypocrisy.
W. Any pushback?
By the way,
Well,
what
just
what
like
did
how
they teach
women, you guys
in
think
college?
women
Like,
lose value?
What did they actually teach you guys in college? I'd like to know. Like what? What do they teach? What do they teach in college?
I'm just starting college,
just
so
think
I
we're
couldn't
like a
say
group of
that.
women for him to put down. I don't like that.
I didn't put down women. I put down colleges.
But he put down the college.
Just starting college
They
to
teach
get
a
my
lot of
BSN, so
stupid
I
shit
could
in
not say.
college.
But the girls who got their degrees, they can probably answer that question better.
Like,
Why is
do I
like
need
why
to
is like
learn
every
about
time
pronouns in
there's
college?
any pushback to anything that means Andrew hates women? Like, just stop with the feminism.
You're such a hater, Andrew. Such a hater.
No,
Okay.
Andrew always says even if it was a man, he would say the same thing. But I don't see any men in these chairs.
But just how like you guys think women lose value.
But you will often if
And
you go
their
to
body count,
whatever
men also
podcast
lose
and watch me
value.
debate them in the studio, which I do all the time.
I've actually never seen any of those videos.
You should go watch them. They're quite good.
I should actually.
You
Thanks.
should become a fan of the whatever.
You think there's
podcast
more
I get.
successful people in college or more successful people that didn't go to college?
It's an even break, I think.
Okay. You disagree with adult age gap relationships. Example, a 30-year-old dating a 19-year-old. Callie, you disagree.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Amelia, disagree.
A 30-year-old dating a 19-year-old, yeah.
Emily, disagree with age gap. Tanya, you disagree with age gap relationships.
Any 30-year-old looking to have a relationship with a 19-year-old, that's just weird.
Why?
Because she's super young and you just want to take advantage of her, really, because she
Why?
has no life experiences to conduct herself in that relationship if you're doing something wrong to her. She just think it's normal.
Her
'cause
brain
she's
isn't done developing. Why do you want her? That's weird.
She's like a little kid still.
You mean she's in a... Okay, so should 18-year-old women not be allowed to vote?
I mean, if they weren't allowed, then why is that a law? When you're 18, you're able to vote.
Well, why is it a law that the age of consent is 18? So they can have a consensual relationship.
30-year-olds have more experience, obviously, in the dating world than 19-year-olds. Like that, me, for example, when I did a 20-year-old, I shouldn't really when I was 17 because I didn't have life experiences or anything to like say,
Okay, we're
oh, this
talking
is
about-
wrong what he's doing to me.
Talking about adult relationships
Oh.
here.
Okay, well,
So-
that's what I'm saying. Like a 19-year-old wouldn't know how to be with an adult like that.
What do you
or-
mean?
I don't know. I feel like she'd be too young. She wouldn't know how to conduct herself, really.
You said take advantage of. I mean,
Like of her mindset because she
you
doesn't know
you
yet.
don't think a 20-year-old could take advantage of another 20-year-old?
Yeah, I
Okay.
can.
Sorry to interrupt. It was great being on with all you guys. I have to leave. You knew I had a hard out. I stayed almost an hour
Wait, you
before
did?
this. I literally wrote you a note and I texted you about it before the show. I have a 2-hour plus drive back to LA alone in the dark. It was great being on with you. Follow me on Instagram, the Debra Leia. Thanks, everybody.
It was beautiful having
Brian
you.
would never hurt a fly.
Never. Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Deborah. Appreciate it. Thank you for coming. Have a good night.
Get home safely, love. It was nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you, Deborah. Have a good day.
All right. Yep. So anyways, so I guess what's your position kind of?
My position is it seems that man wants an apprentice. He doesn't want an equal or a partner.
Do women want equals to be equal?
Yes.
You just heard a table full of women saying they don't want to pay for first dates. They don't want to take any initiative. They don't
You
want
asked
Just
my
the first
opinion.
date.
Okay, sure.
After that, they can get 50-50 in their relationship. Like just the first. at
Let's
the
hear from
beginning
the
of
other
date.
people. Emily, what's your objection to age gap relationships?
Did I put like a little swivel on that one?
Maybe you
I think-
underlined it. I mean,
Yeah, I think just like within reasonable range.
okay,
like, it
30
makes
to
sense.
19.
Yeah, no,
That's not
I think
reasonable.
like too much of a discrepancy in maturity level makes that an issue. But there are some really mature, like 20-year-olds. You know, people are mothers at that young age. They've experienced different levels of life than maybe
Sure.
another 20-year-old. So it just depends on.
Does it give you the
maturity.
ick?
A little. It depends on how they met, I guess. If it's kind of like it seems like they're preying or grooming them, then yeah, that's a problem. But
In what way would they be praying? Like, what does that mean to pray?
like, oh, waiting until they turn 18 or 19 or a reasonable.
Let's assume they
age.
met when this woman was already an adult. So there's not like
Yeah, if
any
it's
of that going on.
genuine connection, genuine experience, getting to know each other, then yeah, sure.
Okay, and then you disagreed. Why do you
Yeah,
disagree
I mean,
on
I
this?
was with someone that was 12 years older for 9 years, but yeah, to each their own. Like Jay-Z, Beyonce are 12 years apart. It works sometimes now.
Do you want to
it's
just scoot into the table maybe permanently
just-
so you can be on the microphone? And
Yeah, I
don't
mean,
have
I'm
to
not-
remind you for the 30th time, but okay.
Yeah, 19
Sassy
I think is a little
Metapocalypse.
young for someone being 30 something.
Okay, all right. It gives you the ick?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Can you guys actually make a compelling argument why it's wrong?
I did.
I mean, I think because her brain isn't done developing.
Yeah.
I think obviously he's choosing someone who's a lot younger and more inexperienced and has also just come out of high school. So, ew. Like, you as a 30-year-old man, why are you dating someone who just came out of a high school? Like, is that,
You can't get better?
Well, I mean, you don't want someone who's going to challenge you. You don't want someone
What would be better?
No, I don't want somebody to challenge
Just
me.
mature.
That sounds awful.
Mature?
Yeah, just more mature.
What do you mean more mature?
Mentally more mature. Once you want to date, if you're 30 years old, why won't you date a woman that's actually mentally mature than a girl that's 19, not a woman who is unmentally immature?
Well, she is.
I met some 19-year-olds who are pretty damn mentally mature.
I mean, well, going to my situation, I was 17. I wasn't mature yet, and I let him take full advantage of me. And I thought it was perfectly fine.
How old was he when?
20.
When you met?
Yeah, he was 20 and I was 17. 2 months before I turned 18. And
yeah, but I mean, if he was 18,
wait, it was 2 months before you turned
18.
How long did you date him?
Since 2018. I broke up with him this year.
What? Wait, is this the?
Yeah, the same guy.
6-year.
I've only been in 1 year, not 1 year. I've been in one serious relationship.
So wait, 2 months into the relationship, you were 18, and then he was still 20.
That's not much of an age gap.
No, it's not. But he was more mature though than I was, obviously, because he had been through more relationships, and I haven't. So
would it be that weird though for an 18-year-old to be dating a 20? I don't think that's weird.
Or a 22 or a 21-year-old in this case. So it was 18 to 21.
I'm not saying that the man was more mature than I was.
It's in a 5-year range.
I don't even think we would consider that an age gap.
Well, I think it's
I'm just talking about
5
maturity
years is
levels.
fine. 10 years is
Yeah, 10 years is a little bit too much. 5 years is fine. I'm saying I was immature at 17, so I can imagine a 19-year-old not being that mature compared to a 30-year-old. Does that make sense, or am I wrong? Or you think a 19-year-old has the same maturity levels as a 30-year-old man?
Well, I'm not sure that people are looking for relationships based around the various maturity levels. I think that people have piqued very different interests, and I see men who are 30 with very immature women who are 35, and I see women who are 30 with very immature men
well, it could work both
who are
ways.
25, right? So the thing is I'm not sure that you can just say, well, you're an adult, and because of this, we're just going to make this kind of bracket where even though you're an adult, we're just going to assume that you're too stupid to make the decision as to who you want to date. That just kind of seems absurd to me.
Would you be okay if it was your daughter? One of them?
Would you be so I wouldn't be okay with my daughter dating anybody ever, and no father ever is. So it doesn't really matter if there was an age gap or not. All fathers hate all boys who date their daughters, so I'm not really sure how that's particularly relatable. I wouldn't care if she was with or dating a guy 20 years older, I would hate him, or if she was dating a guy who was around her same age, I would hate that guy too. So
fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Really quick, I guess, on this. I guess even kind of granting your guys' positions that maybe it's icky or whatever, predatory or whatever, it's take advantage of, whatever. If you were trying to convince men to date women their age, aside from if you have to put away the shaming and that sort of stuff, can you actually make an argument for why, what are the benefits of dating an older woman?
She has her shit together, and you don't have to really provide for her like you would do for a younger person who doesn't have their stuff together.
When you're 30, if you're still single, is the guy gonna have to provide for you?
No, because she should already be able to provide for herself.
Does a guy need to really?
Yeah, I hope when I'm 30 I'm able to provide for myself and not have to rely on a man.
Okay.
Yeah, but if it's a provider argument, then this one's I guess the counter to that I would give would be, I think, yes, you would have to provide for the 18-year-old or 19-year-old or even 20-year-old if you're a man in their 30s, but they would have significantly less baggage. And so it might actually be more inexpensive to provide for that person with less baggage than the woman in her 30s with more baggage. Might be far less expensive. She might, for instance, the accrual of debt that a woman would have in her 30s versus at 18, 19, you would have to admit the chances are going to be way higher that she's accrued a lot of debt by the time she's 30.
That is true. So For financial reasons.
I'm not sure that like the financial argument is the best one. I think you're right that the woman would be able to provide a better standard of life for herself, perhaps. But that doesn't mean that she would necessarily be less expensive for the man.
That is true.
Yeah.
Like, I look for a provider.
I don't know if Brian walked out or not. So.
Yeah, like I look for a provider, but I also know like I would like to be a provider myself too. I'm not relying solely on the man to take care of me 24/7.
Yeah, but I mean, would you be opposed to it?
No, I wouldn't either. If it comes natural, it comes natural.
Yeah, so you wouldn't be opposed to it either. So the idea here is that I think there's also 18, 19, 20-year-old girls who would like to be provided for as well. And I think that the type of men who can provide for them are generally going to be established and probably in their 30s. So here, I can give you a good idea of this. Women's reproductive years, generally, they're like prime reproductive years, somewhere around 18 years old to, let's say, 26, 27, right? It's kind of the prime. It's not that they can't have babies fast, that they can. We're just saying it's easier on their bodies, the labor is less intense, the babies are generally a bit healthier.
And they're able to bounce back faster.
You bounce back from it faster because you're younger, right? Your body can take it and heal quicker. If that is the case, if a woman is expected to have babies in those years, it seems reasonable to me that a woman would expect to be provided for in those years. And younger men are going to have a harder time doing that than men in their 30s, for instance. So wouldn't it make sense if women sexually selected for men in their 30s if they wanted to have children?
Yeah, I see your point of view there.
I mean, that makes total sense to me.
It does.
It's like, okay, now your reproductive years you're taken care of. Men around my own age bracket can't do that, but you can. That actually makes sense to me.
That does as well to me.
Yeah. So that, I mean, I guess, I guess there's really no argument there. Chair one, what do you think? You were giving me that look, like you were giving me the look. Come on, what is it? What?
Well, I mean, it was over the argument about debt. I mean, in the state of California, when you marry someone, you don't accrue their debt. You only accrue half the amount of their debt that you accrued during the marriage. Believe me, I know this. So I just didn't really see that as a valid argument, as like, oh, you should.
Wait, their credit, you would still have to deal with it, right? So you're still going to have to deal with whatever their credit is. You're going to have to deal with, by the way, if they have debt, I think it's reasonable inside of marriages. Generally, debt is shared, even if technically the law says it's not, like in the state of California in this instance. I think that most people put away for their retirement together. If you're putting away for the retirement together, why wouldn't you be sharing the debt? I mean, that does seem to be the case, that most people share debt, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's just not what I experienced personally, so...
yeah, but I mean, if you had another husband tomorrow, let's say, and you had $50,000 in debt and he had $25,000 in debt, wouldn't you guys probably work to pay each other's debt off?
I mean, yeah, that would be a priority.
Yeah, that would be exactly. So, I mean, it makes sense to me that if you had more debt in your 30s, that wouldn't necessarily make you more financially viable to a man who could financially support you than if you were younger. Just because you are in a position where you can make money doesn't mean you don't come with a lot of accrued debt.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
Just going back. Oh, did you have some? Were you raising your hand? Okay. I guess I'd still like to hear what's the benefit to the man for dating an older woman? Because the reality is, when it comes to dating, we're all what's the word? We're all trying to think greedy. We all want the best that we can get. We want the most attractive person. We want the person with the best X, Y, whatever traits. People have different preferences on that, but we're all trying to get the very best that we can get. So I'm just trying to understand, if men are dating younger women and this does seem to be a trend, which would indicate to me that men are making some sort of value judgment, value assessment, that younger women are more attractive, whether that comes down to their looks, personality, whatever. They're making some value assessment there. Otherwise, if it wasn't the case, why if there wasn't some increase in value, why would they want to date these younger women? I guess, can you make an argument as to why should a man date an older woman aside from just your shame tactics?
I mean, so older, so you're saying in this situation, so the man is the 19-year-old and the woman is the 30?
So in comparison to a younger woman. So
like someone their age.
Why should a 35-year-old date another 35-year-old versus, say, a 25-year-old or a 20-year-old?
I think so that you can have an equal.
Have an equal?
Yeah, you can have an equal. You have someone who, you know, can understand like your shared experiences. I feel like you guys are at the same stage in life. Someone who's 19,
mindset, kind of.
Someone who's 19, your age isn't, your brain isn't done developing. So it's like, I feel like you don't really know who you are. Yeah, you can give them children and this and that. And maybe, you know, a couple years from then you're like, fuck, you know, I don't know.
Well, then why do we assign those women to adulthood?
I don't know. The laws are put in place by men. So can you tell me?
Do you think we should wait until they're 26?
I mean, I think it would be wise to wait for everyone to be, you know, have their brain done developing.
Do you think that we should raise the age of adulthood to 26?
I don't think it's a bad idea. I mean, you have to wait till you're 24 to rent a car. So
yeah, so like, let's say, for instance, a 28-year-old then was having sex with a 23-year-old. You would call him a PDF file then?
No, I mean, like I said, I don't think 5 years.
That's the entailment, right? The entailment is if we raise the age of consent to 26.
I feel like you have that much in common.
26.
Yeah.
You can't consent until you're 26 because you're not an adult. Then you would be saying that if a 28-year-old was banging a 25-year-old, he'd be a PDF file. That's the actual logical entailment of it.
But when you're 30, aren't you looking for somebody to be like, want a stable relationship and be committed? A 19-year-old's going to be thinking about going partying and like not trying to.
Not necessarily.
Sorry, for age of consent, I thought we were talking about voting, not.
I'm sorry.
Sexual consent.
Can children consent?
No.
Okay, so if you want to raise the age of adulthood to 26, anything under the age of 26 would be considered what?
Non-consensual.
Child, right? Because they're not.
I mean, I wouldn't say a child. You're like, I feel like you're still an adolescent. If you're not an adult,
what are you?
You're an adolescent, I suppose.
Okay, so an adolescent. So they wouldn't be able to consent to sex. So 25-year-old, right, has sex with a 27-year-old. In your worldview of raising the adulthood, they would actually have penalties and be considered some type of creeper because they had sex with this not quite an adult at 26 woman. Doesn't that seem absurd, right?
I mean, it does. That's why I said I feel like a 5-year gap is fine, but 10 years is very strange to me. You know, like you have a whole decade on the person. That's just weird.
So how old are you? I
26.
How old did you say? You're 26. So do you think that we should consider you, if you were to have sex with a 25-year-old? Have you ever had sex with a 25-year-old at 26?
No.
24?
No.
Anybody younger than you?
No.
Male or female?
No.
Never. You've never had sex your whole life with anybody even one day younger than you, really?
Not that I can remember.
Really? Okay, whatever, fine. But do you really think that it's reasonable to say that they're 25 years old, you're 26, you had sex with them, and they couldn't consent because they're adolescents?
No, of course, I think that's fine. Like I'm saying, I think a 5-year gap for sex is fine. You know, in that case, age of consent, I mean, then I would say, like, you know, voting consent, 25, 26, I feel like sexual consent can be 5 years, past that. I would say 20 would be fine.
So a 35-year-old and a 25-year-old having sex, that's no bueno. Straight to jail for that guy.
I'm not saying straight to jail. I'm just saying, like, it gives me the ick. That's my opinion.
Oh, it gives you the ick. Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, what if somebody was like, well, it gives me the ick if anybody around the same age is having sex, that gives me the ick. Does that sound reasonable? It's like, oh, that's like having sex with your brother.
We're all entitled to our opinion.
That's why I can't do younger guys, because I have a little brother.
So I cannot. I have a child. I don't want to be someone else's mommy.
But I also don't date a guy with 20-year age gap, or maybe like a 10-year. That'd be a little bit too much for me. I'll stick to the 5-year age gap limit.
We stand on that.
Do you think that should be in any way criminalized, though?
No.
Well, then if it shouldn't be, then you are saying that they are adults.
I just feel like they don't have that much in common.
You just personally, it gives you the ick. That's it. It's just right? It's just that. from your perspective. There's like you don't actually have a problem with it. You just it's just thick, right?
I mean, I have a problem with it for my own like sense of integrity.
Yeah, well, how would it violate your integrity?
Because I just think, you know, obviously the mindset and the values of a 19-year-old and a 30-year-old is completely different.
Yeah,
that's my argument.
I don't think I don't know why their values would be different. Like, what value difference?
But do you want to go partying with a 19-year-old every weekend like she wants to do, or you would want her like to not be going out and be more mature, level-headed?
Oh yeah. Oh no, terrible. So what you're saying is the guy's like, oh, you can't go be a whore, and you're like, oh my god, how could you be so controlling?
No,
like, well,
that's
don't you
not
want
what I
him to go
said.
to a nightclub and ride a bunch of dicks, Andrew? Like, what's wrong with you?
No, it's like that's a mentality of a 19-year-old, and like to go party and like enjoy her youth and stuff like that. A 30-year-old, he's over that. They've been through
You
that.
can also, I don't understand. Why is the only way to enjoy your youth to go to a nightclub, get drunk, and fuck dudes? Like, why is that? Why
That's
is that
not my
how
intentions
a
when I go to the
19-year-old
clubs,
girl must enjoy
but
her
okay.
youth. Like, isn't that wild?
Yeah.
The best way for a 19-year-old to enjoy her youth is to go out to parties and get fucked.
Yeah,
That doesn't sound like it's the best, most
not what I
optimal way
said.
to enjoy your youth.
No.
It seems to me like, okay, what if she was like, okay, well, I just want to be your wife for the rest of my life. And,
Wait, so sorry.
Then lucky.
So
Yeah.
can I ask you a question?
Lucky you.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
sure, go ahead.
Your argument, just so I'm understanding, is that, you know, it's better practice, you think, for women 19 to, what did you say, the child rearing prime is 27, to just stay
roughly,
home those
within
years
that-
and raise
within that
kids?
group, right? You can argue a couple of years. You could argue maybe it's up to 29 or it's as low as 26. But I think that commonly, if you were to say between 18, woman's body, generally speaking, is completely developed to 26 years old, they're going to have the easiest time with child rearing, child. Yeah, I think that that's generally the best time, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I can't argue with that. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
And also,
It was really easy for me. Like,
Also, just I guess last thing on the age gap thing, my own anecdotal experience. So I've dated women who are older than me. I've had age gaps in the opposite direction, where I think I was 32 and I dated I think she's 44.
How old are you?
45. I'm 35. Was there a follow up or?
for context.
Curious.
Okay, yeah. So when I was 31, I dated a woman who's 45. I've dated some other older women too. I think I maybe not quite as big as that one, but like 33, 40, something like that. So and then I've dated women my own age, plus or minus a couple years.
Ever a 19-year-old?
Huh?
Ever a 19-year-old?
Well, so obviously when I was younger, yeah. But no, I've dated. In my 30s, I have dated.
How about you date a 19-year-old and you come and tell us how it went?
I have.
Oh, okay.
I have. I've dated younger women, kind of around the spectrum. So my own anecdotal experience on this trope that women between the ages of 18 and 25, that they're like immature retards without a fully developed brain, is one, insulting to young women, and two, just not true from my own anecdotal experience. I think there's idiots at all ages. There's people that you'll have a terrible time with at any single age. And it does not make sense to me. Like, no matter what, dating is difficult. You're going to encounter like a ton of people that just are not a match for you at any age. My viewpoint on this, if you're like most men, here's the reality. We care a lot about looks. Younger women are typically going to be better looking. Mm-hmm. If you can get a younger woman, why not? I don't see what's the actual objection. And like,
I also think,
and also wait,
this, Brian. Oh, sorry.
What? Just one sec. And so, I mean, it's like, and also, I mean, I'm not trying to come off as superficial, but like, there's plenty of really cool, put together, younger women,
like me, for example,
in their early 20s, and just because they're young doesn't mean that they're pieces of shit or they're going to treat you poorly. In fact, I find the opposite to typically be true, is that they tend to be better partners. They're more pleasant. They have less trauma. They have less baggage. They have a lower body count. They're more physically, like, it's just like, how dare these men want to date women who are more physically attractive and have less relationship baggage and tend to be more pleasant individuals. Like, I just don't really understand this argument at all.
Well, can you explain the loaded? There's also, Brian, I've noticed this, and I wanted to get your take on this for a while.
Sure.
What is with the loaded sexual language around it? Like, why do you want a woman who's freshly 18, right?
A teenager.
Freshly 18.
Teenager.
Right? A teenager,
Yeah.
freshly 18. But it's sexually loaded, almost like spoiled. That's what's so funny about it, right? Like it's something which has been spoiled. If you go in, you go, oh, well, they're fresh. Fresh meaning like, like how fruit is fresh, right? Everyone wants the fresh fruit. Nobody wants the rotten fruit. But the idea almost here is that, oh, you want them fresh when they're 18 and fresh. It's like, well, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you want them before they were spoiled? So it's like, to me, it seems like the language actually plays in your favor when women say that, like fresh, and if freshly 18 is like, well, yeah, what do you want them? You want them spoiled at 25 then? If they're only fresh at 18, I don't get it.
Yeah, I mean, it is an interesting component. I mean, you brought up the high school example. But it's like, I think to myself, okay, well, what if there's like some really dumb 25-year-old is for some reason still in high school? I don't think it's so much the objection as the high school component. It's the age at the end of the day. But there is like a lot of shaming language. They'll often say like a teenager, and someone can be 13 and a teenager, and 19 and 24 hours away from turning 20, and they're still a teenager. It is sort of this loaded language to try to, like, the spin, to try to frame it in the most unflattering light as possible.
Well, it's trying to make you look like a PDF, is what it's trying
essentially.
to do.
Yeah, essentially.
Trying to make men look like they're PDFs because they're attracted to women who are younger, who are in their childbearing. But the counter to this that I've heard, and it is compelling to me, but I never make this argument because even though it's compelling to me, I can't prove it, right? And usually I only like to make arguments I can prove. But I will say that the argument that I've heard that it's mostly women who are older are actually jealous as shit of younger women being able to get the men in their age bracket that they actually desire is the main motivation for why they're against age gap relationships. I don't know how to demonstrate that logically, so I don't make the argument, but it is compelling to me. So I wonder what you thought about that, Brian.
I mean,
and I saw a lot of women nodding their heads, right? You guys agree with that or disagree? Or?
I mean, a lot of older women tend to be jealous of younger women in their youth.
Yeah, and the attention they get. So, I mean, you're not wrong. I think it's an interesting argument. Just never thought about it.
Yeah.
Never articulated
I do think,
it.
I guess one thing on this, Andrew, that is interesting to me is that I think men's attraction for this is not like even really fully up to them, insofar as like attraction is typically not like a choice. And what I mean by that is like there's just like sort of biological evolutionary things that people find attractive. And so, like, for example, I wouldn't, you can make similar arguments about like women like wanting to date rich men, but like this has a evolutionary biological basis. Women, like a man who has resources can provide for you and your children. That's the basis for why women will find men with like status or who are wealthy. They'll find this. It's not the only thing that you'll care about, but it'll be like something that'll make you more attracted to a guy. And this is just rooted in women's own evolution or like their own biology. You are attracted to men who are capable of providing for you, who have resources. And in the same way, men who are attracted to young adult women, that is also based in biology. Comes down to fertility.
Yeah, it makes sense. But the question I have too on the kind of jealousy front, maybe I can get your takes on this, right? The idea here just being, because Brian brought up control, and I like to think of it from the same aspect, is that, well, it's outside of your control now, right? So if men around your age bracket who have the resources that you desire, you want to be with them based on, let's say, those particulars. I don't think that men generally give a shit that much about women's interests. I know that women bring this up all the time. Like, what do you have in common with an 18-year-old? It's like, what do I have in common with a 35-year-old? What the hell do I have in common with a 35-year-old woman? They don't want to do fucking anything I want to do. They don't want to go out. You know what I like to do? I like to go out in the forest with a 357 and just randomly shoot rabbits because I think it's fun. They pop their head like a zit. I'm just like, bam, bam, and they just like drop, right? Women aren't into it. They don't care, right? Now, a buddy of mine might show up and he'd be like, oh yeah, let's do the walk, man. Let's do the whole genocide forest package. We're just going to kill everything that walks out there. They're fine with it, right? They don't care. What do I have in common with a woman in my age bracket exactly? What? Yeah. Like, what is the thing I'm supposed to have in common with her that I don't have in common with a 19-year-old woman? I'd actually like to know the answer to that.
Follow up on that, Andrew, though. That's a great question. Does anybody, I don't know if we heard it tonight, though, did anybody have the commonality argument? Like, what do you have in common? What does a 30-year-old have in common with a 19-year-old, right?
I think like shared experiences with like the way you guys grew up, you know, growing up before internet dating was a thing. Sometimes younger girls might have a different outlook on relationships because of how we grew up.
I played Diablo.
We won't know the same type of music y'all listen to, or, you know, it's just different areas. Like
different life experiences.
But they don't listen to the same shit I listen to now.
Yeah,
I'm listening to like 80s metal hair band, right? Driving down the street. You got, you know, Metallica's blasting, Guns N' Roses. They don't want to hear that shit, right? They don't want to hear that shit at my age. So it's like, what are these interests exactly that women in my age bracket are supposed to have with me that a woman at 18, 19 doesn't have? I'd actually like to know this. Like, what are the interests here?
I think maybe when they're younger, they're kind of worried about figuring themselves and like their lives out, whereas when you're older you kind of have your life already figured out and it's like you have space to take in a partner. When you're younger, kind of figuring yourself out.
You're not really answering his question though.
Yeah, but what about my question? What is it, what are the interests I'm supposed to share with 35, 40-year-old women
like
that I wouldn't share with 18 or 19-year-old? Like, what are the actual interests? Because when I think about it, the more I think about it, the more I realize me and my wife basically have no fucking interests which are similar. Okay? Basically zero interests that are that similar. The only thing I would say is like she likes to shoot guns. That's about it. Right?
Pretty badass.
Yes.
But really, like, she's interested in doing nails and I don't give a shit about that. Yeah. She's interested in almost everything, in fact. She's interested in, I literally don't give a shit about it. So it's like, so what are the things that a 19-year-old I'm supposed to not have interest in when I don't have the interest they have at 40? I don't get it.
Yeah, like, I mean, at my younger age, I'm not like worried about settling down and having a family, but maybe an older woman would be open to having a family and settling down. When you're younger, maybe you're more in shape to be partying and clubbing and spending your days out with friends all night. And when you're older, like,
trust me, there's
you're
plenty
not
of...
trying to go
Yeah, but you would
out
agree
as
with me
much.
that young women could definitely, many young women have an interest in having a family. There's many young women who are interested in starting them young. So that could be something that we share as far as a desire we both have. Mm-hmm. But when I'm talking about commonality of interests, like, what are we supposed... We don't listen to the same music, right? None of the activities we do are similar that we find to be relaxing or fun, except maybe watching TV. But I assume a 19-year-old girl probably likes to watch TV also, right? So it's like, so what are these things? Like, what are these commonalities exactly that men are supposed to be sharing with women? Because like, men like to grab, in the game Red Dead Redemption 2, they like to grab random, like, women on the street and throw them on the back of the horse and drive down to the railroad tracks and throw the chick on the railroad just to watch the train hit her in the video game. Women don't like to do that shit. Now, men like to do that at 20. They like to do that at 40. They like to do it at 60. It's like, what are these commonalities exactly?
I thought you...
Here, how about, Andrew, what do you think about this one, though? Related to your question, Andrew. If I'm dating a girl who is my exact same age, but we have nothing in common, is that gross too?
Like, why would you date someone you don't have anything in common with?
Do you think? I mean,
I think it's for
Basically,
like,
don't think
so
men-
let me. Okay, let's just say there's a man and a woman, and they have the exact same birth date, same age. What do they have in common that would be sufficient enough for you to be like, whoa, we have so much in common, I want to fuck you? Said nobody ever. Go ahead. Give me something.
Well, what it mostly boils down to for me is maturity. That's my only argument, I feel like.
So then wouldn't you be with an older man? So
in common.
Yeah,
Maybe
like I said,
But
growing
you
up
have
as
to
like
say
a
you have,
Gen
like, the
X
same
is
aches and
different
pains,
from
like,
growing
oh,
up
my
as
knee
like
hurts.
millennials
Oh,
or
my
like
back hurts too, baby.
boomers.
Like what do you?
I mean, I guess I understand your movie
Wait,
references.
So like,
you know,
what if I dated somebody with like a different nationality?
That was pretty funny.
What if I dated somebody who's like a different nationality? We have I would argue we have way less in common than like a 10-year age gap.
yeah. I think variety is the spice of life. So I see your argument here.
Like, am I not allowed?
Yeah,
I'm a predator for wanting to date like a Latin American woman
No.
because we have nothing in common. Who's my exact same age? Because we have nothing in common. I don't know.
I've met a lot of men that marry Colombian women and they can't speak the same language and they don't know their culture.
Yeah, they don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have anything. Like the thing is, the more you think about it, the more
Men
you
just
realize.
want attractive women. That's it. That's all they care about.
That's so
Well, yeah, well,
superficial.
Like my
but
grandparents
hang on, I
speak
think,
two
I think
different
that that's
languages.
reducible the same way as it is to say, well, wait, women only want men with big wallets, right? And it's like, I don't think that that's the case. I think that that yes, attractiveness for men is like the primary goal, and perhaps resources for women primary goal. I think that those are things they value perhaps higher than other things, but they still value other things. I'm just saying, the more I think about it with couples, basically almost any male female couple I've ever met in my life don't fucking have anything in common at all. Like, they really don't have that much in common. There's a few of them who do perhaps have more things in common than others, but ultimately they don't really have that much in common.
Yeah.
They don't like to watch the same shows. They don't like to, they really don't. So, this argument, I've never gotten it really.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it is.
So you're saying compatibility is not even based upon mutual interest?
Well, this is kind of the yin and yang.
I've never
between
thought
women.
so. I've never thought it was.
Like, wouldn't it be like, you might as well just be gay? Like, if commonality, like if we are, if the ultimate thing that we're like trying to, like that fuels sexual attraction or relationship attraction, everyone would just be gay. You just date your same sex. Same penis, double penis.
Yeah.
You'd have,
Well, I
you date
guess
a man, he's got a beard, you've got a beard.
You like traits in the partner that you're not, right?
Yeah, there's like different, anyways.
Sometimes, sometimes maybe you like traits that they have. Like maybe you're a tall guy who really wants a tall woman. That'd be a trait you have in common. But like when it comes to the commonality specifically in interests, right? Other than religion, I just don't see much. I don't really see, because totally interested in very different things.
Yeah, different music, different favorite colors, different foods. I mean, I hardly ever meet people who them and their partner are same everything.
Let's see here. We're going to move on to the next thing. We do have a chat here. Anissa, can I have you read this one?
Question for the panel. If a man comes up to you and puts you into a conundrum by asking, "Can I tell you something explicit?" does he have a 75% chance of getting with you?
Yeah, so here's the scenario. I'll paint the scenario for you. Guy walks over to you in a club and he says, "Hey, baby, can I tell you something explicit?" And then you say yes. And then he hits you with a logic bomb, which puts you in a conundrum. Does that mean he has a 75% chance of sleeping with you?
No.
No, I didn't think it did.
I don't go to clubs too.
We're not going to linger too long on these two, but a lot of you disagreed. Men are not insecure, controlling for wanting their partner to not go to bars, clubs, etc., and then also not wanting their partner to dress less revealingly. A lot of you disagreed. We kind of talked a little bit about it earlier. Just show of hands who disagreed on those. I think, Emily, you disagreed. Okay. Actually, I'm just going to skip over that one just for the sake of time. Why don't we move to, let me just see. Amelia, hold on one sec, guys. Amelia, you disagreed. Sorry, guys. Figuring out the note shit here. You disagree. I said in this, women have equal rights to men. You disagree.
That women have equal rights to men?
Yeah.
Well, women do have some equal rights, like towards men. We're able to vote, right? We're able to work if we want to. It's not suppressed like it used to be, like back in the 50s or the 40s, where women were only having to be at home and be stay-at-home moms, and like now we have freedom to do what we want. And so yeah, that's what I disagree on.
But so okay,
we have the same rights as men now. That's before we did not.
Right. So, but it was women have equal rights to men. You disagree.
Oh, I meant I agreed then. Sorry.
Okay. Moving on then. Once Callie's back here, I guess I'll get into this. So look, I've been ignoring this for a while now, but it's been 30 minutes going on here. So, Brigitte, you've been back there on your phone for 30 minutes. What's going on? Huh? Thank you for clarifying how you pronounce your name.
That's not my name.
Brigitte?
No.
Gianna?
It's Gina.
Gina.
What? It's what?
Gina.
Oh, okay. I got you mixed up with your Gina?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I mixed you up. Okay, in any case, the name has been corrected. Your name is Gina. What's going on back there?
I told the other girl, she already repeated to you, I feel like fainting. My heart is beating from drinking that energy drink. I have a 3-hour drive home, so I'm not supposed to disclose something that was in messages. So if you want me to say it, I can, but if you don't, then I won't.
Hold on. Oh my God, bro.
But I already told her, fucking quick, I'm trying to calm down. I already drank the energy drink. I don't know what it is, but I'm trying to calm down. So I could stay here and wait, but I'm like literally closing my eyes. I feel like I'm gonna faint. I have a horrible headache. I haven't eaten. Nobody told me it was gonna be 8 hours, 9 hours. I have to wake up at 5 a.m. I have a 3-hour drive back home. Like I can barely. I don't even think I'm gonna be able to drive. I'm like fucking just sleep in the car.
You want to say this on camera or?
Well, you're asking me.
Nah, but we can't really hear. I don't know if the chat can hear.
Well,
So.
what? They don't have to hear. I'm telling you.
Okay. So you guys were an hour late. The show's going later. We started the show. This is one of the rare times we've started a show this late. We started like 20 minutes late. You guys were an hour late.
I literally feel my heart right now. It's like
I'd rather not feel. I'm okay. Thank you for the offer though.
How long till?
Like I don't know why I'm trying to calm down.
You had an energy shot, so okay. Well, so
Nobody told me it was gonna be 9 hours.
I mean, you've only been here for 6.
I know, but nobody told me it was gonna be that long.
I'm
I would have never came if it was that long.
pretty sure it was disclosed to you. I'm not sure.
Show you all the messages. Nobody ever told me it was gonna be that long, or the whatever Instagram. You guys didn't tell me that big paragraph because I reread it right now, sitting down, and I reread the messages with her. Nobody told me it was gonna be that long.
With who?
With her, the girl with the hat on.
Okay.
The girl with the hat on, the only girl with the hat on.
So how long have you been scheduled to come on the podcast?
Nobody told me a time. Nobody told me like.
So all you had to do, you had access to the whatever Instagram. All you had to do did you look into the show at all? Because the length of the show, you literally just have to go to the YouTube channel and you would have figured that out. That's on you. Look, we have a third party who's handling some guest bookings. I would have to ask her what she told you. I don't have that in front of me. I don't know what she told you. In any case, you guys were an hour late. I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, on everything an hour late. I mean, the starting when the show started.
We tried to go live at 5 p.m.
We did.
No, we didn't. It was like 5:20 or 5:30 because you two were late. In addition to that, she let your friend, she took up a seat, she left without letting anybody know, just left. And then you've been in the bathroom on the phone with her. You've been back here texting. Were you not on the phone in the bathroom? Were you not?
I was checking on her, making sure like where you at, because we came together. So I was like, what the fuck? Why would she leave? She never told me that. And we came together. So I was taking the phone in the bathroom. I'm just making sure like, hey girl, where you at? We came together.
That's cool. So I want to continue on with the show. It's clear that you're not going to come back to the panel.
I mean, I know she told me like I could stay right here. This is in the contract that I have to be like right on the camera.
Do you realize, first off, I don't know what Anissa said. Maybe, I don't know what she told you. Yeah, you can't just come on and be like, I'm just going to stay in the background.
I'm not saying that, but it's not.
That's what you're doing. You should have done your research. I'll have to.
That's such an important factor for you to say if you're running a podcast. I feel like that's one of the.
I'll call up Kelly, who booked you, and she'll tell me exactly what went down. I don't know all the details. Then you should have done your due diligence, having not known how long the show was. You should have done your due diligence and figured that out. Did she provide you did Kelly provide you the link to the podcast?
No, I didn't get it.
She said, "Oh, why don't you check out their channel? I have the messages. I don't want to lie."
Then you should have checked out the channel and figured it out then. I don't know what to tell you.
I looked at the Instagram. I didn't look at the whole. I didn't know that long. I never heard of it.
Okay, well, I guess you can leave then. I don't know what else to tell you. I'm gonna get back to the show though. So can you leave? I don't know what to tell you, but like you've been getting up all the time. You were in the bathroom. Yeah, you were late. You were late. That fucked us and our production over. First you guys say 4:15, then you say 4:30, then you say 4:50. No, you said 4:15, you said 4:15, and then you said 4:30, then you said 4:50, and then you guys got here at 5 p.m. We told you to be here at 4 p.m. sharp. You're not going to rejoin the panel. Let me get back to the show. There are people who are here. Nah, you can just leave. Honestly, you can just. Nah, you're not getting paid.
Well, it doesn't say that in the contract, and that's what the messages said. Like I've been here for 6
Yeah, but you have to hold up your end of the fucking deal.
Wait, we're getting paid? Like saying like, oh, I'm gonna fucking leave. All I said, I asked her, can I just stay around because I feel like shit, Jenna, I haven't ate for so long. So, like, if she would have told me no, go sit down, I would have done that.
Do you want a protein shake?
Bro, you're fucking up. You guys were fucking an hour late. Now you're fucking interrupting our. Just leave, bro.
Actually eaten, and we're just trying to get a podcast done. We're all here doing our own thing. If you want to be here, be here. Please leave. Please leave. Because
like,
we're all struggling.
Bro, take some fucking accountability. No, you're not. You're an hour late. You're fucking back there on your phone for the past 30 minutes. You have.
I was literally with my eyes closed, and then I started using my phone trying to see like, how am I gonna get home? Am I gonna go home or not?
This is why the wage gap exists, bro. You have. It's fucking crazy, dude. Take some fucking accountability. You guys were late. Your friend fucked shit up. You fucked shit up. At this point, bro, you're in a party with your girlfriend. She dipped. She left. She took up a seat. Anyways, I'm not holding that specifically against you. But here, I'm trying to get back to the show. I can't be arguing with you.
You want me to sit down? Like, what do you want me to do?
Bro, I don't even know what to say at this point. I think you should just leave because you're just fucking, you're not contributing. You've been fucking back there already. We're already gonna have a fucking dispute over pay because you were an hour fucking late and you've been sitting back there for fucking 30 minutes on your fucking phone.
Is this on live? If I'm feeling straight, I'm gonna be right there with a smile on my face.
Would you pay somebody who does half a job, they fix half your fucking car? Yeah, you're half a job right now.
I'm not feeling well. Like, you want me to just fucking faint on the table? Like, I'm trying to like calm myself together. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, I don't feel well either.
I don't know, man. Take the L and leave, I guess. If you're not feeling well, you can leave. You're already an hour late. You already been fucking up the production. I think you can just leave at this point.
I don't know why you want me to leave now, like when the show's already about.
Because you've been whinging for the past fucking 10 minutes. You're clearly not ready to participate because your headache and you can't see and all this shit.
I'm not saying I couldn't see. I just said my heart started beating really fast.
Yeah, so
isn't that common from a fucking energy drink? I didn't even know it was 5 hours because she poured the little shot in there just like that. So I drank it all, and then I went back and I said, "Oh,
who poured the who?
Her, she did.
Oh,
She
the
just
other
put it in her
panelist.
cup. I didn't see the little fucking cup. She just here you go.
You mean was it 130 milligrams of caffeine? Is that what we're fucking arguing about?
No,
Stop.
I'm just saying,
Hey, you guys be quiet.
I'm just saying since I haven't eaten, I just feel like shit. But
Well, that's on you.
I know it is. So
We
if I
tell
asked her,
here.
what
Did
do
we
I
tell you
do?
beforehand to have a full fucking
That's
meal?
why I asked her, what do I do?
I don't know. I think you leave. That's what you do.
So she didn't say that though.
I said you have to
Well,
go back on the panel.
Yeah, but she told me, oh, go eat military dinners and then go back.
I made food and I
Anissa was very nice. She cooked you a meal.
Your mom was her food.
Huh?
She just gave it to me.
She gave. Wow. You should reimburse her. You need to reimburse her for the food you took from her. Are you gonna reimburse my employee?
I only took one
Are you gonna
bite.
reimburse my employee?
I only took one bite. She paid the rest of it.
Yeah, one bite. How much is that's at least $1. The food here is very expensive. It's very expensive, and Anissa is a broke college student. You deprived her.
I'm getting
of her
hungry
rice.
too.
Poor Nisa.
And that's not a race thing. She was eating rice or something. I don't know.
I can't wait to eat after this.
I don't know what to tell you, man. Just go. I'll give you $20 or something. I don't know.
I'm not, then I would just say that. since
Nah,
you're
you can just
It's
leave.
only about money to you. You're wasting everybody else's fucking time. Seriously.
I seriously wanted to.
No, you don't give a fuck about anybody but yourself.
Okay, Miss
You're
Let's not
conceited.
talk about you though. Let's not talk about you. You
Who
don't
gives
call
a
me.
fuck?
Don't
You
call
can
me
get
that.
the fuck off the
Okay,
podcast.
baby.
You're wasting everybody's fucking time.
Yeah, really?
I
So
think
you're
we
gonna start
should
shit
just
with random
relax. I
people?
think we should just
Can you please kick
relax.
her off?
You can.
I think we should relax.
Do you want water?
No, I literally just drink water right now.
Like, you're gonna stay on the podcast
Girl,
just
and
for the money?
Let's finish
Okay,
the
baby.
podcast
So when we
can
go outside, have the
Are you
same
gonna
energy
threaten
with
me?
your words. Have the
Are you
same
gonna
energy
threaten
with
me
your
right now?
words. Have the
Because it's
same
against the law. You
energy.
should be careful what
Have
you
the
say.
same energy because you real barking right now, but have the same energy, baby.
You know everybody's
have
on
shut up.
fucking
Can we
energy
just
time right now.
can we just
Like,
stop
you're
with the
only one fucking
cattiness?
causing
Have the
me
same
pain.
energy.
There's no cattiness around here. Let's
Have the
finish
same
podcast.
energy.
Obviously,
Okay?
she's catty.
Have
She
the
wants
same
to start a
energy.
fight.
Cool. Cause don't talk to me any type of way, baby.
Then
like,
get off the fucking show.
Don't talk
Nobody
to me
fucking
like that.
wants you
Can
here.
we just like
Nobody wants
relax?
you. Let's not talk
You're
about
the
you,
one
Miss
bitching
Baby
about
Crier.
all the fucking
Okay,
shit,
y'all want
bitch.
some real viral
Stop.
content? Y'all want some real viral
Stop.
content? I'll
Even
give y'all. He
Peacemaker.
loves it. He loves
He
this
wants
shit.
you on.
He loves this shit. No, he doesn't. He
Peacemaker.
loves it. Do you not love it? You love
he
the
didn't say
drama.
you should fucking
This is
leave.
what gets more views. Okay, and let's not talk about you. Okay, let's not talk. I'm being
You
very
talk about me.
respectful. I'm being
You
very
talk about you, call
respectful.
Freedom a bitch.
Okay, Miss
Welcome to
Pet
America.
Owner. The fuck?
Welcome to
Go talk to your
America.
motherfucking doggy. Go talk to your doggy.
Yeah.
Go talk to your dog. You're a
Go
shitty
talk
ass
to my
person.
friends.
Go cry. Go cry, boo boo. Go cry. I'm agreeing with this man right here. Go cry. Go cry again.
It's agreeing
Before I
with
hurt
this
your
man
fucking
right
feelings.
here.
Go cry again.
threatening
Go,
me
okay,
now?
Miss
You're
Pet
threatening to
Owner.
hit me?
Yeah, Pet Owner.
Yeah, come at me.
Yeah, Pet
Come at
Owner.
me.
Okay.
Come at me.
Let's
Come at
stop.
me.
Let's
Okay.
stop.
If you actually fucking
Okay.
do it.
Let's
Okay.
stop.
Because
Let's
I'll press
stop.
charges,
Okay.
bitch.
Okay.
Let's
Press
stop.
charges.
Let's stop. Let's stop. Let's just relax. We
The
all
fuck?
cute in this. So
Getting mad over what?
No, I
Like, no one's
wanna
talking
work
to your
out their
fucking-
differences.
Hey,
like,
come
the
on,
one
step
that's
in.
talking
You
about
have
No one's
daughters. You
talking
know how
about
it is.
you. No one's
Step in.
talking about you.
You fucking
Okay,
fat
cool.
ass bitch.
Okay.
Ooh, can we stop with the name calling? Can we
Fat
stop?
ass
Go get your-
bitch.
go get
Bye.
your food. Go
I'm
get your
so
food. Don't
offended.
eat it.
I'm
Don't eat
so
it. Aren't you
offended.
overweight?
Boo hoo.
Can we
Boo hoo.
stop?
I'm so
I don't like
offended.
this.
I mean,
I'm
didn't
so
you wanna fucking
offended.
leave? Didn't you
I'm
wanna
so
fucking leave?
offended.
Oh, didn't you want to fucking
Okay,
leave?
Miss Porn Star, Miss
Who gives a
Motherfucking.
fuck?
Oh, I'm fucking crying
you.
because I treat men
Your
like
tits are
shit.
falling out and you wanna
I'm
call me a
crying.
porn star?
I'm crying because I treat men like shit. Oh my God, boo hoo.
Like you don't
boo
care how
hoo.
you talk.
Boo
You're
hoo.
ghetto as
Boo hoo.
fuck.
Cool.
And you're
Cool,
fucking
bitch.
fat
You
as
wish
shit. You
look
don't
as
even
good
take
as
care of
me.
yourself.
You wish, bitch. Stand up. Stand up.
No, we don't
Stand
throw
up.
hands right
Stand
now.
up. Let's go. Stand up. Stand up.
No.
Stand up.
Black like
Exactly.
you. No.
Exactly.
People, sorry.
Exactly. Stand up.
Can we
Stand
not?
up.
No.
Exactly. Prove my point.
You're that
You're not
black
gonna
bitch
stand
that
up.
wants to
Cool, bitch.
Fucking fight
Cool.
you because you're
Cool.
fucking insecure.
Cool.
You're
Cool.
fucking little insecure
Cool.
black bitch.
Cool.
That's
You're
fat.
mad.
Can we
That's shit.
stop?
Oh, I hope y'all heard what she said,
No,
right?
I said black.
Y'all
bitch.
heard what
There's
she
nothing
said.
wrong with with that. It's called freedom of speech. Welcome to America.
Yeah, good
Well,
for
I mean,
you.
this is a podcast. So
I mean, Trump says
That's
that
why you're
shit
the
about
only
women.
one on here who looks like a fucking boy. Everyone look at the camera. Does not she look like a fucking man? Let's look at the camera. She look like a man.
Why are we talking down on us right now?
Because she wants to start.
I know,
and then,
but we should not be starting anything. We should
you
try to finish the podcast and
Exactly. She didn't have to button, but she want to be fucking barking her big ass mouth.
Stand in the fucking back and do nothing but be
cool,
fucking lazy.
Cool. Be lazy, bitch. All you've been doing is fucking crying and talking about how you treat men like shit.
Okay, lazy
That's all
bitch.
you've been
Go back
doing.
to being in the back.
That's all you've been doing. That's all you've been
Nobody
doing.
wants you here.
What questions are we doing?
No one wants you here.
Okay, cool. That's why you have no motherfucking real man. That's why you pay for this shit. You have no man.
All right.
You have no man. Aw. They don't pay your bills? You a sugar mommy?
Oh, you're gold digging?
Yeah, for sure. Whatever you want to think, baby.
Good. Go back to
whatever you
want to
think. Cool. Whatever you want to think.
Y'all wild.
Whatever you want to think.
Y'all so wild. Get back into business.
We can keep going with this.
Because it's true. Like, girl.
Black bitch wants to talk. Let her keep
Okay.
talking.
Black bitch. Mijita, I'm Latina. I get it fucking right. Who the fuck is black? Soy Latina, pendeja. Don't get it motherfucking twisted. Because if you want to be barking, we'll go outside. We'll go outside and let's see if your words match. Ooh, let's go. Okay, cool. Yeah, because your words ain't matching. Your words ain't matching. So, okay.
Be a peacemaker and it's not working.
Okay.
Wait, are you saying black or fat?
Yeah, she's saying black.
Black and fat.
She's saying black.
Black and fat.
Okay, maybe avoid the...
Thank you. Exactly.
Maybe avoid
Thank you. You fucking racist ass weirdo.
Oh my God.
Black? What the fuck?
Oh my
Excuse me?
God.
Black people are beautiful. Black people are beautiful.
This is my first
I don't give a
podcast,
fuck.
so it's pretty...
I'm acting ghetto. Not my motherfucking fault.
Is it always?
Can you guys not be
Ghetto? Yeah,
racist?
this is not...
Thank you. Why are you calling me? She's been calling me black bitch. She's been calling me black. No, she's been calling me black bitch more than 5 times. She just called me. It really shows a racism.
This is how we're ending the show with fighting.
So fucking president. He's fucking.
Nobody gives a fuck.
Is this live?
So I hope everyone knows that she doesn't like black people and she's a racist ass hoe.
Stop with
Welcome
the...
to fucking America.
Okay, stop. Can you stop with the racism shit?
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's put that aside.
Stop with the black shit.
Thank you. Bad vibe.
Let's put that aside. Nobody cheers being racist.
Slapping. Fucking
Stop.
fat bitch.
Stop.
Fat bitch.
Hey, will you guys stop? Stop. Yeah, you probably should. Can you guys? Okay, you guys.
Are you mad?
No, I feel violated.
You guys.
She's so scared.
I feel
fucking
fucking
Are you gonna do
stop.
anything? No,
This
you're
is
not.
violating
No,
my
you're not.
space.
They love this shit. They love this shit. Of course they do. Who doesn't like some motherfucking drama? Oh well.
Bro.
Don't speak up. Don't speak up because no one was even talking to your weird ass. Nobody was talking to you, girl. Like, you need to pipe the fuck down. It's okay. I understand why you're like that because you're so miserable. I understand.
Referee.
5,000.
Make the views go
I
up.
understand why she's mad. She's miserable.
Make the views
like,
go up.
she treats her men like puppies or dogs. Even how the guy said it.
Stop.
She should be crying. She's a horrible
going.
fucking person.
Keep going.
You're a horrible
Keep going.
person. You know you are.
Yeah, but look how you talk.
Okay, I don't care. I don't care. That's how I speak.
Okay, bitch. Keep
It
going.
doesn't matter.
You're fucking
Cool.
No one gives a fuck about
Cool.
you.
Cool.
Holy
Crying in
fuck,
bed.
bro. God damn.
Like, all we learned from you today is that you're a racist, you treat men like shit, and you're a baby crying ass bitch. That's all we learned from you.
like shit.
That's all we learned from you.
What the fuck
That
about
you're
you?
racist, you treat men like shit, you treat people like
talking.
shit,
Keep
and you have
talking.
mental
Same thing to
issues.
me at the end of
You
the
have
day.
mental issues.
I want in and out.
You have mental, and your body shaming women? Oh, girl, thank you for that. You see, all these women in here, I'm pretty sure they agree with me. Now it's your racist ass. You're weird as fuck.
Right,
what the hell does race have to do with anything?
Guys, stop. Holy fuck.
Like,
that name calling.
we can go in order and say
Yeah,
who do you guys
alright,
agree with. We can go in order.
Shut the fuck up.
We can order. We can go in order.
How about you both? How about
We can go in order.
fat
Yeah, this ass is real fat. Fatter than yours, Pookie.
So wait.
Fatter than yours. Fatter
down the
than
whole room,
yours.
fat ass.
Fatter
Down the whole
than
room.
yours.
I'm
Yes,
fucking
fatter than
on the floor while you
yours.
keep
Of course, his ass fat.
Keep weighing
And your
down.
man would look all up in this ass. I know he would. He would look at me and be like, God damn, let's not talk about that. Okay, Wookie. Okay, Wookie. Your man would love this. Let me tell you that.
Keep waiting. No,
Yeah,
he doesn't.
your man would love this.
Alright, so
He would.
Keep weighing down.
He would.
He would tell you.
He
that does not
would. He
like black
would.
girls and they
Of course, girl.
Here,
That's why you're
why
racist.
don't you guys?
That's why you're
weighing
racist.
down the
Okay,
black-
racist.
Hey, can we stop?
Can you guys?
Honestly.
Why don't you guys both be quiet? That'd be nice.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh.
Thank you for the host.
Yeah, you guys can both kindly.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, both of you.
She doesn't talk.
I will.
What?
No more
Oh
side
my God,
comments.
bro.
Nobody even likes you.
It's about you, bitch.
Shut up.
Would you get?
Both of
How about
y'all.
both of you shut up? How about that?
Yeah, with your little slide movements. Like, no one gives a fuck that bitch.
Okay, you both of you have to. You got to be quiet. You got to be quiet. I'm gonna move this on. Okay. You guys are gonna be here. You gonna be quiet. Look at me. You gonna be quiet.
Yeah, I'm fine.
You gonna be quiet. Good.
Is she agreeing not to talk to me?
All right, just here. Why don't you both be quiet for like 5 minutes and let the shit reset.
Dude, I don't give a fuck. Stop with the
Yo,
fucking
stop.
bullshit.
Both of you stop.
You
Cut
just
that
said
shit
it.
out. Cut it out, both of you.
Why
Okay,
did
I'm
you
moving.
say it?
I'm moving this shit on. I'm moving this shit on. All right. What the fuck were we talking about? We're talking about equal rights. Okay, women are not oppressed. There were disagreements on that. Anybody?
I feel like women were
You
oppressed,
disagree.
but we're not
You disagree
oppressed.
that women are not, but are currently.
Yeah,
Women are not oppressed. Who disagrees?
they were. They're not anymore, I don't think.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a good statement? Guys?
The what?
That women were oppressed before, but now they're not as oppressed like they were before. So I'm tired now.
Nobody, like half of you literally circled that. Nobody's gonna. Callie, you circled it.
I mean,
How are
I
women
wanted to
oppressed?
talk about, women and men having equal rights. I mean, I don't think that's true, because, women's reproductive rights in certain states, are under, law by men, but there's no reproductive rights against men for vasectomies, and not being able to get procedures like that. So
There's no law against women getting their tubes tied.
yeah, I'm sorry, that was a bad argument.
But why is there
That's okay.
birth control for women, but there's no birth control for men?
Yeah, I guess that's the argument I meant. I'm sorry, I'm tired, y'all.
Is there?
There is birth control for men. Yeah, there's.
watching Star-
Now
It's
there
called
is.
watching Star Wars.
What? Why?
Actually, the pill form of birth control for men has been available for years, but it's just that pharmaceutical companies don't want to release it.
How does that even work for men?
Why?
It destroys the sperm in the semen. That's what it does, or it blocks it. I'm not sure scientifically how it works, but there is actually a pill for men. That's way safer than the pill for women, because the pill that you have to take, unfortunately, has all sorts of hormone problems than the pill that men could
Side
take
effects.
does not, but it's not readily available for men. Isn't that strange?
That is.
It's kind of weird.
Interesting.
Okay. So, is there anything else you can think of besides like?
No,
Okay.
just reproductive
All right.
rights.
So, women have equal rights. Yes.
No, I don't.
Okay. What right? So, what right does a man have that a woman doesn't?
I mean, men are stripping away, women's reproductive rights in certain states. Not California, but Texas. I forget the other states. It's like illegal to get an abortion. That's pretty scary.
But so men don't have a right to abortion. So how would that be a right that a man has that a woman doesn't?
I mean, it's just equality. It's inequality.
How wouldn't it?
Men can't have abortions though. So
Yeah.
it's
So
equal.
like, wouldn't the true equality be abortion is just nationwide ban? That would actually be equality, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I understand.
So
what
you're in favor
saying.
of equality?
I mean, I'm in favor of equality for sure.
So you're in favor of a nationwide abortion ban?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
So you're not in favor of equality?
No, I'm pro-choice.
But you said it would be equality, right?
I'm tired, okay?
Clearly.
Yeah. Sorry.
So
I don't really think I can debate this topic very much because my argument was bad, and I don't really understand how to structure it right now.
So let's just put aside the abortion thing.
Okay.
Anything else?
No.
Okay. All right. And then I'm trying to see here if there's women should be drafted. Gina disagrees. Amelia disagrees.
If we were to get drafted, I don't feel like, like Andrew said, women wouldn't be as useful. We get killed in the front line easily
Okay.
compared to men.
Don't women go in the military? Like that is.
Yeah, I'm so strong.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
so
actually, we're strong.
y'all.
But compared
They're
to
in
men, we're
support
not
role.
as strong. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's true. That is true.
Biologically, men are stronger than women.
Yeah.
Or am I wrong?
Yeah, Well, that's not the primary reason.
Maybe
The
Ronda Rousey
primary
can be
reason is
more stronger than a man. You know, who knows?
Well, I mean, you're right. You are correct. I mean, of course, generally men are stronger than women. I don't think anybody's going to dispute that. But the main reason that you don't want women in combat roles in the military is because the enemy will SA them.
Yeah.
And that's highly demoralizing to the men on your side. To have the women of your country sent back pregnant by the enemy, that would be highly demoralizing, right?
Yeah, or if women died in war, there'd be less women to like give birth for the next generation as well, because we'd be like wiped out, right?
That's true. That's another side effect. But the big thing is like so men are going to be stronger in frontline combat. There's no doubt about that. There's never been a female Navy SEAL, for instance, for this reason. It's because the strength requirements just are so different. But there's all sorts of other side effects that people don't think about. Like if you were the general of the enemy's army and they were sending women after your troops, what would you instruct your army to do to them?
Is there women in SWAT teams, or is it just only men?
Very rarely that women are part of special weapons and tactics groups. So that's a SWAT team, right? Special weapons and tactics, very rare. Though I'm sure that there's cases and instances where it happens. I'm not saying that there couldn't be some women who could be great soldiers. I wouldn't make that claim.
Yeah, I'm not knocking that either.
I'm sure that there's some, but I'm not sure why they wouldn't be at the mercy of being SA'd by the enemy, though. You know, it seems like they still would be. So.
Yeah.
Yep.
Easier target for sure.
Just to move things along here, Emily, you're the only person who disagreed with this one. It's not straight for a man to date a trans woman.
Didn't we both say that's queer?
Yeah, I said it was queer too.
Did that one.
I guess nobody read the question right. I disagree that it is. Does it say not straight?
Holy fuck. Oh my God. Reading comprehension. So, okay.
What's the question?
It's not straight for men.
Here, okay, question. A man dating a trans woman, straight or gay?
Gay.
Gay.
Okay, all right. That was never mind then. So I think nobody thinks that that's...
What's your opinion on that? Do you think a man is straight if they date a trans woman?
No, have you ever dated a trans woman?
No.
I mean, trans women are beautiful. There's some beautiful trans women that don't even look like they're...
Yeah, what would you do if you, like, fell in love with
I would not fall in love with a trans woman.
But how would
Why?
and then you didn't know until like the moment of
not straight
so
to
she
do so?
raped me?
No. Like what if she had like
that's literally like if you don't disclose your trans status.
Yeah,
I think that's SA.
I mean, SA.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you're saying it would be non-consensual because you're not consenting to being with a man, right? That's
just
argument.
deceiving. You know, if they're not disclosing.
I think that's SA. 100% SA. But yeah, it would be gay.
Exactly. Thank you.
A man dating a trans woman, that's...
What if they had the gender reconfiguration?
Even if they have a pussy.
She.
Huh?
Even if she.
I mean, you're not going to like this, but like, I don't subscribe to your gender ideology, so I don't even... This is just like pretty much, I think, an ultimate defeater in all instances. I don't believe in gender. I believe in sex. So, So, she...
Trust the science. Trust the science.
So gender, I don't look at people as men and women is like pointing towards their sex for me.
So you're like AMAB, AFAB. That's how you see them. Assigned male at birth, assigned female at birth.
You mean
no? They're male.
Is that an assignment or a biological reality?
So for me, they're male or they're female.
So AMAB or AFAB is how you see people, not their gender identity, not how.
No, I see them as male. They're currently male or they're currently female.
Okay.
Whether you get the puberty blockers, whether you put on the wig, whether you get breast implants, whether you get the genitalia procedure or whatever, you're still a male.
Thank you.
Dude, I love how you're eating popcorn while watching us.
But so...
For that entertaining.
You're shaking your head. How can you disagree with me, though? You would have to... I mean, even if you're all for the transgender stuff, and I don't hate transgender people, don't have a problem with them at all. Wouldn't date one, but you would have to agree with me that these people, these transgender women are still male.
I think they're a woman, but they could be AMAB, assigned male at birth, but I would still see them as a woman.
Assigned
male at birth.
No, so okay, you use the word male. So man and male, at least in your worldview, are different.
We're talking about gender identity here, correct?
Yeah, but male is not a gender. Male is a sex.
Right, and that's your argument. So I'm saying, I can acknowledge that someone's AMAB, but I could still see them as a woman if they're a woman now.
Yeah, but okay. So present day, you're saying assigned male at birth. You're assigned male right now.
What?
A transgender woman is assigned male right now.
Assigned male at birth.
No, I assign malehood to you
in California.
now.
They can get it changed on their license.
So, just because a government document says something, does that mean that's the truth?
I honor that, and I
However you
respect
came into this world, that's who you are.
No, but hold on. So, I assign malehood to transgender women. Does that compute?
I understand what you're saying.
No, but they're not just assigned male at birth. Their malehood persists.
And their
Do you
DNA
agree or disagree?
I disagree.
So
that's a woman. I see her as a woman.
No, sure. So their malehood does not persist. So they're female.
Correct.
How do they become female?
No, I'm sorry. I wouldn't necessarily say. I wouldn't say that's a female because that's like.
What are they? If they're not a female, what are they?
That's a woman. That's a lady. That's a she, her.
If they're not a female, they must be what?
She, her.
No. Okay? You agree that there's male and female.
I'm really not having this argument with you. I think this is a dumb argument.
Because you're intellectually a coward, or
no? I think it's a dumb argument. Like I told you, I can acknowledge someone's AMAB, AFAB, but I can see them for their gender identity, and I will acknowledge and respect them as their gender identity. It doesn't mean they're not AMAB or AFAB.
How about instead of gender identity, their sex reality?
What does that mean?
Do you have anything you'd like to say?
No, what does sex reality mean? Like, what is that term?
Just made that up right now.
Oh, okay.
It's not. Sex is not made up right now.
Well, he's saying
presently, right? Does that matter? Yeah, it does matter.
I mean, I don't really care as long as people are happy at the end of the day. Like, that's their life.
Are you gonna bring Andrew back? He's frozen. No, I believe you. Just once he's fixed or whatever.
No, it's funny. It's funny.
Huh?
He's eating popcorn.
Yeah, sure.
This is frozen.
Okay, he's gonna rejoin us.
I think for you, whatever you want to believe in that makes you happy, you have the right to do that. You're an adult. Like, you have the free will to do whatever.
It doesn't mean it's true.
Well, in her opinion, she believes it is. In your opinion, you don't.
It's not about opinion. It's about fact.
Okay, but what?
You gotta speak into the mic, miss.
What is how do you define a fact and an opinion? Like how do you, everybody's like opinion and fact could be different.
No, facts cannot be different. Opinions can be different. Okay. Facts cannot be different.
Well, I just
dummy.
Think if she's happy, she's
That's
happy.
why it's called factual.
Okay. I acknowledge that trans people exist, but it's like there's just objective truth. So again, I'd like to ask you, you would acknowledge that a transgender woman is male?
AMAB, but yes, male, but I mean to me.
So why can't, but you just.
She, her, still a woman.
Sure, okay, fine. I'll even abide by your worldview.
Thank you.
That she has changed her gender.
Yeah.
The transgender woman, her gender is woman, right? Mm-hmm. But her sex is.
But then, okay, biologically, once they've had the hormone blockers, or whatever you call it, it's like, physiology-wise, isn't that a woman?
I already granted to you it's a woman. What I'm asking, though, is it a female?
No.
So a transgender woman is a male. Agree?
I'm not answering this question.
Why? But I don't understand. Okay.
I don't agree.
But you just said it's not a transgender woman.
I think I would say AMAB. No, I think.
No, you just said a transgender woman is not female. Ergo, she is
Yeah, I'm not using this like derogatory language.
Just to be
towards
clear,
trans people.
it's derogatory to call a male a male? Why would that be derogatory? I mean, you can look at me, or you could say what's on your mind.
I don't have anything else to say to you.
Do you want to concede the argument?
No.
Okay, so I'm going to continue.
I'm done with this conversation. I mean, you can keep talking.
I suppose I will keep talking. I mean, you've already granted that a transgender woman is not female, so what must they be?
I want to be girl. She, her. She, her.
I mean,
whatever that person wants to be.
Hold on. Is this just like a cognitive dissonance thing, or did Andrew rate us, or what happened? Yeah. That's weird. Did he rate us, guys, or what happened, chat? So, well, I'm going to come right back to you, but Emily, oh no, you already corrected your position on this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's not straight for men to date a trans woman. Okay.
And I agreed with her.
Yeah, so I guess, again, I'll grant to you that a transgender woman, I don't believe this, but I'll just grant it for the sake of the argument, a transgender woman is a woman. But you would have to agree that a transgender woman is not a female and is in fact male.
I agree with that.
I mean, this is just total intellectual cowardice. I don't understand why you won't engage with the conversation.
I agree with that.
Okay, cool. You just gonna stare or what?
Yes.
Okay. Can you define woman for me?
I think this is
Can
not a conversation.
how about
I
you
wanna
tilt your
have with
mic?
you. No, it's okay. I mean, I'm done having this conversation.
Well, I mean, I would like to have the conversation because you said it was derogatory to call a male. So I just want to make sure we're living on the same planet here. Why would it be derogatory to call a male a male?
Makes sense.
You just gonna look? You gonna just keep looking at me, or are you gonna? Is this cognitive dissonance? Do you want to reconsider your position? Even a lot of transgender activists don't make the argument that a trans woman is female. So I don't see what my understanding, most trans activists don't think that there's an actual change of the sex once you transition. Is this what you do in your relationships? You just stonewall? It's good. It's good. It's an abuse tactic, but okay. Well, we have it. This woman is abusive because she stonewalls, but okay. I mean, essentially. Have you messaged Andrew? Is everything okay? Let me check my text messages.
He just like disappeared.
He said I'm out.
I'm tired. You see his eyes? They're red.
My eyes red right now because it's my eyelash.
Oh yeah, is it going in your eye?
Yeah, I think so. But I'm holding on.
I'm just waiting for you to say something. I mean,
just agree with him. Well, they were going there. Do you want to come back? They're good now.
I was cool sitting between them. I was
just
listening to the tea. I'm not gonna lie.
I can sit back there if you want, baby girl.
Yeah, I just don't have that much leg space here.
Yeah, I just didn't want.
Do you think like transgender women should? Do you think
I like the single better.
What about like in sports? Do you think transgender women should be allowed to play in women's sports?
Oh wait, what was the question?
I'm asking her.
Oh. I think it's unfair.
Do you think transgender women should be allowed to play with women?
It's unfair.
Yes, if she's a woman, then she can play sports with other women.
Even in like sports like boxing or like that sort of thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you think women, like, so you're saying, okay, when it comes to the sports thing, if they take the estrogen or whatever and they've lowered their testosterone level, you think that's what makes a woman is her endocrine system?
No, I'm saying if she identifies as a woman, then she's a woman. I see her as a woman.
Oh, so she doesn't even have to take like hormones to compete against women in women's sports?
If you can give birth, you're a woman. If you can't give birth, you're not a woman. Can I say that?
I can identify as whatever I want. If they can,
I feel like that's a good point right there. So
I choose to identify as the correct person on this matter, and I would like for you to affirm my identity.
A woman is a person who could give birth.
No, I would like for you, I identify as correct on this matter, and I wish for you to affirm my identity. If you don't, you're a bigot.
Okay.
Damn. Bigot? What is that?
Slay queen.
Slay queen.
You go, baby girl.
It's very derogatory that you will not affirm my identity. Why won't you?
We can agree to disagree.
Can you tilt your mic down and speak into the mic?
We can agree to disagree.
I don't agree to disagree. I will agree that you're wrong and I'm right.
That's your opinion.
It's not my opinion. Okay. Well, I mean, you're just conceding the argument then. I mean, it's kind of like if you're playing soccer. Morgan over here, she plays soccer. And if the other team just stands there and then just lets the other team just keep scoring, I mean, you're just essentially conceding.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, I disagree to disagree.
That's fine. Everyone's entitled to their opinions here.
All right. Well, I mean, let me ask you this though. But if a transgender, I'm confused though. If a transgender woman is a woman, then surely you must believe that it would be straight for a man to date a trans woman, right?
No, I still think it's queer.
Okay. Last time. Is a male a male?
Yes.
A transgender woman who's a male is a male?
No, that's a woman. I don't think you should reduce her to her previous whatever. Like, however you see her and however she identifies, that's how I see her.
And I don't think you should reduce women to a costume.
What?
You think women are just a costume?
I'm so confused. I don't know what you're saying.
Well, essentially, you can be a transgender woman if you get fake boobs, you put on a wig, you put on some makeup. I don't think that's really the essence of what a woman is. All right, well.
Do you consider personating a woman if you don't have a woman can't give birth? If you say you're a woman but you can't give birth, and then
lots of women can't give birth, though. It doesn't make them a woman.
Even if a woman is, for genetic reasons or whatever, incapable of giving birth, or she's
too young
or too old,
right?
You're still a woman. Women, I mean,
I'm talking about a man transitioning to a woman. He can't have periods.
Oh, yeah, they could.
He can't.
Yes,
give birth.
correct.
Does that actually make him
into the mic
or her? Does it actually make him into her a woman? Because now they can't do what we do until it's like an actual technology can invent that for them. Like, what would you say to a woman
biologically
that feels,
they can't, so.
But what would you say to a woman that feels kind of impersonated at the fact that someone's trying to copy the fact that they give birth?
I never talking about that.
I mean, like, it's hard for a woman to reckon with a man wanting to be like them and copying them when, like, we go through what we go through as a woman already. Then someone wants to be like us but doesn't go through the pain we go through.
Well, let me do this. By the way, Andrew is coming back. His internet just crashed. I just got a text from him. He'll be back. Is sex and gender the same thing?
No. May I get my energy drink? Because genuinely, I'm very tired. Is it okay if I bring it to the table? Okay.
Sure.
I didn't know if it has to be opposite.
No, you can. That's fine. So, okay. The answer to the question?
Can you ask me the question again?
Yeah, is sex and gender the same thing?
No.
No, okay. So when I ask you the question, is a transgender woman male, and you say it's a woman, I'm not asking you what the gender is. I'm asking you what the sex is.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. That's male. Signed male at birth. You know, that's, yeah.
They were assigned male at birth, but are you willing to state that in this now, in the moment now, they are male?
I wouldn't say male. I would say AMAB. It just is less derogatory.
Okay, so explain to me how it's derogatory.
I think, you're reducing someone to, their previous, how they were born, but that's not who they identify as. That's not who they are.
But can you change your sex?
No, but you can change your gender.
So yeah, I've already granted to you that at least I'm not actually granting, but for the sake of the conversation, I'm granting to you that the gender has changed. The gender has went from man to woman. Mm-hmm. Okay, but you've just said that you can't change your sex, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the entailment of your own position. Now that you've just said that you cannot change your sex, so if you were born male and you are male, right? You're not a female if you're a transgender woman, correct?
Correct.
So you're still what?
Male, I guess.
So a transgender woman is... Do you agree with the following statement? A transgender woman is male.
Transgender woman is a woman.
Are you just...
Biologically, yes.
I'm using your own...
It's transitioning gender.
But
not
what sex are they?
born
No. Hold on. Okay, cool.
like
Transgender woman is a woman. What sex are they?
I'm really done with this conversation.
But are you going to offend somebody? I don't understand. Like, it occurs to me like you know the answer to this. Why won't you say it? Like, it's not. I don't think this is offensive or derogatory, despite your claims that it is.
Again, we can disagree on the matter.
No, I can't. I literally can't disagree.
That's your stance. This is my stance.
But
we're on opposite ends of the table. It's fine.
I've walked you through it. So you said you can't change your sex, right? So you've already conceded there. You can't change your sex, okay? If you can't change your sex, if you're a male and you cannot become a female, if you were a male, you're changing your gender identity does not change that you're a male. You have to, using your own concessions already, you'd have to agree to this.
I understand what you're saying.
Do you? What am I? Tell me what I'm saying. Steelman my position.
Like I said, I'm done with this conversation. I mean, we just keep circling and we're good, you know? You want to talk about anything else, or
this?
do you want to just stare at each other for another hour?
I'm willing to move on, but on this condition, define a woman for me, and we'll move on.
I don't know how to. I don't know if I can give a definition of what a woman is. It's really never thought about it. I think a woman is anyone who identifies as a woman, regardless of what sex you were given at birth.
My security guard back there, Desmond, can he right now, if he identifies as a woman, is he a woman?
But you're saying he, so then it would be she, her. So
Oh,
if
excuse me.
Desmond, she, her.
She, Desmond. Hey, Desmond, do me a favor. Desmond, can you just say I identify as a woman? My pronouns are she, her.
I identify as a woman. My pronouns are she, her.
Is he a woman?
Desmond, is this true?
It is true.
Desmond, is this true?
I speak for
Are you
Desmond.
willing to say this on camera, Desmond?
But yes, true.
Then Desmond's a woman. I stand on that.
Oh boy. Okay. All right.
Love you, baby girl.
Can I get a definition though, and then I'll move it on?
I can't give you a definition.
Okay. All right. Well.
Moving on.
Yeah, I guess I'm moving on. All right. Final things here. Then we're gonna do a roast session. Then we're gonna wrap up the show.
Okay.
What would you want the minimum yearly income to be for your future husband? Actually, this is going to be out of order because people moved around. Emily Dang, you said 6 figures plus.
That's understandable.
Okay. And then Callie, minimum income.
It doesn't matter to me.
Gina. Wow, you're not even talking in the microphone. Why don't you put the microphone back where it was so you can
It was right here.
just turn it, move it that way. Yeah, just scoot it. Yep. Okay. Doesn't matter?
No, as long as he can provide for me.
So it does matter.
I mean, it doesn't matter exactly how much he makes.
What does providing for you look like? So if he was,
Right? Exactly how it sounds like. It doesn't matter exactly. Like, I'm
you
not
live
like,
in
oh,
California?
yes.
You want to stay in California?
Probably. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you want to get married?
Yes.
You want to have kids?
Yes.
How many kids?
I don't know. Yeah, honestly, maybe like 2, 3 maybe.
Okay. And
3 or
then
2.
while you're pregnant, do you want to be working?
Not while pregnant.
And then after they're born, do you want to be working? Or do you want to stay at home?
I mean, it depends like what type of job I'm doing. Like if it's like a simple or something that I'm passionate about, I don't mind.
Damien, can you open the... But so, do you want to stay at home at all when the kids are young and not work?
I mean...
How about until the youngest is into kindergarten?
I don't know,
So this could be like
honestly.
7 years maybe.
Like I said, like if I'm passionate about something, I don't mind working. It doesn't like really matter about like...
But what? Okay, but if you have kids, like, do you want to not work?
If I have kids, do I would not? I mean, I kind of just answer that.
While they're young, probably not. When they get older,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah, like while I'm pregnant is different. But if I have kids,
In your household, once you have kids and you're married, do you want 1 or 2 cars?
1 or 2 cars.
Yeah.
Well, my car and my man's car. So 2.
Okay. How big of a house would you like to live in with your 2 kids? Master and then a bedroom for each kid?
Well, yeah, like a house.
How many bedrooms?
That's kind of... Well, it depends how many kids I have. I can't just say like, oh, I
2.
want this. Okay, 2 rooms plus mine. So 3.
3 rooms. How many bathrooms?
2.
2? Okay.
Yeah.
You want a big backyard?
Yes.
Okay. Would you like kind of more luxury appliances and, you know, would you want the, what's the term? What part of town would you like to live in?
I'm not sure.
Where do you currently live?
In like LA area.
Okay.
Valley. The Valley.
Do you want to, what kind of lifestyle would you like? Would you like to go on a couple vacations a year?
Yes.
Okay. And are you going to be, do you want a 50-50 relationship or do you want your man to be the breadwinner?
Well, I'm always going to be a breadwinner, so I don't ever mind putting money on the table.
However,
hold on. You said you
50-50
disagreed in your notes. You said
What?
disagree to women should go 50-50 on the first date and women should go 50-50 the entire relationship.
No.
So you
Okay, I didn't mean to put that. I was kind of like in a rush.
But you did say you want a provider, so this seems to me this would indicate that you want somebody who makes more.
I feel like every woman wants a provider, though. So it's kind of like.
Okay.
That's.
So you want 2 kids, you want a 3-bedroom house, you want to stay in Southern California, two bathrooms, you want 2 cars, you want to go on vacation a couple times a year. You sure it doesn't matter how much your man makes?
Like I said, I don't care about the amount as long as he can provide for me. So if he's making well enough
so he
to
works at McDonald's.
You want to be able to have that lifestyle.
Okay, well, like I said, the amount doesn't matter as long as he can provide for me. So I don't have like he has to be a billionaire, you know?
How much would he have to, how much would he have to make to be able to have all that? Like 100K a year, 6 figures?
Yeah.
200K, like.
Yeah, like I don't even know how much you would have to make. Like, yeah, that's why I didn't even really answer it because it's like I don't know how much exactly.
Amelia, you say you 100K.
100K, 6 figures.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter.
Emily, you also want a 6-figure earner, and then Catalina, you don't care.
I'm also gonna be bringing money too, so.
And then Tanya, you say 80K question mark.
I was being realistic, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I was trying to be realistic too. I thought 100K is still a little bit lower for all that I want, but you know, it still works. You can make it work, baby.
And then Emily, you're 5'5", and the minimum height you need for a guy is 5'9".
Maybe 10. I put 5'9.5". Yeah,
you like them tall.
Okay, all right. Callie, 5'4", you don't care. Gina, 5'4" and 6 feet.
No, I'm 5'4".
Yeah, but 6 foot is the minimum for you to date.
Yes.
You like them tall too.
Well, actually, I don't really care about height. I'm kind of a little. Like I'm only saying 6 foot because my man is 6'1".
Okay.
So I'm saying that's like the minimum. Now.
Amelia, you're 5'8". The man has to be taller than you, so like 5'10".
5'9", 5'10", a little bit, just a little inch taller than me. It doesn't have to be a giant. I don't want a giant.
Catalina doesn't care. Tanya, you're 5'3".
He can't be shorter than me. I cannot do a short king, even though I love you guys.
Personality. Okay. All right. I would like to do the delusion calculator for Emily.
Delusion calculator.
For
what's that?
Oh, wow.
Gina and for Amelia.
Oh, okay.
Let's get the delusion calculator going, and then we're gonna do the rest. Guys, I'm learning the TTS. TTS is guys. TTS is 20.
But I'll come to Chululu as well.
You got it.
To be fair, I was rushed.
All right. Let's. We're gonna go Emily first. Go ahead.
How do you do this?
Female delusion.
All right. So tell him give him your answers for these.
Up to 32.
Wait, what?
The age of who are married?
So you'll date a 20-year-old.
Exclude married. Oh, for the minimum, 22.
Okay.
Race. You can only choose one. You can't like select multiple races. It's any or one. Like
any color.
What would you not date?
White people.
Black. Why won't you date white people?
It's just not my preference.
And, and you won't date black.
No, black is what I would choose. Like if I had to pick out of those 4. Black.
So, black. Okay. Why won't you date white people? Just curious.
Like my mom grew up, or she dated white guys and Asian guys, and I was just into like Hispanics and black guys. It's just my preference.
You just don't find white guys attractive.
No.
Sure.
That's my type.
Okay.
Me and my white
like
boys trying to take my land back.
5'10".
Mm-hmm.
Minimum income.
Oh, do we scroll back up?
Exclude obese. Yeah,
we
let's
exclude
check
married?
that one. Yeah.
Okay.
Exclude obese.
Exclude obese. Okay.
Yeah.
I like this.
Minimum income.
Ideally, I said 6 figures, but realistically, I'll say 60K. Cause I can make my own money too. You know, I'm aspiring to get my master's, so I won't need to depend on him too much.
You said 6 figures though, so make it 100K.
Mm-hmm. I would prefer for my man to make more money than me.
So you better match me, baby.
Okay. Find out. All right. Probability. That's 0.15%.
That's tough. That's why I'm single.
Yep.
Now my turn. I'm curious about this.
All right. Let's do Amelia now.
Okay. Let's see how delulu I am.
They couldn't even give me a full
Guys,
percent.
TTS is 20. We'll get them going in a sec.
TTS, what's that again? Questions?
Text to speech.
Oh. So for age gap, the youngest would be 22. I'll do a year younger than me, and oldest like 35. And I'll get married. So leave that. White, I like my white boys. I'm trying to take back my land, so we'll do that. And minimum height, 5'10". The tallest I would do probably. Exclude obese, I cannot. Minimum income, 100K, because I'm gonna be a travel nurse, so I'm about to make that much too. So he better match me or make more, one of the two. And yeah, find out.
Okay.
So more probability, right?
1.5.
Oh, you got a full percent.
Is that good, right?
All right. Okay. And then let's do it for Gina.
I like that.
Me? What the heck?
So possibility.
I'm in a
for
relationship,
mine.
so I don't really need to do this. To be fair.
Okay.
You just list your man.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm literally gonna put everything that my man like, but you do some.
Do you guys want to like maybe? No, I don't think she's not going to do it. You guys want to change your? Standards a little bit. Oh,
No,
really good question.
These men need to change their incomes to meet my standards.
I actually have a really good question on this. Hold on. Oh shit! I just God dang it. 1 sec, guys. Sorry, I accidentally closed my notes. Closed out my notes. The question is, if you got, this is for the whole panel, starting with you. If you got 80% of everything you want in your ideal partner, would you be happy with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
80%? Is it? Yeah.
80%.
I feel like I already had that.
Or is it settling?
Yeah.
I don't settle, baby.
Yeah, that's a good person.
So the mic would be helpful.
Yeah. I don't care.
Okay, cool. All right. Cool. Guys, TTS is 20. TTS is 20. We're going to do the roast session, brief roast session, and then we're going to wrap up.
My eye is killing me. I'm going to go blind.
Me too.
Roast session?
How's your eye?
Vector donated $20. Chair 1, thanks for showing your woke fangs. Are you guilty of misgendering someone who identifies as gender fluid? You have to keep up, even if they change gender 30 times a minute.
Thank you, man.
Vector donated $20. Andrew, let's not stigmatize a digital format. PDF files are an ubiquitous technology. Far be it from the digital gods to rename them. The Cleveland Guardians had it rough. Hashtag bring back Cleveland Indians.
Thank you, Vector.
Vector donated $20. Women want equality. I'm pretty sure you would not want to operate off of man's definition of SA. How about the reverse? Casually touch a man, risk getting sued. It's going to be really bugged, boys.
Really bugged, boys. Really quick, let's do Twitch before we get into the next roast. Guys, $20 roast. This panel needs a roast, boys. Get your roast up. Also, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub. It's been 30 minutes since we had a Prime. I think it's bugged. Twitch is definitely bugged, boys. If you guys can drop us a Prime sub. Also, can you guys get us to 1 million followers before the end of the stream? Thank you guys. Appreciate it. All right.
Wow.
$1 million?
Devon Jackson donated $20. The polysingle mom really refused to use male as it's derogatory, but then used baby girl in a derogatory manner toward Brian and Desmond.
Yeah.
You're not woke. You're a hypocrite.
Yeah, I don't go by baby girl. My pronouns.
I thought your pronouns. What about baby boy?
Yeah, that's really insensitive and derogatory to I am he, him.
Okay, baby boy.
So baby boy is okay.
I also identify as an adult male, so please don't use baby either.
Oh, okay.
I'm very offended, and the baby community is also very offended.
You there donated $20. Why is Brian obsessed with trying to put down trans people? Only immature bigots and closeted people don't respect someone's journey. Also fantasizing about other entering a hole and worrying BC is sus.
Wait, what? What's ocdentering?
They said something about entering holes, so maybe
I
they
have
meant
no idea.
pegging.
I got no idea.
That's something I would never do.
Boys,
That's
get your
disgusting.
get your TTS in, get your roast in. We're about to wrap the show. Any final thoughts from any of the panelists before we wrap?
Would any girls here ever peg a man or no?
Oh my god.
We always.
I would not.
Have
I
you?
would not.
Have
I would
you?
never. No.
Has anybody here done it?
My best friend did actually to her boyfriend.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Makes me psycho, apparently.
Can't disclose name. Sorry.
Oh.
Oh boy.
And he liked it. I heard.
That is
I tried it one time. It was
terrible.
disturbing.
That
but
is
I tried.
wow. You did it.
I did try.
Was it the guy
It was a guy, yeah.
Took his manlyhood straight from him.
No, he was already gay.
the pet dude? Was it the pet dude or no?
Oh no, he's not gay. But it was the guy from Russia.
Giga Chad donated $20. Latino and Asian women having height preferences is hilarious. Chill Bay, your dad is 5'6".
Oh man.
My dad's actually 5'10".
My dad's
That was
6
my height
feet and I'm
preference.
5'8". I'm Latina, born in Mexico, so that statement does not work for me.
Wrongful Rage donated $20. Well, just as Andrew got his popcorn, his internet burnt him. Everyone into the crystals.
Thank you, Rage. Appreciate it, man.
Ogle donated $20. Chair 1 is the kind of person who won't admit when they're so very clearly wrong. It doesn't get less attractive than that. Hope she thinks on this.
Who are they talking about?
Chair 1.
Can I ask you one question?
Oh god.
Actually, fuck it. Whatever.
She's like, no.
Rune 667 donated $20. According to Google, the average income in America is less than $38,000, so good luck on finding your Prince Charming.
Oh, he's out there. I know that. So yeah.
Jack_M donated $20. Chair number 1, absolutely gross and detestable. Prime example of the social illness in America. You are the problem. Peen equals male. Vaha equals female. Fake meat does not count.
Thank you, Jack. Appreciate it.
Averageman donated $20. Chair 5, if men have to change our lifestyle, please inform the average man on how we can out of nowhere make 6 figures and somehow grow taller and fit your minimum standards.
I just said fix your income, not your height. But there's surgeries for that. If you made enough from your income, you would know that.
Don't do that surgery, even if you're short. Don't. It's bad.
Cajun Tater donated $20. I identify as your king with no equals and only one superior, Jesus the King of Kings. To affirm my identity, you pay minimum 15% of your income as taxes. Affirm or you're literally committing a hate crime. The baby community donated $20. Rules for she, not for we. We feel sad, and while we cannot climb back into the comfort of our pregnant persons, excuse us, woman's womb, maybe we can fight for peace when we identify as adults.
The baby community, thank you so much for the TTS. Appreciate it. We have...
Why is I not reading it?
Oh, Brian Ryan. Yeah, that guy talked mad shit about you on Bradley Martin's podcast. Now he owned the fuck out of you. I mean, me and Andrew did the 2v2 debate. I'm pretty sure he's got that reversed. I didn't see the clip with Bradley Martin. I think Bradley Martin is kind of a secret hater of the podcast. That's my impression of Bradley. I don't really know what his deal is. I get the impression he's kind of massive hater. So I'll have somebody send me the clip and I'll take a look. All right, guys. Last call on the TTS. Final thoughts from anybody else before we wrap up? Final call. All right, guys. One sec, guys. We're going to do a raid over there on Twitch. Final call, guys. Final call. If you want to get a TTS in. Guys, I don't know if I can play World of Warcraft, boys. I don't know, man. I don't know if I can do it on Thursday. I got so much going on. I'm already dead tired this week. We'll see.
Jack_M donated $20. Chair number 1, going to turn your nose up at me? At least have the confidence to look at the camera. You averting your gaze just makes you look more wrong.
Any dicks for me? No.
Yeah, dig her.
Devon Jackson donated $20. We aren't roasting the dog walker enough. You're gross and no one believed your crocodile tears. Chair 4, redhead Latina, your barrel does not match your thighs. Chair 1, I hope you reflect on our worldview.
Period.
Okay. Yo, Davon, good to see you in the chat, man. Appreciate it. All right, who are we going to rate on Twitch? Let's see here. Follow. We are going to...
My highlight looks good.
We're going to do Aladar, okay?
Yo, where be getting in? Fuck.
Yeah, we'll rate it Aladar. Fuck it.
Oh, God. This is my first and longest podcast ever.
Whack podcast. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Fake news, though. So, discuss the clip where you reveal you can't. It got muted. So, because you said you used that word. Discuss the clip where you reveal you can't find a girl's clit. Total fake news. Total fake. Wow. Total fake news. Fake news. Yeah. And then, yeah. Also, what was homophobic that was said on tonight's show? He said it was homophobic, right-wing, moral hypocrite. I don't know. What was homophobic?
What was?
Okay. Cool. Thank you, bro.
Brandon53323 donated $20. In the bathroom, on my phone, avoiding work. Never have I felt more like a woman.
This is... yeah, you gotta just, you also gotta walk to a far away bathroom. That's the other trick. If you're trying to burn some time. All right, let's see here. All right, cool. Let's see where, there's some more coming in.
Like Chair 7 donated $20.
Oh, wow.
Girl in Chair 7 is the prettiest in the room.
It's for you.
Opposite of a roast.
Shucks, cut it out. Thank you. But I disagree. I think everyone's beautiful.
You're so sweet.
Yeah.
Ogle donated $20. Chair 3, are you wearing any of your own jewelry?
What?
No, I am not actually, because I don't wear my fancy jewelry out, especially on the podcast. So.
Dacre Davis donated $20. Number 6 is a Snow White Queen Grimhilda in the face, Wicked Witch of the East, West and the South, dog walking, flat back, rat face, nasty ashy hawks. Catch us outside. Gina, we got you, baby girl.
Oh shit. Wait. So okay, before I let you guys,
I didn't even understand what he said.
Really quick, I know we didn't get into this, but so when it comes to body count, right? A lot of you guys said body count shouldn't matter, doesn't matter, da da da. I think you were kind of like the biggest proponent of this. If body count shouldn't matter, doesn't matter, it's in your past. What's your body count?
13. No, it's 11. It's 11.
Were you counting like?
No, because I just updated it recently in my notes. I remember it's 11.
Do you keep a separate count for other acts?
Body count matters to me. I'll say I'm insecure. I'd like to know my man's body count.
Wait, are you serious? You literally argued about that for like...
I didn't say I am not insecure or I do not care about body count. Me
okay,
personally.
You're just saying it's insecure. You were arguing that it is insecure.
Yeah.
But, okay, all right. Body count?
11.
Really?
Yeah,
okay.
actually.
Twins, me and the porn star.
Relationships and a couple of porn stars.
Range? How about a range?
Under 5.
Okay. Body count?
1.
No, but for
Body count?
5.
Cap. Body count?
I've already said it.
1, right? Oh, 2. Okay.
I have no idea.
I thought you. Okay, range.
I'm a virgin actually. So.
Clearly, yeah.
Chronic inversion.
Range.
I don't know. I've never thought about it.
Think about it. I'm gonna let 3 chats come through, and we'll come right. You can think about it. Just do the,
Not the chats.
Add it up.
Will you get me another energy drink if I think about it?
Vector donated $20.
I'll do you one better.
I hope Chair 1 doesn't become anorexic. It would be offensive to not label her fat.
Wait, what? What does that even mean? Here, I'll give you a $2 bill if you reveal the true body count.
I have no idea. I'm not joking.
How about, is it more than 50?
No.
More than 100?
No.
More than 1,000?
No.
More than 20?
She already said no to 50.
I don't know.
I know, the math isn't mathing.
Yeah.
More than 20?
I don't think so.
Okay. Uh-oh. Chair 1 is a retard. Doesn't know how definitions work. Can't define woman with the word woman. Chair 4, fine as fuck. Trying to link. She's got a boyfriend, daddy. Whoa, what the fuck, bro? Oh my god, I did not mean to say that. Fuck you, dude. Oh my gosh. Rude. Do you want to link with that guy?
She's loyal to her.
Wait, I wasn't even paying
All right, here,
attention.
I'll play it again.
I'm sorry.
It just said chair fine as fuck. Trying to link.
Me?
Yeah.
That's you.
You deserve
No.
better.
Boom.
You deserve better.
Boom.
She
Roasted.
loyal, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Tiberius donated $20. Chair 6, I hope your dog runs away.
Nice.
Horrible. Thanks.
Thor donated $20. What happened to Chair 2 from earlier? BTW brain loves fat fucking burritos in his mouth and comes out his fat dump truck. Hit the gym, buddy.
I gotta lose some weight. You're right, bro. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Jack_M donated $20. Chair number 1, I'm going to keep calling you out. You think that not talking will make this go away, but no. I have my resources to keep this up. Brian, you should have booted her. Matthew donated $20. All you women say you want a man with 100k. How would y'all feel with men in military that has all the benefits to give you like housing and college tuition? Question mark.
By the way, Thor, chair 2, it was like a rage quit or something. That was your friend, right? She left because I think she got triggered over something. I don't know. Yeah. All right.
Michigan Christian donated $20. Enjoyed the accountability. Men want modest and attractive women, not old liberal 304 degenerates. Another panel full of women I would never date. W. Andrew for exposing yet another faux conservative.
Oh my.
Would you guys date a military guy, going back to Matthew's?
No, I would not.
Show of hands. Show of hands. Would you date a
He'd
military
be gone all the time, and I wouldn't like that.
Damien, could you close the door?
I would miss him too much.
I just stay in bed and watch Netflix.
And then they're kind of squares too, so.
Bender the Offender donated $20. Brian, when you brought the red-haired Latina back on, did she come from the back alley?
That's horrible.
Why are they calling red?
I think they're talking about you.
I don't even have red hair, but okay.
All right, guys, we're gonna wrap up the show here. If you want, you can get your final one in. Oh wait, hold on.
Gambit90 donated $20. Weak panel. The last panel was great. Why was there no roast session on that one? Wanted to call the blonde Delulu, should have kicked out the Latino. Vibes ruined since the cat fight.
Well, I mean, like the last show is just.
Was my Bondalulu?
No.
I mean, our cat fight helped raise the...
There wasn't real. I mean, we did like 69, but it was like already so late. It was like 2-3 a.m. or some shit. It was a 10-hour stream, so I was like, we just didn't have time to do a roast session.
Ogle donated $20. Can each panel guest answer which of the other panelists there is the most annoying to them?
Go ahead.
I don't think anybody cares.
Who's the most annoying?
You're all sweet people. And by the way, I'm glad you didn't do.
Sorry, man. They don't want.
Now you want to be now.
Yeah.
Apologize.
Yeah, you should apologize.
Donated $20.
Both of you.
Chair
Bye-bye.
number 1. I'm still
Oh my God, this
Also,
person-
Brian, can I get the story on your guts trophy? Asked last show, but someone spilled water and it got usurped.
Wait, the water got usurped?
No one spilt water. Are you tripping?
Why are you so obsessed with me?
Wait, what happened about the
love
water?
you.
The guts. It was a show I watched when I was young, so kind of like nostalgia piece.
Your hair looks amazing.
Concerned pet employee donated $20. Chair 6. I hope you are a responsible dog owner and got them chipped and neutered, up to date with shots, and express his glands every bath. You also need to send them off to dog obedience school.
Wow.
By the way, Gambit, I do appreciate you continuing the. Wait, is it Gambit? Who's the one?
Wait, were you talking
Jazz
about?
M or someone?
Oh.
Who paid
whatever.
like $60 already?
I don't know.
Is it 20 bucks
one
for
who
every
talking
time?
about
I think it's Jace,
Everybody
but
keeps
also.
talking about the fucking dog.
Jasm.
Okay, I don't own a dog.
You guys are the most popular ones.
I was totally making that shit up.
Do you guys want to make amends, or do you guys want to talk more shit?
No, we're good. We're good.
I
She
know.
started it. What the hell?
Yeah, she did fucking start it. Right? She fucking did start
Y'all
that
should
shit. You gonna let her
apologize.
talk to you like that? Are you gonna let?
Wait,
are you gonna
you
let
wanna
her
raise
talk
the
to you
views?
like that? Are you gonna let her talk? She body shamed you, bro.
Look,
And
all I'm
you're a
gonna
fitness-
say,
God.
You're a
the same
fitness
thing.
girl, bro. You gonna let
You're
her?
such an instigator, Brian.
you're right.
You're a fitness girl. You gonna let her talk to you like
we
that?
instigated
She
you.
I feel
body
like-
shamed you, bro. That's offensive.
She called me a boy.
Go ahead. I'll be back in a minute.
Well,
trying to
to
get
be
started.
fair,
You
you
guys both said
insulted me
stuff.
first. So what am I gonna do? Just sit there and be quiet? Of course not. You know, obviously
No,
say
but we
something.
squashed the beef now, and they're gonna apologize, right?
Well, I was called a black, fat, ugly, all this. Damn, girl. I wasn't even saying anything. But I wasn't saying anything to you. So I'm like, why are you gonna like?
But I didn't want you to leave.
You look healthy to me.
Look,
Beautiful.
I don't
Yeah.
think there's anything wrong with you, but I didn't want you to keep arguing, and I didn't want you to leave. I wanted you to stay. So it got you to stay. Did it?
Now let's
No,
apologize.
what
You didn't leave. Did you
Of
leave?
course not. I didn't.
Let's
leave.
apologize.
But I wasn't speaking to
Why can't we
you.
just apologize? Move on.
I know, but you just kind of just like jumped in for no reason. But I mean, whatever.
Let's apologize.
I don't hold grudges, luckily, but you're lucky this wasn't outside of the podcast because, baby, I promise you,
I know.
I'm not about
Wait,
that
can
talk.
I put my Instagram?
I'm about that.
Emilia Davis.
Can we make amends?
If you apologize first,
3 S's _ follow me.
fine. Only because I'm a woman of God.
Woman of God. So where'd I put my Instagram handle?
Oh yeah, follow me guys on Gina Prada. Gina Prada.
You look like a 12-year-old.
Okay, now my turn. Follow me, Emilia Davis. 3 S's
Hit on my
_ at the
woman.
end.
Is that a thing? If I hit by a woman, I kind of look a little masculine inside. I don't know.
You look a little mask. Not gonna lie.
It's just the hair. It's just the hair. Put up. If
I
it
do
goes
need to
down,
fix my hair.
why don't you put the hair down?
I own shit. It's all good. But I had a kid, so we know I have a vagina. So it's all good.
So we know you're a woman.
Yeah. I'm just a tomboy. It's all good. It's okay to be a little play sports.
It's all good. It's all right in the hood.
And you guys, honestly, I think someone in the chat gave me a BBL allegation, and that has been my goal. So thank you very much.
You know what I mean? That's such a
We
compliment.
love the
It's like,
BBL allegations, okay?
It's like, no, I don't, but
we
thank
actually
you.
take it as a compliment.
Stop. So if you're in LA and you need a trainer, hit my line, Gina Prada. I
A lot
got
of
you,
girls
bro.
wish they looked like you have boobs and butt.
So if you want
Thank you.
to look like you have a BBL and you don't, hit her up.
$20.
If you want BBL
Ryan,
allegations, hit me
what's
up.
Body count and don't say can't disclose.
I will. First off, I ain't disclosing that for a $20 super chat. Second,
Oh, but I disclosed it for free.
I'll do it for a Bitcoin. Send me a Bitcoin. I will disclose my body count live on camera. I will do it for a Bitcoin.
How much is a Bitcoin?
It's about, I don't know exactly. It's
like 70,000.
It's like 90,000 right now.
Went
Let
up
me,
a lot.
let
I
me
need to
look.
figure out who has Bitcoins now.
Bitcoin right now.
Maybe that's what
A
she asked.
Oh,
Bitcoin?
93.
A
Excuse me,
single?
93.
Oh, it went up to 93,000.
93,000.
That's a million. I was like, wow.
You should have invested,
Yeah,
but
dude.
you fucked up.
I did fucked up.
You fucked.
I fucked up.
You fucked
Damn.
up.
I didn't invest in Bitcoin.
Let's go Doge, guys. Buy Doge. Okay.
Can I still invest into Bitcoin or is it done?
Vector donated $20. Chair 4, can you stop being an emotional state machine that is always stuck on sassy? Oh wait, no. No, that's not right. I withdraw my question. A sassy state machine is a sassy state machine.
Word.
Wait, what?
Brandon53323 donated $20. Somebody hit somebody. I need more behind the scenes content on the Discord.
Nobody hit anybody.
I think he's telling you guys you should.
No.
Should what?
No, we're good.
I love how she's like, no, we're good.
She don't want this.
We're good over here.
Yeah.
All right.
She don't want this note.
That's too much drama.
Yeah.
Let's fight catfighting with verbals.
Have you ever been in a fight with a woman?
I have. I gave it 2.
Yeah.
Woman?
I did.
What
I gave it
else?
2 black eyes. I hope you watch me, baby.
Have you ever killed somebody?
No.
That goes against God.
Unalived here.
I knocked them out with my
Nobody's
fist, though.
worth not me going to heaven for. So yeah, I would never do that.
Hit to the back of the head. It only takes one hit sometimes.
It's a sin.
Ogle donated
I'm just fucking
$20.
with you guys.
I was gonna send BTC or another
I've
crypto
never gotten
before
a
but
fight with
couldn't
a woman.
find the address to do so FYI.
Ogle, send me a DM. I mean, I can.
Fix that.
I'll see my Addy right now.
I'll send you the address. Yeah. But if anybody wants to ever send like crypto or anything, I can send you addresses if you'd rather donate that way. Unfortunately, it's not like linked up to Streamlabs. So, but if you guys want to contribute and be patrons of the show via crypto, we can accept crypto. All patronage is welcome and very much appreciated. Because if it wasn't for you guys, wasn't for the viewers, we wouldn't be able to do the show because we're fan funded essentially. So
How many viewers?
by the way, I just want to say something. I know this isn't something that came up on this show. There's been recently, like, I got criticism from, this was like 2-3 shows ago, this girl who's sitting here, she was like, oh, you wouldn't do this shit for free? It's like, you got to understand, right, is my expenses to run this is a lot.
Yeah.
And my time, I work 70, 80 hours a week running the show. There's that. And it's not free to run this. Like, I'm not some streamer who's like playing a video game in my bedroom. Like, this is a
studio.
Really involved production.
It's a business.
Yeah, it's really involved. Like, I could see how, like, somebody who's just playing video games on their computer in their bedroom, you know, how, oh, you could do it for free, for fun. But it's like something like this, bro, I'll say this. I looked at it, and my total expenses, I'm pretty sure my total expenses for this year were $300,000. So far. Jeez. So far, $300,000 so far.
G's right there.
Yeah. So this is expensive. It's not free. You know, so yeah, I wouldn't do it for free because then I'd be losing $300,000 a year trying to do it. So
damn.
Please send your.
Oh, by the way, Brian, I've never fought a girl. I was just.
Oh, okay. So all right, let's see here.
So the minimum I should make is
King donated $20. Chair 1 looks like the Wish.com version of Katy Perry.
I was thinking you look like her.
Hilarious.
Oh wait,
But Katy Perry,
I guess
that's
I
a
look like her
compliment.
all the time. Yeah.
Katy
I
Perry's
didn't
a
even see it.
compliment.
Now I see a little bit, just a little bit.
Hey, I'll take
She's
the
pretty.
compliment.
She's beautiful.
It's better than other things have been saying.
Anyways, okay, so let us see here. Let's do the Twitch raid. Okay, let me do the outro, then we'll raid Aladar. Let's see. All right, GG, well played to the panel. Hold on, fuck, I fucked it up.
Well played.
Wait, GG.
Well played.
Oh my god, tired. To the panel, last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who so generously super chats, donates, and supports the show. We will be live again. Is today Tuesday? Yeah. We'll be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM out whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. Let me see if there's any others that came through. Doesn't look like it. Let's see. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. Thank you to the panel. Appreciate it. You guys were... it was kind of a mid-panel, no offense. Anyway, so I'm going to raid Aladar. No, I'm kidding. You guys were fantastic.
You were amazing, Brian, like always.
All right. Okay, we're going to raid Aladar on Twitch. He's playing... I don't know. He's playing World of Warcraft. So we're going to raid him. Tell him to go. I don't know if he's playing. Tell him that he has to. Guys. Okay. Those of you watching on Twitch, Tell him he needs to kill this shitty gnome mage. He needs to tell him he needs to. He needs to sack. What level? What level? Does it say what level? He's got like 4 spells. Oh, he's level 7. He can suicide.
Yeah, it's a nasty combo.
Okay, I didn't say that. My bad.
But then in order to
tell him he needs to kill. He needs to kill his own character. I think this is hardcore.
No.
Is it hardcore? I don't know. Is he playing hardcore?
I only know how to play Mortal Kombat, and I'm really good at it.
Wait, hold on. I'm gonna send him a message. Is this hardcore? If it is, it doesn't matter. Answer that shit, Aladar.
Some people won't want to go Tauren just to be able to do that.
Answer that shit, Aladar.
Whatever. This is not hardcore.
Oh my god. Okay, tell him he still has to kill his character.
Are you playing with the OnlyFangs group? Whatever.
All right, we're gonna send the raid to him.
Seen your name
OnlyFangs.
On the list, you should definitely be in there.
OnlyFangs.
OnlyFangs. Okay, all right. We're gonna send the raid.
You could be playing it while you're doing the whatever podcast.
Seconds. Tell him, guys, when you go over there, tell him he needs to kill his character. Okay? He needs to kill his character to a boar. He needs to kill his character to the boar. Okay. Sending raid now. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch.
Or maybe whatever could have like his own hardcore rating team, and get these some of these incredibly nice young ladies that he has on his podcast. Walla, hey, thanks. Who's? Oh my God! Holy Lord! Holy Lord, dude! Thank you. That's why. Is that why you were asking if this is hardcore or not? My Lord, thank you very much. Welcome everyone from the Whatever Podcast. You here for the gnome death? I do not die, dude. I do not die. I am invincible.
Is this what you do in your free time?
For those of you that are from the Whatever Podcast, if you played World of Warcraft, how about this? How about we get some of these nice, fine young ladies that Whatever always seems to have on his podcast? The ones that are wearing like, basically just bras, and have him do hardcore with them. I mean, hardcore World of Warcraft. I didn't mean hardcore anything else. Hardcore World of Warcraft. What is this? Somebody asked, do you ever watch the Whatever Podcast? I watch it all the time, yeah. Unfortunately, when I stream...
Oh my God, he's not going to do it.
He's usually doing his podcast as well.
All right. Okay, no chats came through. Okay, that's it. Oh, okay, I'll read this. Anissa, can you read this, please?
Hi, Brian. Hope you're well, man. Watching this podcast, it is more clear to me that Andrew is clearly exposing hidden feminists. Also, are you wearing a white hoodie so you don't see the lint? You'll learn something.
Hey, change up, It's never too late to change the clothes you wear. Okay. Daniel Stein, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it, man. All right. Guys, like the video, please, on your way out. That's pretty much it. 07's in the chat. 07's in the chat. I hope you guys have a good night, and we will see you on Sunday. Good night, guys.